Hello, Julius.
Hi, Fiona. Okay, first of all, good morning, and
morning.
thank you so much for. Okay.
Sorry.
Yeah, so I can see you're very excited to start, eating the pastries and stuff.
They look very delicious.
Yeah,
So-
but that will have to wait because
Okay, yeah.
first of all, I want to thank you for joining me here on this Coffee with Bushiroad series. Yeah, so as I think you understand, this series is just to highlight some of the insights into what Bushiroad staff actually do, to bring the game to the players. Yeah, and you do events, and I'm sure a lot of our audience and our players have seen you around events as well. Not just in Singapore, but in maybe Cardiff, France, or wherever you have been to, because you go around the world to organize events and plan tournaments for everyone.
Yeah.
So thank you so much for that. And you have been with us since August last year.
Yeah.
So I think you are with
1
us
year
about,
plus, yeah.
about 1 year now.
Yeah.
Yeah. So thank you for joining us. Yep.
Oh, thank you for having me.
Yeah. Okay, so as you can see, I have prepared some snacks and coffee and tea for us. So would you like coffee or would you like some tea?
Some tea, please.
Okay, tea. Well, good news. I have a few different blends. This
what's this?
this is English breakfast. Yeah. And then
Too strong.
too strong. Yeah, I like English breakfast. I like strong blends.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. And this is some kind of fruits infusion.
Yes,
Yeah.
this.
Yeah, and you can. You're not even listen to the.
No.
This is the one.
This is the one.
Yeah,
This
yeah,
is
you
the
can
one.
even see like some real berries and.
Yeah, it's a very nice sweet smell.
Yeah, it's very fruity. So this is what you want?
Yes,
Okay,
yes,
cool.
please.
All right. But just for the record, the other one is Earl Grey.
No, it's okay. I'll stick to my choice.
All right. Okay, I'm gonna prepare the tea. What made you, interested in joining Bushiroad as like an event planner?
Oh, wow. I guess first of all, I like attending events, and I guess I also played like Bushiroad games before I joined Bushiroad.
Oh.
Yeah. So I started with Vanguard, and
Okay.
I think I've been playing for about three years now. Yeah, 3 years. So I mean that's how I knew about Bushiroad. And then I just thought like, I just graduated. I'm looking for a job, but I don't really want to kind of find a normal 9 to 5 job. I kind of just want to try something new. I mean, because I'm still young, right? I'm still young.
we're all young here. We're all young.
Yeah. So I thought like, maybe let me try events. It's something that requires like a lot of like patience, and then you need to like be on the ball most of the time because you have to like solve all the problems as they come, And I guess that's why I was like up for a challenge, and I decided to just try it.
Okay, cool. So
let's.
So some snacks for you. You
Sure.
can help yourself.
Okay, yeah, sure.
Yeah, I think this one is yam. There's yam filling inside. Yeah, and these are scones with some nuts. Yeah, and then this is the red bean pastry.
Oh, what about this?
This one is also similar to a scone, like it has nuts inside. Yeah.
I'll go for the red bean.
Okay, yeah, it's nice. I wanted that.
Too bad.
Okay, so when you're planning events, like, especially in Singapore, do you see like your friends around? So like, do they?
Yeah.
Because I mean, I'm sure you have some Vanguard friends.
Oh yes.
So you see them during the event as well.
Yeah, I see them at the events, and it's actually very interesting because how the tables have turned. Like I used to be an event goer, and then now I'm the one organizing. So I think it is quite interesting to see both sides of like the event, like the back end and as an attendee. And what makes me like feel satisfied, right, is when the players kind of enjoy the event, and then especially my friends. Like I also want my friends to enjoy the event. So
Okay.
that's very nice.
Has there been anything interesting that happened between you and now that you're planning Bushiroad events and any of your friends that attended the event? Like, do they ask you like, hey, give me some tips or that kind of stuff, or like close one eye or anything like that?
I mean they do sometimes, but it's all more of like a joke. So
Can I have an extra playmat?
that's like no. Then win.
Yeah,
win yourself.
Yeah.
Win yourself a playmat, that kind of thing.
Yeah, if you want to have the top 4 playmat,
Good.
be in the top 4.
Be in the top 4. You want an extra PR item, participation item, go travel somewhere else.
Yeah. Okay.
I mean, they do ask, but I mean, they also know that it's still my job, so I have to be a professional and not like, give them stuff. It shouldn't be any biasness towards players.
And I'm sure, like you say, they're just joking and teasing you.
Yeah, definitely.
Okay. So have you been interested in planning for an event before the job? Because you mentioned like you attended a lot of Bushiroad tournaments and events. So at the point of time, do you actually think, it might be good for me to plan an event? Did that occur to you?
I think more like I've attended other events, not even just Bushiroad events. And I just felt like, there are some things that maybe I had some ideas. Maybe this event could have had maybe some special side event or something like that. So I guess when I actually joined a company, Bushiroad did give me the chance to kind of develop these kind of new ideas. And that's when I had space for growth and I get to kind of implement some of the new things in the circuit. So we are kind of trying to change some stuff and hopefully the players enjoy it. Yeah.
Yeah, that's good because if say Bushiroad doesn't give you the space and autonomy to actually do some new things and improve, you probably wouldn't enjoy the job as much because
it will be very rigid.
Yeah.
But not in Bushiroad.
Yeah,
so that's
correct.
why I really like events.
Yeah, and because of that, I can see our events changing. I think our numbers for players joining the tournaments have increased as well. So I'm actually very happy for that.
Yeah. It's just mainly thanks to all the players. Actually.
Okay.
It's not really,
Yeah. So what would you say is the most challenging thing when you're planning for an event?
Most challenging, I think, is on the event day itself. I mean, it's definitely it's the main event, but because you can prepare well ahead of time, you can do all sorts of things. You can imagine all the situations that might happen, and you can have plan A, plan B, plan C all the way. But sometimes things happen, and it's very unexpected. So we just have to keep, be very on the ball and fix any problems as they come.
Okay, yeah. Because no matter how much planning you do, there's
there's no way.
there's no way you can foresee.
There will never be a perfect event.
Yeah. Like you want everything to be done at this time. Everything done at the no way.
No way.
So can you tell us what probably one memorable challenge that you had to overcome during any of your events? Yeah, if there is any that particularly sticks in your mind.
I think it's World Finals. I think this year.
In Japan.
Yeah, in Japan. So it was actually my first time being, kind of participating as a organizer in such a big scale event, like World Finals. It's like the biggest event, and then I felt a lot of pressure, and I guess I just felt very alone. And when things really weren't going very well, it was so hard to continue. And my colleagues were actually there to tell me like, hey, everything's gonna be fine. You're just gonna just don't give up. Continue doing what you're doing. Things will be better. So that's kind of heartwarming to me because I realized that I'm not in this alone. I have my team. I have you, you, and that's how I guess I managed to overcome those challenges. Like I know we could have done better, and that's why I really hope that this year's World Finals will be better. So cheers to a good World Finals 2019.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So and you are going to this coming January's World Final.
Yes.
Yeah. So I guess I'll see you.
I'll see you there. See you there. I'll see all the players there.
Yeah. Okay. So from what I can understand about that is, planning for an event is not just a very physical draining job. It's very emotionally draining as well, like what you mentioned. And what's interesting is that you mentioned you felt very alone. Could you elaborate more on that? Like why do you feel alone when you're doing that event?
I think because I didn't before this, I find it hard to trust people. I think it's more of a personal thing. So, like sometimes you feel that if you do it alone, things won't go as wrong, because with more people, there are more things that can go wrong. So that was kind of like a barrier, I guess, for me. So it was very hard to let people know, like, hey, I'm struggling with this, can you help me? So I've actually, throughout that, I learned to ask people for help. And I guess that made me grow as a person.
Wow.
So deep. No.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's a great story. Yeah, because one wouldn't expect, people to, I guess, like maybe most people, especially if they haven't entered the workforce, they might see work as just work, and they kind of like separate work from life. But I guess work actually is part of your life, and then if you grow in work, you grow professionally, it helps with personal growth as well. Yeah. So I'm very happy that you overcame all those different obstacles. Yeah.
It's just thanks to the people in Bushiroad. They are really very nice. They're very kind. Not like just saying, complimenting everybody. It's just that, they've made me feel very comfortable.
Yeah.
That's why I enjoy like going to work.
Yeah.
Everything.
And I think this aspect of understand building trust with your colleagues and your friends, I think it comes especially strong in your current role with events planning, because there's no way you can run an event by yourself. So I guess you kind of have to learn how to build bonds with all your teammates. Yeah.
Actually, it's not just my teammates. Like, there's a lot of communication between internal and external parties. So we actually have to liaise with like the different officers. We have to liaise with the development team, the design team. We have to work with the marketing team. We have to work with like even mobile as well. And then it's more of like we have to communicate to each different teams, and that takes, it's not something that you can run away from. Yeah. And also like we have to outsource like PR items, like for example like storage boxes or something like that. Yeah, we need to liaise with other suppliers, so it's a lot of communication.
Yeah. So it's not just planning, you kind of have to communicate with a lot of different vendors and parties as well. Yeah. So I guess, because I from the designation of events planner, people would think you're just planning events all day long, but that's probably not true, because you have to, like what you said, you have to do a lot of other stuff as well, such as planning, the PR items, contacting vendors. Could you tell us a bit more about the kind of your day-to-day routine when you're not actually planning for an actual event? Like what do you have to do? Probably a lot of emails.
Yes, a lot of emails. And actually, we plan like each circuit more than half a year before.
Yeah, wow.
So during that time, we actually first have to start like, making the logo. We have to decide the format, like is it team league or is it a single kind of format. And then we also need to source for new shioko. As in, we will ask Nishi Sensei to design a new shioko for each circuit.
For each circuit, right? Yeah. So I guess if players notice, they will notice that each shioko for each circuit is different. Yeah.
Actually, it's not really different. She's just wearing different
clothes. Yeah. I mean, of course. I mean, if her face is different, then she's not shioko.
Yeah. I think all the shioko fans out there will notice. So,
I suppose. Yeah.
All the hard work is noticed.
Wow.
Yeah. And then I guess after that we need to liaise with the development team. We need to start preparing like the PR cards that we want to use for the circuit, like participation. We have the short challenge as well, regional champion, stuff like that. And then I also will start thinking of new PR items that we want to produce, like play mats. We can have storage boxes. We can have dice. Now the new Buddy Fight live counter.
Yeah.
And that was something that I really wanted. So I'm very glad to see it, like from my idea, it became like an actual thing.
Yeah. From how it came from your idea and then it materialized into it.
Yeah. It was. I don't know. I feel like a little proud moment
Okay.
when it actually came out and I saw it.
Yeah. Remind me again. Has that live counter been given out yet?
Yeah.
So how do you feel when you see players taking that, using it in their games and tournaments?
It feels very. I don't know how to. I really don't know how to express my thoughts.
Let me try. Maybe it's like a
yeah, I guess so. It's very nice because like if they like it, it means that I did a good job. Yeah, so I hope they use it more.
Well, I guess a lot of our colleagues like it as well. They're passing over.
Like, wow,
Yeah.
I mean, I like it also.
Yeah.
I'm
sure you will.
I have one on my table.
But I don't have one.
I'll give you one later.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so just now you mentioned you actually meet some of your friends in events. But I went with you on a BSF 2019 just earlier this year at Cardiff, UK.
Cardiff.
And I noticed it's not just local players. I mean, over there you have, I think it was someone from France, if I'm not wrong. I think a group of people from France, they were coming up to you at the counter and just like, thank you for the tournament or something.
Yeah. Actually, I think there were a few people from France, people from Italy as well.
Italy. Okay.
Yeah, I think because I met them at World Finals, they actually remembered me, and I do remember them also because before that I was actually in charge of like their flights and everything.
Oh.
Yeah, so I personally talked to them, and then they remember me and they're like, hey, saw you at World Finals. Thank you for organizing this, BSF. They really like it. Yeah, it's very nice because most people would kind of like complain about the event, right? But it's nice to see that some people still enjoy the event, and that makes me more motivated to organize better events for them.
I guess once in a while you get the kind of player who comes up to you and just really sincerely thank you for organizing the event, and then amidst the chaos in the event like you described earlier, that can be like a very warm fire in the middle of a winter.
Yes.
It's just like, thank you so much.
All hope is lost. No.
Yeah. So I was quite surprised. Oh wow, they're really nice people over there, and they just come up to you and thank you.
Yeah, they're really nice. Actually, UK was my first time in Europe in general. So it's a very interesting perspective because it's very different from Singapore.
Definitely.
Yeah. It's also very cold. I remember you wearing like a few layers when we were walking outside. Yeah.
It was very, very cold.
Yeah.
Okay, so I guess since you have so much experience about attending about the events here in locally in Singapore, as well as tournaments around the world, what would you say is like the cultural difference among the tournaments over there and over here?
I think different countries, they kind of have a different perspective towards tournaments. Like for Singapore, it's more of like, I want to compete. I think they're more competitive, and some like countries outside, of Singapore, they are more. They like events because it brings people together. So some people, they like BSF, like Team League, and then some people they like BCS, which is more competitive. So that's why we actually have two different circuits. So we can cater to both different players. And I think I personally like Team League because for me it's more about the friends. But then again, BCS you get a free trip to World Final. I think it's also a very good incentive to join.
Yeah, I think it's exactly like what you say. BSF caters to people who want to enjoy the game with friends. They join. I think some of them even travel. I think some they were from Italy and then they traveled all the way to UK, Cardiff, with their friends, and then just join, and then they have fun whether they win or they lose. Yeah, and at the same time, on the other hand, BCS, like what you said, caters to the competitive group. So they're really passionate about the game, and then they want to prove that this deck, maybe it's not the meta deck. They build this deck and they really want to prove themselves.
Yeah.
Fiona, what advice would you give to people who might be thinking of becoming an event planner like yourself?
I guess being an event planner requires a lot of, like I said, like they need to be up for a challenge. Yeah. So because it's always unexpected, you really need to learn how to kind of be calm in the chaotic situation, and then really think what's the best solution that you can come up with at that point of time. So if you're up for a challenge, this is the job for you, you know. I guess the person has to just try their best. Yeah, I think just trying your best at anything and everything. That's already a one step further. Yeah, than not just just giving up, stuff like that. Because personally, I actually graduated from a science major.
Oh.
So it's very weird. Like, oh, you're a science student, but I'm doing event planning now.
Yeah.
So people will be like,
Yeah.
At first, I thought like I wasn't cut out for it as well. So I just thought, you know what? I'm not gonna care. I'm just gonna try. And if I fail, maybe I'm just really not cut out for it. And so I just decided to try. And the passion for gaming kind of like spurred me on to give it a shot. And Bushiroad actually came back to me, so I was like quite happy. Yeah, like so. That's why I joined. So I think for people who want to join Bushiroad or any company as an event organizer, they just have to, don't think that you cannot do it. As long as you try, you give it your best shot. If you really cannot do it, then there's always other doors open for you. But if you don't try, you won't know.
So for them, so in a nutshell, stay calm, and plan.
Yes.
Okay, so Fiona, I actually do have one final question for you, and that is, do you have anything that you might want to say, to players who have attended our tournaments in the past, or who might be thinking of attending a tournament?
I guess support us, join, participate. Yeah, just before, like I said, I was an event goer. I participated in Bushiroad events before, and I thought that it's very nice. BSF, you get to form teams, you get to brainstorm, different ideas, deck ideas, and then you kind of compete together. So sometimes you actually play tests before the event, and it's like boot camp, and that's when they forge a stronger bond, and it's not really about the competition itself. It's more about the friendship. Like, hey, if I won, we won this together, or my teammate carried me. No, I'm just kidding. But that's why I really like BSF, or maybe because I'm not competitive.
Well, I mean, it caters to different players, Actually, you raised a very good point in saying how to get together with friends, and then it's like a boot camp. Because I remember interviewing champions at World Finals. I think it was last year's one, and then all the top three, they said almost the same thing. Like, when I ask them who they want to thank, it's always like their friends who helped them test the decks, gave them advice, or maybe even they had to borrow cards from them because they don't have the cards. So what I saw from there is that I think they're connecting, through our games.
Yes.
And I see something that is very heartwarming and very beautiful. Because I think, especially right now in our society, I think we're just so disconnected with each other because we are always playing mobile phones. Yeah, I think that's fine. I mean, because I use my phone a bit as well, and I play games on it as well. But I think once in a while, coming out, connecting with friends over a couple of games, having some tea. I think that's really nice, and I think that really provided them with the opportunity to do that. Yeah.
I think actually, it's not just meeting up with old friends or connecting. There's also a chance for you to meet new friends. For example, I have two people, I need another team member. You can actually gain friends through games, and I think that's why I really like gaming. It kind of brings people together from different countries, and it just breaks off all the geographical boundaries. Yeah.
Wow, that's a very poetic point. Yeah, I like that.
Oh yeah, but anyway, for those who are scared of joining our tournaments, I don't think you should be scared. We're all like nice people. At least I hope that we are nice people, and just come and say hi. We will be there, right?
Yeah.
So you can just say hi to any one of us. You can make new friends. Just enjoy the game.
Yeah.
So participate. And for those who have kind of supported us through our events. I really thank them for supporting us and continuing to support us throughout all our events, participating and stuff like that. It really makes me feel like there's a purpose. My job has a purpose. Or, if you want to bring it even further, my life has a purpose.
Let's not go there.
Yeah.
Okay. So you said something about making friends through events. I just want to add on to the point. Just before we end the entire thing is, because when I attended, I think BCS Singapore, I think last year. I think some people, they came alone or they came with two friends or just one friend because they don't have enough, and then they look for a new teammate at the event itself. Like what you say, I think that's a great way to meet someone new. I mean, if you can't get a team, then fine, you can just go for the side events and stuff. But if you happen to find someone who's looking for a group as well, then you have one good friend, and you never know what sparks off from there.
It may become a very good, strong friendship in the end.
Exactly.
And it's through card games.
Yeah.
Who knew, right?
Yeah. And I think that's nice and beautiful.
Yeah, I think that's the essence of gaming.
Gaming, yeah. Competitive at the same time, there's a way for you to make friends. Yeah. It's like a frenemy, your rival. So. At the same time, you're as friends.
I think that's only because as a card game, we require two people to kind of interact with each other. It's not like some kind of single player game.
Yeah, it's not solitaire. Yeah. All right. So I think it's a great interview. So thank you so much.
Thank you for having me here.
Yeah. All right.
Okay. Yeah. Let's have more tea.
Yes.
Yes, more
coffee.
Tea, more tea.
Coffee at Bushiroad, and so far none has picked coffee.
Welcome everyone to the last weekend of Bushiroad Rumble Online 2021. I'm your host Kai today, and I'm with
Ken.
Ken, yeah, how's it going, Ken?
Doing all right. I'm looking forward to an exciting day of Weiss Schwarz.
That's right. Exciting is, we've had all the Vanguard. Now it's finally to just it's been a long journey. It's been a long journey. So I think we should be ready. Let's kind of take a look at what's going to happen today, and also tomorrow as well, because guess what, it's not just a one-day event, it's actually a two-day event. We have Swiss just today for all regions, all right, not just AO, and then tomorrow we'll have the top 8 for all regions as well. So it'll be nice to have a little break just in between. But if you want to watch Weiss Schwarz all day, you can just kind of watch through every single region. But we also have some prizes, Ken. They're gonna fight for some pretty nice things. What do you think?
So the prizes are looking much better than last time. So we have 4 exclusive winner promos for first place, along with a booster box. In second place, we have 2 promos and a booster box. Third place gets 1 promo, and fourth place gets bragging rights with a certificate.
That's right. The bragging rights are very important, but winner promos always good. It's always good to have, right? So we're gonna have a little video to show you how to play Weiss for all the beginners out there. And let's jump right into it.
Weiss Schwarz is a trading card game that adapts anime and game titles, so everyone can enjoy their favorite titles as a card game. In this video, we will show you a brief tutorial to the basics of the game in 6 minutes. Decide who goes first with rock, paper, scissors. The winner goes first. Both players shuffle their decks and draw 5 cards as their starting hand. Discard the cards you don't want from your hand into the waiting room. Then, draw the same number of cards you discarded. When both players are done, let's Weiss Schwarz. First, draw a card from your deck. Now, let's play a character onto the stage. To attack, turn your character sideways. Attack! You deal damage to your opponent equal to your character's soul. As there are no characters facing the attacking character performs a direct attack and gets an additional soul. Flip the top card of your deck as your trigger check. Different triggers give different effects. In this case, it's a soul icon, so your character gets 1 additional soul. Put the card you just flipped over face down into your stock. As you can see on the right, there are various ways in which we can increase the damage we deal to our opponent. For this attack, we will deal a total of 3 damage. The opponent will flip over cards equal to the damage taken from the top of their deck and put them into their clock. With this, we will end our turn. Now it's your opponent's turn. Draw phase. During the clock phase, you may put a card from your hand into your clock. To draw 2 cards, the opponent plays 3 characters on their stage and 1 on their backstage. While characters on the backstage cannot attack, characters with the assist ability can boost the power or give effects to characters in front of them. Opponent attacks. Any triggers? No triggers, so that's 2 damage. Opponent attacks. Trigger check. A soul trigger. That's 1 additional soul for a total of 3 damage. Cancel. If a climax card turns up, damage cancel occurs, and all cards flipped for damage is put into your waiting room. This means you take 0 damage from this attack. Opponent attacks. As there is a character facing the attacking character performs a frontal attack and gets no additional soul during the attack. No icons, no bonuses. So you receive only 1 damage. When there is an opposing character facing the attacking character, a battle between them occurs. In a battle, the character with the higher power wins. The character with lower power loses the battle, becomes reversed, and sent to the waiting room at the end of battle phase. And that's the end of your opponent's turn. Draw phase. This time, let's clock 2. Let's fill your stage with characters, including our backstage. The center character gets assist from both backstage characters. Now, let's play a climax card. Different climax cards gives you different effects. This climax gives all your characters additional 1,000 power and 1 soul. Attack. No soul icon. 2 damage to your opponent. Your character has higher power, so you win the battle. Attack. 3 damage to your opponent. There are now 7 cards in your opponent's clock. When that happens, that player levels up. Choose 1 among the 7 bottommost cards in your clock to put into your level. The remaining 6 cards go into your waiting room. Then, put the remaining damage into your clock as usual. Each player starts at level 0, and the first player to force their opponent to reach level 4 wins the game. Now, let's try doing it. Your opponent is now level 1 and can use cards up to that level. The higher your level, the stronger cards you can use. Now, make your last attack with your middle character. 3 damage to your opponent. Encore! If there is a reversed character you wish to keep on your stage, you can pay 3 cards from your stock and return that character from your waiting room to its previous position on the stage. You and your opponent take turns until one of you forces the other to reach level 4. But be careful! As a player levels up and gets closer to level 4, the stronger cards they can use. And this covers the basics of what you need to start playing Weiss Schwarz. Detailed rules can be found on our website. Trial decks also consist of everything that you need to get started. We hope you have fun with your favorite titles. Let's Weiss Schwarz!
So now that we're refreshed on the rules, let's kind of talk about the current format, Ken. You know, there's been some changes. There's been new products that's come out, new series. Before, we saw a lot of Data Live in the metagame, at least for AO, right? Do we expect the same? I think we do, but I think there's a lot more answers to the current metagame, right?
Yeah. So I think Data Live is still a very popular deck and should continue to be so across all regions. But since last time we've had Kaguya and that time I got reincarnated as a slime Volume 2 added into the fray. So those are definitely some pretty high contenders up against Data Live. We also have Ruby, the most recent English exclusive set, which obviously being an English exclusive has not been tested in Japan, and we're probably still working out what's going on, but it does seem to be popular and people have their eyes peeled for how good it's going to be. So yeah, that's something to look forward to this time.
I think it's pretty interesting because normally we get a lot of new ideas from Japan, right? When they first released there, Ruby is one of those sets that is not being released there. So every kind of creative deck building idea or tech has to actually come from the global scene as well. So I think that should be interesting to see how that develops because it's only been out for less than about a month.
About a month, yeah. It came out at the end of December, so a bit less, maybe 3 weeks or so.
So I think there should be a lot of new ideas floating around, but in terms of refined ideas, this could be the first time that we actually see them come into fruition, right?
Yeah. So if you win today with Ruby, maybe people will copy your deck and know the build as the
best build.
The best build.
That's right, the best build. Yeah, I think that should be pretty interesting. Also, do you see any differences in the region? In terms of the metagame, do you think?
So I think last time we had a very high representation of Data Live in AO, even compared to other regions, and this time I think it's not as wide.
Not as dominant.
Yeah, it's not as dominant. Right? But nonetheless, I think Data Live as a percentage of the pie chart, it should be the highest in our region here, and I think the other fairly consistently though across all regions, Kaguya, Ruby, and that time I got reincarnated as a slime should be among the top contenders.
Yep.
And I think in most regions, I think the top 4 or 5 sets are about half of the entire playing pool. So we have a much more concentrated meta, I think, this time compared to last time.
Can you kind of explain to some of maybe our newer viewers out there why Data Live is so good?
So I guess for some of the newer players, who aren't familiar with English Weiss Schwarz, we don't have an extensive ban list in the same way that the Japanese version does, and so we have
a lot of the power cards. The
power cards still in play. We can play any combination of cards within Data Live as we like, as long as they're released.
Yes.
So that's one thing, and then Data Live just has a very powerful finisher in Terrible Spirit Kurumi, which has 3 different modes. I'm not going to go with all of them, but
it does everything.
It does everything,
it's
and
good of everything.
You just always have some way to deal damage to your opponent in any kind of deck state. So you've always got this range to end the game, and then the rest of the deck kind of just follows up. So make sure that you can set up for your Kurumi to end the game very successfully, and the high power cards are all there as well. You can stall out the game. You have a powerful Brainstorm which gives power and returns to your hand, so you can open space for your next standby targets. Yeah, there's just a lot of things, and if you can't deal with Data Live's board, it can be really difficult to win the game.
Just it stays there and just generates value for the whole game, right?
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. And I can see why against other decks that really can't keep up with that kind of just breaking that board state, you know, it can be very, very difficult.
Yeah.
But there are some decks, right? I think one of the big series that really came out that, you know, kind of changed the kind of dynamic about a lot of things is Kaguya.
Yeah,
right,
Kaguya
versus
is
Daylight.
certainly one of the decks that fits perfectly into that mold. He has a lot of cards that give power only on your own turn, but it's just really good at generating card advantage on your own turn. So even if your stuff doesn't survive the opposing turn for a bit, it's completely fine. You can just keep pushing your opponent's hand down more than they're pushing yours, and you can once you're rolling, you can finish your opponent with your level 3 Kaguya finisher, and they're fairly likely to go straight from 3-0 to 3-7 if unprepared, and it is hard to prepare against Kaguya when they're pushing down your resources so hard each and every turn.
Yeah, because Daylight likes staying there, you know, with a bunch of big cards that can't get, you know, reversed. But Kaguya doesn't care. It looks at your board and can kind of see your power lines and go, hey, you know, I can run over that. You know, it's not that hard. So there's also that third deck that we talked about, Slime. What has Slime really brought to the picture in the English format? I think there's also like multiple builds as well.
Yeah, Slime is one of those rare decks where there's multiple builds and all of them are roughly the same level of viability. From the previous set, we have a straight upgrade of the blue and red deck, which sends a lot of cards to memory. There's not that many new cards in it, but the level 0 has been greatly improved, and now you have some power both on offense and some in defense as well.
Yeah.
So that's always good. As long as you can play the long game, your memory compression is eventually going to stall out the game in your favor. But we now also have 2 new builds in 8 choice and 8 standby. So starting in 8 choice, we have a versatile finisher, which, despite how explosive it is, it's not really that expensive to get the cost of. So again, it's similar to Data Live in the sense that the rest of your deck is just built towards getting into that finisher and ending the game. You know, with that explosive power. So that's one way of going for it. The other way is for 8 standby, where it plays a bit unlike the other standby decks, in which you reanimate a card which can send itself to the waiting room to protect something else and give it a large boost of power. So it becomes more difficult for other board-based decks to carelessly front attack into your characters in case that you protect them. So there's a lot of different angles you can go from, but yeah, all of them do have some way of dealing with Data Live's plan. So
Yeah,
that's definitely
like Data Live's playing 8 standby as well, but you know, Slime, like
Yeah.
the difference between Slime and Data Live 8
Yeah.
standby, you're saying this one is more protective in a way, or how would you say it?
you can aim to protect your board on defense a lot better. So, on the other hand, I guess it is a little bit weaker on offense, but against any other deck that's not a standby deck and doesn't fight for board, your power lines are completely fine. So you can just really shut off your opponent if they need to get a reverse or want to push down your hand size by protecting yourself with Guild. And yeah, you can generate stock with your level 1 combo as well. So worst case, you can pay for your encore and your board's intact, you have the stock to play the game. You're kind of just happy and you have everything to do.
Nice. And they have the 8 choice build. I think I've seen once in a while. Yeah. It's also very just lots of options, right?
Yeah, you have lots of options. Choice is a very versatile trigger in that you can choose the form of resource you gain when you trigger it. So if you're short on hand, you get the hand. If you're short on stock, you take the stock. And the deck has a lot of ways of converting the stock that you generate into hand. So it's almost always somewhat safe to go for the stock option. You can use your level 1 Ramirez to reanimate one of your level 1 combos and then go for another turn of combo. You can save your hand a little bit by just getting something else out and sending it to memory. So in the long run, you have some more compression, you've saved some hand. You're all good because you replaced your stock with the card that you just attacked with.
Yeah.
So yeah, you're always flexible and you can always look for a way to keep your hand safely into level 3 and then end the game with your level 3 Rimuru combo.
Because your combo at level 3 is actually very, very strong compared to a lot of other finishes as well, right?
Yeah, that's right.
Basically just kind of saving your resources until that big final push in a way. Right? Okay. So we've got the 3 big decks kind of out of the picture. What about Ruby, right? For all the new players out there, or the people who haven't really taken a look at Ruby, what is Ruby like when we kind of match it up against like the current metagame as well?
So Ruby also is a deck that has a lot of answers, but I think the most prominent card in it would be the level 3 Ruby Rose. It's a level 3 standby combo that heals, and when you play the standby while this card is in the front row, you can rest it to deal 3 damage to your opponent and send the card facing it to clock. There is a small memory condition, but because it doesn't cost anything to use the combo, at times it can be more powerful than
Oh,
than
it's
Mega Man. Yeah,
it's free.
yeah, it's free to
Oh,
use the combo.
okay.
You do miss out on the attack, so you can argue that it like sort of cost you 1 stock. But yeah, it's certainly nice that it does 3 damage instead of 4 as well. And then you have the last attack open. You can even then take advantage of the fact that you completely avoid the battle by using the Maiden's event, which requires you to have 5 characters on the board.
Oh,
but
true,
You
true,
can
yeah.
stop damage.
Because you just do an attack. There's no risk of you losing a character, right?
Yeah.
So yeah, it's just you also have a like anti-damage event, so it just kind of seems to work pretty nicely.
Yep.
Okay.
It's a variety of good cards in Ruby, but that's probably the highlight one. And yeah, you have a lot of good options. So you have a level 1 that gets powerful when attacking a level 2. You have a clean cut, which can give 2k power to another character or itself. So yeah, you have many ways to just deal with your opponent's board and push your plan. And then the last part of the game is non-interactive, so yeah, you play around stuff like refresh counters and whatnot.
True. That's pretty good. I feel like I want to. When I was looking at all the cards in Ruby, I was like, I think I should pick this one up. You know, it just feels like very, very complete as a set. So yeah, definitely very interested. What is your favorite deck out of everything in English at the moment?
My favorite deck in English. It's a hard question. It's not a very good deck right now, but gosh, I forget the English title. Rascal Does Not Trim a Bunny Girl Senpai was one of my favorite decks back in the day. I played it in 2019. I still pull it out every now and then, just how it was, and enjoy some games with it.
Yeah.
Out of the more popular decks at the moment, it's hard to say. I might have to go with the Orthodox memory build of Slime.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I played that deck quite a bit last year as well.
just-
Not with the expansion, but yeah, building the memory and having a lot of options to fight your opponent's board or deciding not to and just fully committing to that compression plan. I
guess-
feel like the decisions are.
It has a kind of unique status in English, being one of the few memory compression decks out there, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And
Yeah.
the option to go either way is definitely something fun that I quite enjoy playing. So
Okay,
I
that's
guess
nice.
I'd have to go with that. What would you say your one is?
Actually, like anything with 8 standby.
That's a good answer.
I'm a big 8 standby fan. So what? Data Live is great. Slime is great. Yeah, Fantasia is great. Everything is great, right? It's just. I like the power icon.
Yeah, I understand. I also do
cards is
like
good.
that standby icon.
Yeah. So, still, let's kind of talk a bit about just the AO region overall. Technically, I think it's like the least known region across the world in a way, because there's just not too much coverage over there. We've got JP and then everyone else usually.
Yeah, that's usually
Right. How would you explain the AO region is like?
How would I explain the AO region? Oh, that's a difficult question. I think that as a region, despite the lower numbers in the player base, we are a very generally dedicated region. I think we have a lot of players who like to play this game quite seriously, and quite often will buy into sets that they don't know anything about the anime for.
Because they just want to play.
Just
right?
want to play and win tournaments. I mean,
win tournament. I mean, winning's pretty good.
Yeah,
winning is not bad.
Yeah. I mean, the idea was that you win with a set that you like, but sometimes
you gotta take out the big guns, especially like at a bigger tournament, right? At a bigger tournament. I think a lot of players also play like the JP game as well, so they get a lot of influence from both sides of the kind of globe. Right?
Yeah,
if we look at it, the JP side and the Western side, we get a lot of influence from both. But I feel like a lot of the at least the Australian players, right? There a lot of them are more influenced on kind of a more, how do you say it, like they value the stability, like the healing play style versus just dealing damage all the time, kind of.
Yeah.
How would you kind of explain that? Is it?
This is very difficult to explain just in words, and even if I would put it this way, I think it's much easier to see in game. But I think
so we might see it in game, right?
Yeah, we might see it in game, but I think one easy way of putting it is, if faced with the decision of attempting to end the game or stalling out for a potential better turn, a better
Yes.
opportunity to end the game. I think a lot of the players here, including myself, would try and go for the second option, unless it just
To
doesn't
like
seem
heal
viable.
down, heal down,
heal
etc.
down, stabilize, get that get that like 2 or 3 extra damage to the opponent, so they're more likely to, hit for level 4 at the end of your attacks.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, like a lot of times, if you're on like, well, it really depends on the situation. But I feel like a lot of players would just go, they're at 3-0.
Yeah.
Let's just go. Right?
Yeah.
Let's just go. Well, some of the decision might revolve around. Okay, maybe if I have a chance at, living for another turn, I'm gonna stay. Just find like fish for like maybe the next turn could be better kind of thing. But just stay here and not have, like go all in and throw all my resources in.
Yeah.
Right? So I guess that's pretty interesting. Just because there's actual like a lot of card games, when we think about it, right? There's not that many difference in metagames across the globe, but I feel like Weiss Schwarz is just that one that does actually have a big change.
Yeah.
So I think it's just very, very interesting to see, and a lot of it just comes down to like maybe the different influences and how people has kind of learnt their play styles in a way through like the different play bases, which is very, very interesting. I think we have a game coming up pretty soon. We should be able to show the decks, the decks of what they're playing. So I think we can jump to that as soon as they're ready. And I mean, I think you guys will be quite excited because unless you've been tuning into the Vanguard streams before, a lot of things have improved quite a lot. You might see about the stream. Like this, the
cutting
transition,
animation's
and then
beautiful.
look, we have the deck, the deck. So here we have Yuri
Yep.
from USA playing Ruby.
Yep.
So we've been talking about Ruby before.
Yep.
And he's actually playing 8 Door.
Yep. So 8 door or 8 comeback is the build that he's on. So it doesn't play the standby level 3 finisher that we talked about earlier, and instead he's playing a finisher which can burn 1 and send the reverse character to the top of the deck when it reverses an opponent with combo. So this would probably be stabilizing on the power of the 8 doors. Just for an overall consistent game.
So they're kind of they're trading that high end combo for just like kind of more stable overall game with 8 Doors. Is it?
That's
Okay.
right.
And like the finisher is a bit more tame.
Yeah.
Okay. Anything else you think this deck is different from kind of what we discussed before?
Oh, he still plays the Maiden's event to negate damage from an opponent's attack, but unfortunately he does have that 2-1 the 2-1 support, which can give 1/5 every turn of defense and 2k constantly to level 3s.
Okay.
So he should be able to fight for that board pretty well.
Nice. All right, let's look at the Saber Shade's deck.
Yep.
And I think I know what he's playing actually.
Sydney local, so
Sydney local. So he's actually playing.
yeah, and he's also playing Ruby, but instead he is playing 8 standby, so we have completely different climax lineups here.
That's pretty interesting. I have
Yep.
to say. Even like usually people say, it's a mirror, but actually totally different game plans.
Yeah, that's right. So we've already talked about the level 3 Ruby combo, but the other standby combo in this deck is also a level 3, where if it's brought out by the standby climax during the climax phase, it can pay 2 to stand itself and shuffle back X cards into the opponent's deck, where X is the number of characters you have. So sometimes you would want to end the turn at 1 card left in deck, so you can shuffle the climax that you slammed last turn back into your deck. But if you're a bit unwary against this build, you would be having 5 extra cards thrown back into your deck with an level 3 attacking you. So yeah, that's probably something that Yuri would want to be wary about. But let's see how this matchup plays out.
Yeah, I think this should be pretty interesting, especially in a way like with the standby Saber Shade here can totally, like how do you say it? Is wall up?
Yeah.
Wall up at level 1. And how can Yuri take care of it? I think there is a specific card, right? They have an anti-level 2 attacker as well.
There's an anti-level 2 attacker in the deck, and also the level 1 combo in Yuri's deck gives 2k to another character when it reverses an opponent with the climax. So if Saber Shade leaves any weaker lanes up on the board, that may be taken advantage of to get rid of the stronger lanes. So yeah, we'll see how that plays around and hope that it goes well for both of them.
Which build do you favor a bit more in a way? Like the higher top end build, this more standby kind of build, versus, I guess it's kind of interesting because they were like we talked about the differences in regions before, and I mean this is Saber Shades from Australia, yeah. So we have like kind of the Australian standby meta versus America's just more aggressive meta. Would you say in terms of
yeah, maybe. Well, personally, I would say that I'm a bit more of a fan of the standby build just because I have I have a fondness for the level 3. But yeah, really, I think both builds are definitely viable, and we can see how they play against each other in this match.
Yeah, I can't wait. I want to see which we were saying before, which build will reign supreme. we talked about the standby door, but it looks like everyone just went the other way. The two extremes of both sides. So yeah, they're just looks like they're just gonna do a quick deck check as well before they start, which is fine. Got to make sure everything is all good. But yeah, I mean, did you see that? Did you guys see that the transitions, the deck logs? It's new. The improve.
It's great.
Guys, if you have anything that you want, like the feedback, make sure to send it to Bushiroad because they love your feedback, and it helps everything get better. And we're into the game right now, so here we go.
So we have Saber Shade on the right and Yuri on the left.
Oh, you know the mats there.
I know the mats. So it looks like they've already completed their mulligan, and each of them have discarded a few cards. I'm not sure which player is going first at the moment, but it looks like Yuri has discarded a copy of his level 3 Climax and maybe one or two other cards underneath that. And Saber Shade has also discarded a card or two there.
Looks like they're just waiting for the go.
It's interesting to see that it's a Ruby, not quite mirror match as their builds are different, but Ruby versus Ruby matchup in the first round, because I think there's only 4 or 5 Ruby players in this tournament.
Think in the AO region there's actually not that many Ruby decks, so already first round they get matched up. That's insane. What are the chances, right? What are the chances?
I'm sure they both know what the cards in the card pool do, because it's a relatively new set, and to come to a build you must have read every card in it. So
it is open deck format as well, so it does kind of change a lot of things. In terms of what you can expect, right? Normally when you're playing Weiss, you don't know what is in your opponent's deck, so you have to account for, hey, is he running anti-change? Do I have to be careful with this? Does he have the anti-level 2 attackers? But with an open deck list, you can just see it and go, okay, he doesn't have this. I can plan accordingly. I can mulligan accordingly too.
Yeah, that's right.
And I think a lot of people don't realize how important even just the mulligan is in a Weiss Schwarz, right? And how you can kind of get information from that. Not just reading the cards in their drop zone, of course, but like, let's say if someone discards 5 cards from their hand, what are your thoughts?
Well, I would immediately assume that my opponent's hand is not going to be very good going into their first turn. And that usually means that they discarded their top end. So you can make some assumptions on what their deck does. So if you're going second, being able to check your opponent's mulligan does grant you quite a bit of advantage. On the other hand, if you're going first, you get the advantage of just being able to attack first and everything. But you won't usually know what your opponent's deck does. But right here, both players will know what their opponent's deck does before going into the game. So that is definitely one change that we have in this tournament over other in-person tournaments. So it looks like Yuri is going first here.
Yeah, Yuri going first. Is he going to put anything down? He clocks 1. And do you foresee any clock pass? Definitely not anymore.
Guess not anymore. So that would be the level 0 Neon Cat, which can return to the hand at the beginning of Saber Shade's turn if the card that he reveals off the top is a level 1 or higher. It also has the ability to remove a cost 0 card in the front row of the opponent's board, but obviously going first, that's not really a thing. So we'll see how Saber Shade responds to that. And he flips successfully and returns the level 0 to his hand.
Wow, that's pretty nice. So get an attack off, get a stock, bounce back to hand. And we can see kind of another improvement on the stream here. We get to see some of the cards sometimes.
So if you're not sure what the cards do, here we are with the card highlighted here.
The Neon Cats, and then I guess they're just checking what the card is.
Yep.
Yes. And now it's Saber Shade's turn. What do you do now? Right, you cancel the first attack. It's clocked. down a Rudy.
Yep. So he sends 2 cards to the waiting room, but he doesn't see anything interesting.
Did you commit more?
Well,
I don't think so. It's a bit too early to commit.
Sabershade does know that Yuri has that Neon Cat in his hand right now, so if he only plays 1 character down, it is guaranteed to be removed from the board. So one thing he could consider is using a standby to put something in the front row, or just play a second attacker here, so which ideally would be higher power than Neon Cat's 1k. So he does play a standby here, and let's see what he's going to bring out.
I think when you're playing standby, you just like to stay at lower levels for a long time and farm up the field, right?
Yeah.
Would you say?
You wouldn't want to stay at level 0 forever, but as long as you have a board stronger than your opponent and have an opportunity to bring something stronger out each turn, then yeah, it's very advantageous to stay on 0. So right here, he does reanimate a level 1 in the front row, which means that Neon Cat won't be able to remove the level 0, and it would probably be quite difficult for Yuri to combat that level 1 in the front row. So Sabershade has gotten quite a bit of advantage by getting that level 1 out.
Yeah, and I mean, we've seen those nightmare standby games where your opponent gets a bunch of level 1s out and you really can't do anything about that field.
Alright. So Yuri plays another level 0, so he can pay 1 and clock 1 to add a card to his hand. So he just keeps extending his card advantage by going first, but he still won't be able to answer that level 1, so I'd say both of them are in a pretty good start here. Yuri can still play the game fine. Sabershade is able to sort of overturn the disadvantage of going second here.
He's moving up 2 cards.
Well, he's already technically gained 2 cards with Neon Cat returning to his hand and just salvaging another card right there.
Oh.
So Yuri shouldn't be too starved on resources and can commit a bit more to the board.
He's even committed a 3rd.
So that card has 2 come into play effects where he can either discard a card to reveal the card of the deck and salvage a level X or lower, where X is the revealed card's level, or he can discard a character to draw 1. So I think he takes the draw first.
Oh, yeah. I mean, is it... Sure, Yuri's gained a bunch of cards, but it looks like he's even going to slam. You look at that sideways card coming down.
Wow, alright. So that is a turn 2 triple attack with a 1k1 climax.
I mean, Sabershade's only at level 1 though. Is that a...
Well, before your first refresh is when your deck state is generally the weakest in terms of how many climaxes there are in your deck.
Yes.
But, so it is a good time to put some damage in if that's your game plan. But on the other hand, because Sabershade's not on high damage whatsoever, he can probably just sit back and relax. He might cancel one attack. Even if he doesn't, he's still just at level 1, so it's really not in a bad position at all.
He just took 4 damage. So, but this doesn't feel too bad for Sabershade because he's going to hit level 2 first, and then out comes the 2 2s, right?
So once those 2 2s are on the board, Yuri does have a way to get to answer them with that anti-level 2 attacker. But from what I remember, Sabershade's list plays the 2-2 with Hand Encore, so even if Yuri does attempt to fight those cards, he can discard a card and bring it back, and the loss in hand is only 1 loss, but at least his 2-2 still does its job in the following turns. Yeah,
because it swings back, and the level 2 attacker is just not that strong on the defense. But even looking at this, Saber's got a 1-1 on the field, right? And continue developing that as well. And
it's also quite big here that the level 0 attacker survived from moving in front of the Neon Cat here.
Is there a world where Saber reverses all 3 cards on Yuri's side but keeps him at 0?
It's not entirely impossible because Neon Cat just having reverse, Sabershade only needs to make 2 attacks here. But depending on how he triggers, it looks like Yuri is on 3 cards in clock. So if Sabershade triggers once and Yuri doesn't cancel that, then he would be on 0-6 and can clock up to level 1. Yuri may also just have another copy of the card that he played in the middle there. So even if he only does take 2 damage here, he can still clock 1 from hand and then use the cost to clock another card to hit level 1. So while it's not impossible that Yuri stays on level 0, from Sabershade's point of view, I don't think it's likely enough.
It's not worth it.
Yeah, it's not worth committing to that risky play.
Yeah, okay. Let's see what Saber does. Played strongman.
I'm not 100% familiar with the character.
No, Ironwood. James Ironwood.
James
sounds like a
Ironwood.
very strong.
He's got impressive muscles there.
That's right. That's right.
Yeah.
Great strong demeanor. You know.
Which is funny because it only has 500 power.
That's true. That is true. So I was thinking of playing something down as well. And wants to keep the back row for standby, right?
Yeah, I guess he would want to do that. He would also want to attack with the weaker characters first in case he triggers a standby down the line, and he can replace his characters during the attack phase.
So I guess he's going this line because you go with Ironwood first, then replace, but then you're just not bothering to keep your opponent at any time.
Yeah.
At one, just go, just go.
Yeah, Sabershade doesn't look like he's concerned with keeping Yuri at level 0. If it happens, it's just a lucky accident.
And the standby comes out.
The standby comes out, and he does bring out the 2/2 Yang, so that is a 10k encore if you have 2 other characters on the board. It's quite nice, actually, that the only condition is that you have 2 other characters as opposed to 1k for each other, because you have the same cap and power, but it's more consistent in maintaining that line.
Stays big. Yeah. I wonder if he'll trigger any more though. Right.
But it does look like Sabershade is attacking with the front attackers first, so
Oh.
yeah, maybe he was thinking about keeping his opponent level 0. Now that he's triggered and Yuri took the damage, it's not really of any concern anymore, but
So that's the Yang that you got out. And is Yuri just going to take all of it? Okay.
Alright. So fortunately for Sabershade, he didn't trigger any badly timing standby triggers, so his attack order didn't end up biting him. And Yuri has taken all the damage.
Oh, okay. That's
There's
not bad. It's still early in the game. They're both equal damage. Yuri, though, can he climax combo this turn?
If he can climax combo, he answers the board while mailing out the rest of his deck. So I would say that it'll put in a pretty good position.
Yeah, and it also once he gets one reverse off, he should be reversing everything. Right?
Yep. So when level 1 Ruby combo reverses an opponent, it can give it can look at the top 4 cards of the deck and add a card to hand, but it can also give 2k character to another character. Sorry, 2k power to another character. So that will definitely set off a chain reaction and let him answer Sabershade's board quite well.
So it looks like we see 2 of them come down.
That must be the foil artwork of the level 1 climax number. Yeah.
Yeah, the higher rarity version.
Yeah. So I don't put foils in my deck, so I'm not used to high rarity stuff. But
Yeah, there's some people who max foil and some people who don't. And then sometimes you just don't know the arts of the other one.
living in 2 different worlds sometimes.
2 different worlds, that's right. So you're able to get 1 reverse off and then pump it on the middle. Because the middle is tagging the big side, right?
Yep.
Yeah, the big okay. Alright.
So I think we just checked how many climaxes were in Sabershade's waiting room. And Yuri is deciding how he's going to attack based on that.
Ooh, and it's like the second climax he's put down. We see there's only 3 cards in Yuri's hand now.
Yeah, but if he gets his combo off, that would be 5.
Yeah.
So he starts by attacking James.
For 2. And ooh, Sabershade cancels that one.
Probably a small sigh of relief, because that guarantees that he's not going to take an entire level's worth of damage in a single turn.
True. I mean, he took a bunch of damage before,
Yeah.
so you have to cancel sometime, right? I guess the other thing here is Yuri didn't cancel that much, but he's going to go through the majority of his deck.
Yeah.
So he's going to give up quite a few cancels, but we see Sabershade canceling again. Right.
Alright.
I actually attacked with that middle one first, though. Ooh. Nearly missed as well.
Nearly missed, but-
missed.
Still got the card.
It was a 2 climax in an event. Yeah.
Yeah, I thought Yuri would attack with the other level 1 combo first, so he can give 2k to the middle attacker and have a better chance of reversing. Didn't end up mattering too much here, but
Yeah, the middle it's 7-5, is it?
yeah, it should be 7-5 with hand on call with this full board over here. But there's a bit of thinking going on. Sabershade did just cancel a second time, so he's actually having a pretty comfortable game.
Yeah. I mean, there's no way you don't attack here, right? Like,
Oh, he's absolutely attacking. I'm just...
Oh, they were just counting the climaxes again.
Yeah, it looks like it.
This
Oh,
is
that's a
3.
6-3. After that devil cancel, yeah, the 3 sticks, but I don't think that's unexpected or unfortunate for either of them.
I think taking just 3 damage in one
Yeah.
turn is not bad,
absolutely not.
especially on the climax combo turn. But now all of Sabershade's front row is reversed. Lucky has a Yang in the back that can move up.
Yeah.
Hopefully more cards. You can actually encore the 1/1 Ruby.
Oh, here we are. So Sabershade is using the effect of his level 0 when it reverses to reveal the top 3 cards of his deck. I think he stops at 2 here to add 1 and discard 1. And because he has less than 2 memory, he can send it to memory now to fulfill half of the condition for the level 3 Ruby Rose.
Yeah, you need 2 of these cards in memory to be able to use the level 3 Ruby Rose effect. Also, just functions as nice cards in memory.
So last turn Yuri would have been considering... Oh, well, this turn actually. Yuri would have been considering whether or not to front this card, because it does let him let Sabershade mill out of his deck and send it to memory, and if that didn't happen, Sabershade would most likely have to chump attack on his own turn, which may have been a bit more advantageous for Yuri in certain scenarios, but I think over here he decided that it was just better to get the card and mill his own deck.
Yeah, I mean, you got the climax combo right now. You might as well do it.
But yeah.
He only had if he didn't do it, he'd only have 4 cards in hand, and it's quite likely that he's gonna lose his entire front row, right?
Yeah, that's right.
And
Having encored the level 1 and a 2/2 in the back row, it's not that difficult for Sabershade to prepare a third attacker to fight the third one.
yeah,
And because Sabershade isn't taking too much damage here, Yuri should have to prepare in order to keep his hand size going for the length of the game.
this looks like a game where Yuri might have to be chump attacking for the majority of the game, because unless he has ways to get over some of these cards. But again, the power of like the 2/2 there, the 1/1 is they have staying power.
Yeah.
It's very hard to get rid of them.
Once Yuri does land his 2/1 support at level 2 and maybe plays the early play Blake, he will have a 13k attacker on both offense and defense and be able to pump 1/5 on each turn. So it depends how ready Yuri's hand is and how fast he gets to level 2. But once he gets there, he does have a way to contest the board a little bit. So from Sabershade's point of view, he may want to get a plan to work around that.
Looks like Sabershade had to clock a climax though. That's
That's
slightly
interesting.
worrying in a way,
Yeah.
right? Because if you have too much of it in a way, you can still keep it, but unless you're just overflowing with it, right?
It most likely means that he has another one in his hand and decided that he's probably going to just have to play without that one copy going back into his deck.
Oh, hard play
plays
is the
another
1/1, which is not bad.
It's not bad,
It's
yeah.
not bad, but
A lot of the time, people aren't quite open to the idea of hard playing costed characters in standby decks, but generally, I believe that most standby decks don't play cards that they absolutely can't hardcast in any game. So hardcasting 1/1 is fine. As in, most cards in this game are balanced around the fact that their payoff is about as much as you have to invest in them. So I think it's just fine as an attacker right here.
yeah, the worst is hard casting a 2/2.
Yeah, hard casting a 2/2, especially if you can't expect it to survive, is really difficult, but there's only one stock and it's going to do its job before it gets reversed at least once, so
Yeah,
I think Sabershade is not too uncomfortable with this.
and he
bit of
knows
thinking, though.
like, he knows that his opponent has the level 2 anti-level 2 attacker. So playing these 1/1s, they kind of retain their value a bit, because unless Yuri has another climax combo, it's still not easy for him to get over these 1/1s.
Yeah, that is right. So Yuri being on level 1 and 3 cards in clock here, it's a bit difficult for both players to know whether or not he's going to hit a high level. But if he doesn't hit a high level here, then yeah, it is going to be a bit difficult for Yuri to reverse those 1/1s without a climax or anything else. It is interesting that Sabershade is choosing to keep his 2/2 in the back row for the moment. Although he is thinking he may move it up, but I guess he is a bit worried about that.
Oh,
Right.
plays. Oh, that's the level 0.
Yep. So we got to nail the 2 cards, but no climax. It looks like Sabershade is quite a bit stuffed on hand, though. It looks like 2 cards.
I guess he's just considering: do I want to mill or do I want to move my level 2 up? But it looks like, yeah. Oh,
that's
last
unfortunate.
card standby.
Last card standby.
Ouch. But so refreshing with at least 6
With
only,
6
right?
at the most, yeah. Having 1 in clock and 1 in stock. And he also didn't bring any new cards out of the waiting room this turn using a standby, so if his board gets answered here, it might be very rough for Sabershade with only 2 cards in hand.
Yeah. This is kind of one of the weaknesses of standby in that your hand size can go quite low, right?
Yeah, your hand size and hand quality as well, because it doesn't apply to all standby decks, but many standby decks sort of depend on their board surviving to some extent for their hand size to be maintained, and their hand quality is somewhat kept by using the weakest cards to encore your attackers.
I guess one of the ways you can get more hand size is actually staying on 0 a bit longer, right? Just getting more of that clock draw
Yeah.
while you're
if you-
setting up the good field, right?
Yeah. If you stay at level 0, which is the level of the game where you have to commit the least attackers, if you do cancel a bit and you don't commit that many attackers, then yeah, your hand size or total number of cards you have to play with generally will go up. So that is one way of going with it. So
I guess Yuri also maybe recognized that, and that's why he pushed so hard.
yeah.
But it looks like right now it's looking rather favored for Yuri at the moment. The board state might not be the best. Ooh,
That is not good for Sabershade.
he had at least 6. Now Max has 5. That refresh.
And Yuri cancels here.
Okay, I mean that's not too bad in a way.
No, it's not. As we said earlier, if Yuri actually stays on level 1 here while his field is answered, it means that it's going to be more difficult for him to deal with Sabershade's board. But he did take that 2 right there,
And that might just
and that may
change
seal the
things.
deal. And he takes that 1, which means that Yuri can now clock to hit level 2. Although, that being said, he may not be too happy with the idea of playing that early play Blake on this turn, as it won't be able. It means that firstly he has to mill out his deck, which may
Yes.
cost a stock,
Yes.
and then he also has to send all cards in 6 of the cards currently in his clock into his waiting room in order to level up and then hit level 2 by the time he refreshes. So yeah, it looks like he's opting not to clock instead and keep his compression.
I mean, I think the one thing here though is that Sabershade's on 2. That means he's unlocked the ability to stand by out level 3s. And wow, he gets another climax.
What's another climax?
Another climax combo, and they still hit. They hit 7-5, which is the power of those rubies, right?
Yeah. Ooh. Right, this is looking quite difficult for Sabershade, and with only 2 cards in hand, it's entirely possible that he may have to pay 3 in Encore.
And Sabershade's compression is not great. We've seen a lot
No,
of
it's
climaxes
not.
just disappear.
Yeah.
If he has a counter for this card, a backup, it would be okay, right?
The problem is that when you counter, you still use the card in your hand, so the total number of cards that Sabershade can play within that scenario doesn't actually change. It just stops Yuri from getting that extra reverse.
I think it's not bad though, because Yuri also doesn't have many cards in his hands.
That is absolutely true. Having not clock drawn here, Yuri is not exactly high on hand either. So whether or not Sabershade has a counter here may swing the game quite a bit. Bit of thinking going on.
Yeah, opted to go for compression versus getting the draws.
Which I think may be a good strategy here, because from Sabershade, he does use the counter here, so while he does have to use 1 extra stock compared to an Encore, it does protect his board and stop Yuri from getting that 1 extra reverse.
And cleans out that climax, I think, that's stuck there. So takes 2 though.
takes
So he's going to.
Yeah. So, in these sorts of scenarios, standby decks sometimes want to shift their game plan from winning the board to speeding up the game and trying to take advantage of the fact that the standby trigger gains them technically up to 3 resources, 1 in the card that you brought out, and 2 in the stock that you sort of saved by not paying.
Ouch, and Saber Shade just skips the entire level. I mean, it's kind of expected, right? It's kind of expected.
With that many climaxes out, it's not too, out of nowhere that this happened. But yeah, Saber Shade right here, it is very unfortunate that his level 3 combo needs to choose not to attack in order to do damage here, because ideally Saber Shade would want to do damage and gain stock while he's doing it. But he does not have that option. So right here, I think Saber Shade would want to just maintain his card advantage as much as possible, heal down if he takes any damage, and then keep his deck, because he just had 7 plus cards exit his deck, which weren't climaxes. So his deck compression now is a bit better now that after he's taken the damage.
I mean, we're assuming that there's no other climaxes left in his hand, which might not be true.
Yeah, he did clock that climax last turn, so there's a good chance that it's in his hand.
Yeah. I feel like you'd still want to keep it. Like if you're clocking it, but when you're clocking it, it feels like you just don't have any other choices, right? Just no other choices. Your hand is so clogged, you have to do it.
And Yuri just took his refresh penalty point and is going to put a card into his level to go to level 2. So while Yuri's compression is good, we did say again that his hand size isn't that high either. So funnily enough, now if Saber Shade does get some good cancels over the next turn or 2, he can take advantage of this level difference and regain his own card advantage from his characters not getting sent to the waiting room.
I mean, Yuri's also got a lot of stock, so technically you can pay through Encore a lot of things, but that's going to decimate.
Yes, that will definitely make it more difficult for Yuri to go into a convincing finish turn.
In a way, Yuri has 2 open lanes here that Saber Shade can take advantage of and push.
If Yuri's climaxes trend towards the bottom, Saber Shade might just stick 7 damage here.
Saber Shade going for the brainstorm though.
Going for the brainstorm. Oh, he
doesn't hit.
He doesn't hit. So I mean, his compression is just even better now. which might actually just be what he needs here. If he plays down a character which isn't going to be answered by his opponent, or even he could move the 2/2 Yang in the back row up to the front row and attack 3 times. He basically just kept his board.
I think the unique part of these brainstorms that we're seeing is a lot of these trial deck brainstorms are brainstorm 5s.
That's right. So brainstorm 5 in exchange for only being able to draw a card as opposed to a search. So they can be a bit more volatile, but right here he is. Well, interestingly, he is standbying to the front row. Oh, here we are. So it looks like he's going to use the combo to pay 2 and stand the card that he just brought out. And he's also going to shuffle 5 characters, not necessarily characters, but 5 cards back into Yuri's deck. So that somewhat, or almost negates the clock compression that Yuri generated there.
Oh, nice.
So now, from Yuri's point, it did make Saber Shade pay 2 stock, but Yuri is now short on hand, and his deck compression is not that much different to the scenario had he just clock drawn there. So that may be quite the turnover.
Yeah, we're talking about how to, you were saying before, changing standby's game plan. So this could be like the first step to accelerating that game, because if Yuri goes to 3 right now, he's very unprepared.
He's
right?
absolutely unprepared.
I mean, you have a lot of stock, but
on the other hand, Saber Shade does have 2 soul characters ready. He has to make Yuri deal with them. He can even encore his attackers here. So
you can also move up the Yang.
Yep.
And then you have like a 2/2, and then the level 3 will hit into the empty, so it'll be like a direct attack for 3.
Yeah.
And then the last 1/1 will get a 2 as well. So 2/3/2 is not a bad number.
2/3/2 is fairly good, yeah.
And standby again do run quite a few triggers.
Triggers.
So you can see maybe even hit up to like a 2/6 even.
Saber Shade should just hope that he doesn't trigger in a way where Yuri cancels on the last card just as a result of triggering that extra soul. But
yeah,
could really go either way from here.
I mean, I think Saber Shade kind of just wants to not trigger that many standbys.
Oh yeah, triggering standbys here would not be great.
I think one is salvageable if he
one is salvageable.
triggers like 2 or more would be in a
Yeah.
be in a bad position.
Although ultimately it does come down to whether or not Sabershade cancels and Yuri doesn't. That is, at this point, what Sabershade wants the most.
Oh, so it's not moving up the 2-2, actually just sticking with the 1-1. And
It's the first climax. Stand by.
and this is the worst timing you want to
He
actually.
could replace that Brainstorm though, because if he brainstorms, draws into the exact card that he wants, and then plays it, it's probably a 2-cost character, so cost 3.
Ooh.
But he goes with Ruby Rose, so it does look quite likely here that Ruby. I think that would have been for 3 damage and not 2 because. Oh no, sorry, that was a front attack.
It's 2, yeah, it's a front attack. This one's hitting
Yeah.
for 2 as well.
2 as well, yeah. Yeah, so because
It's a
Sabershade
cancel.
has stand by the Ruby Rose, it seems even more likely that he is ready to do his level 3 combo. But he also probably wants to send the level 0 to memory faster, so it
Ouch.
can't happen until 2 turns from now. But based on the way that Yuri cancelled, Sabershade will probably need 2 more turns anyway to end the game in his favor.
You're getting a double cancel there, even after that slight decompression. But we're looking. Ooh, that
The stock is definitely making a difference here.
Yuri going for a pay 3
Pay 3 encore
encore.
on a costless character. Yeah, that is something that you have to do if you're short on hand, unfortunately.
That is very yikes in a way, because you don't want to risk clocking here and drawing 2 like climaxes, and then your
drawing
game
2
is
climaxes here will be.
done. I think if that happens, so you have to play very safe.
I think some
Only
cards.
3 cards in hand as well.
Yeah, and the card that he encored can't really threaten Sabershade, aside from just doing the same amount of damage that any other card in his deck would do. So
I mean, in a way, fishes for a climax, you know, and then you throw another card down or throw 2 cards down and then just slam, right?
yeah,
Hope
I'm
for the
curious to
best.
see how many turns Yuri is thinking of in terms of ending the game. Sabershade did just trigger a climax, but he probably does have enough climax in his deck to reasonably expect a double cancel coming this turn. So
Yeah, like I think at worst, well, depending on what's in the hand, but you know, at worst it's probably still like 3 or 2 climax left in the deck.
yeah.
So
But
I think this turn from Yuri is kind of like a poke turn where you play out a bunch of just costless characters and hope for the best.
Yeah.
But what's your next turn after that?
it's a bit of thinking going on.
In a way, right? Maybe you're trying to dodge the Ruby Rose finisher,
Yeah.
but you can't actually dodge it because Ruby does have a way to drag cards out of the waiting room.
Yep, so I think the character's name is Neapolitan.
Yeah, Neapolitan.
Yeah, she's a level 3 character that can pay 1 to salvage a climax when played, and also discard a character to choose 2 characters in the opponent's waiting room and bring them out onto slots on their board. So even if you clear your own front row by front attacking into larger characters, if the opponent, that is Sabershade here, has Neapolitan, he might be able to just set up and shoot 2 confirmed cards to clock, well, up to 2.
Yeah.
That being said, he doesn't have the memory condition quite yet, so
Oh, true. Yeah, he still needs.
Yuri is safe 1 turn, so it looks like he's just going to chump attack this turn and hope for some good cancels here. Not a good plan. Not a bad plan.
Yuri going for just what we said, just throwing some cards down and slamming. I guess this kind of negates the Pierre's ability to send itself to memory.
So it's going to be very difficult for Sabershade to get his level 3 finisher off. Maybe instead it seems likely that Sabershade will just have to hope for some cancels, but unfortunately
Looks
he did take quite a bit more damage than what would be desired here.
like, yeah,
So-
didn't get the double cancel. Only got 1.
So now with Yuri on, is that 2 and 3?
Yeah,
And Sabershade on 3 and 4 or 5. Yeah, Sabershade will have to do about 3 times as much damage to Yuri than Yuri does to him in order to end the game.
I feel like Sabershade right now, his best opportunity is just throw down 2 heals and attack. Heal and hope for the best.
I think Sabershade's been leaving his 2 solo attacker in the back row while keeping the 1/1s in the front, just so when the 1/1s are eventually answered, he can use the 2 solo to fight over it. It's the best value, because if you do it the other way and the 2/2 gets answered, the 1/1's definitely not going to do anything.
Yeah,
Sort of unfortunately, Yuri has not really been answering his 1-1, so there hasn't been a very good opportunity to make the most out of his attack lineup, and had to replace the 2-2 with the level 3 Ruby Rose here.
Yeah, I feel like he really needs to push. There's no way waiting. I mean, sure, Yuri canceled twice last turn, but can you cancel forever?
No, unfortunately, you can't cancel for... Well, you could in theory, but... you know,
Oh,
sometimes the miracle does happen, but maybe that is what Saber Shade does here.
yeah, it's looking a bit unfavorable for him. Plays down Zwei.
Zwei, yeah, the dog. Is that a dog? I'm not entirely sure.
Looks
But,
like a dog.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, this card has 2 effects, so when it comes into play, you can pay 1, discard 1 to salvage a character and give 1 key to another character. And you can also, when it comes into play, you have to mill 2 cards, and if there's a climax among the 2 cards that you send to the waiting room, you may discard a card to salvage a character. So it's 2 ways to access the waiting room here, and with the way that Saber Shade cancelled, the likelihood of hitting a climax on top was pretty high, so it looks like he's trying to set up here, but yeah, decisions are quite difficult when you're this behind. It looks like he's probably settled on level 3 Ruby Rose just for that heal.
I mean, these are just one of those bad situations the way where you have to kind of see that very little one out and go for it. That's kind of what separates the good players as well, you know, because you can always play your deck how it's intended, but what happens when things go wrong?
Yeah.
And this is one of those times. Now, everything here is going to be hitting for 3 damage as well, at least.
But at this point in the game, Saber Shade probably wouldn't be concerned about the likelihood of it sticking, because if it doesn't stick, then, you know, he can't win the game. So he really just needs the more damage to stick, and in order to do that, he's going to put his 2 soul characters in the front. And interestingly, though, because of the power lines, everything on the board is at least 10-5 power, and that means that if Saber Shade has a counter here and Yuri's hand quality isn't particularly high, he will be able to stop the level 3 combo from reversing and doing burn damage while putting a card on the top.
I mean, with Yuri's hand, I think next turn he's definitely clock drawing, right? And that could be... Usually at certain situations, when you're reaching like level 2, you don't want to do that, but when your hand is not great either, you have to. And bear in mind, Yuri's also the 8-door player as well, so he hasn't triggered any though.
He hasn't triggered very many, so yeah, he doesn't have the... He hasn't really been gaining too much benefit from the combat triggers, aside from them being 1000 plus 1k plus 1 soul climaxes.
Yes.
Alright, so...
Actually seeing with the level 3 first.
That's 4 damage, so if this sticks, Saber Shade gets very close to winning, but no, cancels the top.
And then here's another one.
It's another 4.
Is 4 an auto cancel?
Ooh.
It's looking like an auto.
And that is a 3, so...
Is it
Wow,
3 doesn't even stick.
That's a triple cancel from Yuri here.
Things aren't looking that great.
It is really not bright for Saber Shade.
Maybe I shouldn't have said, you know, can he cancel forever, because it's looking like Yuri is canceling for days. So Saber Shade is going to go to, after the refresh, it's going to go to 3-5. The only saving grace, I guess, for him here is Yuri doesn't have many cards in his hand, so next turn, going to probably clock and draw 2. But then we're going to look at him throwing down his cards and hoping that he can close the game, right?
Yeah. And, you know, the hopes of that happening are absolutely not low, given how much damage Saber Shade is on.
And yeah, he's not that compressed. And even if everything's hitting for 1, you know, you can trigger to hit for lethal.
Yeah.
So Saber Shade is basically looking at having to cancel twice, or maybe use the maiden event at some point to be able to not lose, right? But he's looking for a long shot in a way. We're going for the mulligan.
Right.
And then refresh damage.
Well, Saber Shade, according to the rules, should have taken the refresh point before Yuri took the cancelled, but
Here it is.
I think there's enough trust between players that Saber Shade is just going to do everything normally. It doesn't really affect any of their decisions.
Shortcuts.
Yeah.
Shortcuts.
It's not like
all
Yuri
about
can take
time.
an action based that is influenced by the information that he gains off the top. So
Yeah. So does the clock? Just looking at the waiting room. Maybe checking to see if all the climaxes are out.
there's a lot of thinking involved in these kinds of games when your hand is small, because every time you clock draw, a large percentage of your hand just changes to completely new cards, and that can often change the courses of action that you can take for the turn, and you have to consider new ideas and lines quite a lot. And Yuri here draws... Character's name misses my mind.
Pure
Pure?
Amber.
Full Maiden. So again, he can pay 1 and clock 1 to grab a character from his waiting room. This is quite important here, because having just triple cancelled last turn, Yuri is quite comfortable with getting that extra clock in for hand advantage, which is exactly what he is lacking.
Just needs cards basically.
Just needs cards to be able to push damage, while
He does-
considering the chance that Saber Shade does get some cancels here and tries to swing back on the returning attack.
He doesn't mind taking the damage as well because he was
Yeah.
so low.
Yuri just needs to worry a little bit about the swing back turn if that ever happens, so he doesn't lose the game to some string of bad luck. He wants to minimize that chance here. And he decides to send the top card of his deck to the waiting room. Like, bit of glare there. I think that is the anti-level 2 attacker. Yeah, that's the anti-level 2 attacker. Not particularly important anymore, so sending it to the waiting room either compresses his deck by 1, or he gets to draw a door that he wouldn't have triggered, which gives him hand advantage. So in either case, it's probably not that bad. Unfortunately,
actually,
even
only-
with Amber Full Maiden, he only makes 2 attacks here, which means that
That is that is enough.
that is enough, though. Alright. I would assume that Yuri's hand was pretty good there for level 3. He was ready, at least.
Yeah, he had a lot of. In a way, he had quite a bit of time. I guess he wasn't afraid of damage. The only scary thing is if Saber Shade next turn was able to use the combo and randomly deal a bunch of damage. I guess,
Yeah, that's true.
but the chances of that happening probably low because Saber Shade entered that level 3, not in ideal circumstances, right?
Yeah.
And it's looks like Yuri didn't even need that many attacks. Because you also have to like bear in mind that if Yuri committed a whole field, then he like somehow, right?
Yeah.
His opponent didn't die. Next turn, his field is gone again. He's gonna have to pay 3 to like encore a lot of things. That's your entire game plan all gone, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, but I think that was a fairly good display of how a non-standby deck can commit to the board to push down standby's hand, even if it means that you trade 1 for 1. If you have your own game running, sometimes it's better to push your opponent's hand size down at the cost of your own, and both if you're confident that you as a player in your deck can operate on a lower hand size and your opponent can't. So it's just finding that balance between having a good game and having a bad game for your opponent.
All right. That's the end of round 1. There's probably a few more games to go. We're going to go to a short break and we'll be back with round 2. So stay put, guys.
Yep.
Hello, Serene. Thanks for joining me in this Coffee of Bushiroad series. Yeah, I understand you have been with Bushiroad for like a couple of months now, at this time of shooting. Yeah, and you do marketing for Vanguard.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay. So as you can see, we have prepared a little bit of snacks and coffee, tea, and some drinks for us. Yeah. So before we begin the interview, what would you like? Coffee or tea or just water for you?
Tea.
Tea?
Yep.
Okay.
Thanks.
Okay, all right, Serene. So you are the marketer for Vanguard. So maybe you could market to us, just a bit of the kind of work that you do on a day-to-day routine.
Okay, I do. As a marketer, I mainly do the marketing materials. Then, so there's like you manage the stuff that goes on to social media, and then you do newsletters, and then you also liaise with other departments like the design team, the video team, to make sure that you get accompanying materials to put together. I mean, they go together to present to fans.
Okay.
Content. Yeah.
So you actually do have to communicate with a lot of different departments for your job as marketing.
Definitely.
Okay.
Because I mean, as marketing is not, I mean, not everything comes out of the marketer alone. So like say for example, I mean the banners, definitely you need the design team, and then if there are video showcases, then there's a specialized team for that. So I mean, I think that's also one of the good parts of being a marketer, because I mean you get to work with many people while wearing many hats. At the end you get something nice to present to the fans and viewers. I think that's a nice end products that you can get out of marketing.
And then as the marketing in charge for Vanguard, which is one of our best selling titles, do you ever feel like the pressure to perform, you know, as compared to, let's say you were to handle something else? Would you feel like, oh, I need to, you know, step up my game all the time because you're feeling all this pressure?
I would say half on this. It is natural to feel pressured to deliver more results as compared to other products. But at the same time, from a marketing standpoint, you have a lot of data to work with. So it's good that I'm thankful that I have more data and insights to look at and to see, okay, so from there, how can I improve, or what kind of new things I can present to everyone. Yeah.
Okay, now I understand as marketing, you deal with quite a bit of sensitive information, especially information probably from Japan. But is there anything that you can share with us? That how were you able to use like the data that you mentioned in order to do something like a marketing campaign?
Actually, for data, it can come in a variety. So say for example, you can use like sales statistics to look at how did each past product perform, and then for other initiatives, you can look at what kind of campaigns have been done before, how did they perform. They are not materials that spoon feed you answers, but it is something good for you to infer from and work something from there. Yeah.
Okay, so I guess as marketing, you actually have to work a lot on data as well.
Okay, at least for this industry, it is not entirely e-commerce based. So I would say the reliance on data is still there, just that I personally, in my opinion, it is not as much as, So like say for example, if you're an e-commerce based company, most likely even your sales, everything, it's all online, and those data you have to rely on more as compared to non-e-commerce platforms. Your data is separated and you need to piece them together and figure out something.
Actually, you raise a very good point, because our industry, they don't deal directly with digital goods or even ordering online on a website. Because if we do that, you can easily track all the data, and then we find out how we can improve our services to our players and customers directly from the data that we can gather. I guess there is a challenge in our industry, like how to get the data from physical goods.
Yeah, it can be said that way.
I understand you held a previous job prior to joining Bushiroad as a marketing position as well. Are there any main differences between that and this one?
My previous company mainly dealt with e-commerce, and unlike in Bushiroad, which is more of a brick and mortar business model. So I mean, as a marketer, definitely it is something that I will adapt to and work out and see what kind of marketing strategies that I can execute to make sure that it is suitable and appropriate.
So what made you think of joining the marketing industry? Because you held your previous job as marketing, now you're marketing as well. And I guess you believe you are on the right track, or at least the right career path. So what made you decide to join the marketing industry?
I would say marketing has been something that interests me for a long time already. And I can safely say that the marketing industry is one of the industries that can handle my wild imagination.
By wild imagination, you mean like you come up with a lot of creative ways to do like different marketing campaigns, hold different, I don't know, promotions or something like this. Could you define like what a few instances where your imaginations actually help you with your career?
In this sense, I would say it is easier when ideas come to you pretty easily. Of course, not all are usable. I mean, they can be just really random ideas, but who knows? I mean, one day they can be useful. And I mean, of course, I try not to limit myself to certain methods of delivery and the kind of content that I can present. But of course, I mean, there are many factors into play here. So, I mean, I can be creative for all I want, but I still have to conform to the rules and standards set by the company as well.
Oh, definitely. So I suppose how one would imagine it is that that the company guideline kind of like draws the boundaries, and then as long as you're within that boundaries, you're free to run wild, in that boundary.
Yeah, it can be said that way.
And I do agree that I think the marketing industry is a bit less strict and rigid regarding how far you can take your certain projects to.
Like, it doesn't restrict too much on how you can do a certain thing. Yeah. So I think that is one aspect that I like about the marketing industry.
And then why Bushiroad? Like, what made you think of joining like Bushiroad as a marketing?
I would say Bushiroad to me is it plays a big part in my life even before joining the company. Because I've been playing Bushiroad's games way before, just many years before joining the company. So, of course, when I got to know about this opportunity, I was like, ooh, why not?
What were the Bushiroad games that you played before you joined?
Love Life, School Idol Festival, and Bang Dream. So that mobile games.
So those are the two main Bushiroad games that you play before you actually decided to join Bushiroad.
Yeah. At some point, I played the Symphogear game as well, but that's only in Japanese. Yeah. Then I realized I have too many games to handle and decided to filter a bit. At some point, I would say I'm quite crazy about it.
Okay.
I can safely say that Bushiroad can be my national anthem.
Wow.
Because when you start the game and then Bushiroad, and so it's something that you hear every day, multiple times a day.
Wow, that's impressive.
Vanguard is it's something that I have seen people play, but I have not tried it myself. But ever since I have started on this role, I developed more interest into the card game, and I actually called up a few friends to pick up the game.
Oh, so you actually had friends who were playing Vanguard?
Yeah, I do.
Wow.
They don't only play Vanguard, they play Weiss as well.
Weiss.
But of course, that's a lot to digest in a day of crash course. So slowly got to sync to the new play style, and yeah, I'm doing my best.
Do you learn Japanese because of work, or do you learn out of a hobby thing?
I started learning Japanese roughly 7 to 8 years ago, purely because of interest. Just that I think right now I can count myself lucky that I'm working in a Japanese company, because I get lots of practice at work.
Okay, so actually you started learning a new ability, a new language out of purely interest, and now you're able to actually implement that, or in fact you managed to find a job precisely because you learned that.
I would say it's a bonus. It's a bonus skill to have, because not only just work when we are communicating with any Japanese it just makes things easier.
I guess it's kind of cool to actually like be able to use something that you actually like and love and kind of like make money out of it. I suppose that's a good feeling.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Can we say that way?
Yeah, you never know, because I don't think you actually thought of, oh, I'm going to find a job 5-10 years later that deals with Japanese. You just learn it because you really liked the culture and the language. You learn it, and then 7-8 years later, you actually found it to be very, very useful. Yeah.
Yep.
So that's cool. That's cool. Yeah. I suppose that would give people out there who might be thinking of learning a language some kind of motivation. Yeah. So, what kind of advice would you actually give to someone who might be thinking of joining the marketing industry?
I would say my advice not only applies to the marketing industry, because I mean, when it comes down to the field or the industry that you want to work in, the most important thing that you should have is interest and passion. Otherwise, I mean, it's not going to work as well as when you have it. Of course, don't forget to have fun while you're at it.
I guess you can do anything you might not have interest in, but why force yourself? So if you do something that you're interested in, it makes life more fun. Okay, Serene, thank you so much for joining me today. Thank you so much. All right.
That's not actually funny, by the way. It's gonna be sent to the group.
That's really Let me show you how it's done.
In this video, we're going to take a look at one of the most important things you need to do right before a game: shuffling. Breaking. We've all been there. Sometimes it's because of our deck build. Other times it's because we didn't shuffle properly. Hey, you! Can you show him the shuffling methods again?
What was that? Could it be? Is it the heart of the...
Okay, we'll first have this guru do some warm-up exercises. Hissatsu Namikasane. Probably the most popular shuffle. It involves taking a chunk of cards from the bottom and gradually transferring them to the top of the deck. Usually used by beginners or children, the smooth shuffle is fun to do once in a while but not recommended for tournaments. An advanced technique that takes some practice. It's one of the best shuffle and it can be done rather quickly. A good way to ensure you have the right number of cards in your deck, but it doesn't shuffle well, so make sure you mix it up with other shuffling methods. No, not a shuffle. In order to really randomize your deck, use a combination of the shuffling methods, or reshuffle 7 times. Now, let's talk about a different kind of shuffle.
Okay, attack your vein. Hissatsu Chaos Shuffle.
Hand shuffle, a fearsome shuffle in which shuffling is not the goal, done by moving cards from one hand to the other rapidly, completed with cards slapping noises. I get it, we all do it sometimes, and some situations call for it, such as preventing your opponents from memorizing your cards, or when you need to drop a hand card at random. But you've got to admit, when done excessively, it can be pretty distracting. Stop hand shuffle and make this world a better place.
Attack your vein.
Hissatsu.
Hi, I'm Kalen Fallon. I'm the BSFO Vanguard Overdress winner for Europe. And the deck I used was Bruce. Lovely Bruce. Preparing for BSFO was mostly to do in a small friend group, because the fun thing about Standard at the time was the lack thereof, not based because of the format, but lack thereof matchups to learn against. And it takes less time to really develop and understand, hey, so in this I'm going to do this, and in this I'm not going to do this, which makes it feel a lot more like free and less diverse than what the other formats hold at the moment. Prior to BSFO, I've been playing in BCSs and team leagues since 2015, and in 2019 I got an invite to a World Finals for V Premium, and the continent that I normally play in is Europe. I love BCS. I am a huge fan of BCSs. Going out to events to meet people that you've, say, either known already or haven't seen in a while or only know via online. It's just that like whole community coming together that makes the Bushiroad events really, really satisfying and fun to go to. And generally just seeing all the different decks and different people just makes it just a lot of fun. Despite not being as community wholesome as BCS it's still incredibly fun, because you can still you still meet people like you'd never meet, because despite being stuck to your desk or the floor, you can meet anyone at any country. But like, so say you meet an American, you meet this is in my case an American, you meet someone in Australia, you'd never play against them like ever, or it's a lot more diverse. And honestly, it like kind of helps with the lack of in-person communication that is the only letdown I think of Remote Fight at the moment. And in between rounds, it means I can just go into a call with a bunch of friends, like mostly my local friends, and then we can talk about, hey, did you win? Did you lose? How did it go? My main advice is to try to broaden your player base. Obviously, this can range. To say, if you're in a small country, you can always try to go out to different locals, because that's something I like to do, because going to different locals means you meet more people, you meet different type of decks. It leads to, like, say you'd never go against this deck unless you went here. So running into different decks means that you just get a bigger broad of like what to do when you go into a competitive. Obviously, if you're not in a small country, that just changes to like trying out different discords, because that's just the easier way to at home or just in general just meet more people and then just have more fun, I guess. Anyway, good luck to everyone else participating in Bro 2021, and I hope to see you there too.
Welcome back, everyone, to Weiss Schwarz. We had a exciting Ruby mirror match in the first game, and I'm sure there should be a few more matches to go, right? I think we have 7 rounds today.
7 rounds today, so 6 more to go.
6 more to go, that's right. And we have some standings. It's a bit early, but maybe we can see some familiar names there.
Yeah.
And see where they currently, if they won their first round or not. So let's switch to that screen before we head off to the deck profiles, deck reviews, right? So we have
Undefined.
That's right. Mr.
Rank
Undefined, rank 0, beating everyone else. But actually in first place we've got Hakase, which is Mark.
Yeah.
And he's did very well in Vanguard, and actually is pretty much like a very big local player as well, well known. So currently won the first game. Do you know any other names here? We've got Yuri.
We just saw
right?
Yuri win his game, so that's him in 3rd place, although everyone between rank 1 and 38 should just all be on 1-0.
You have to be lucky to be featured,
Yeah.
right? In these top 16 or 15, depending on how it goes. And then we got Shirk,
Elliot, Elliot, Reno,
Rary, Freedom's good.
Murana. Yeah,
Murana. Let's swap over the second page and see what other names we can see. Oh, Kalua!
Yeah.
Wow, at the top, right there. Revan as well. You
That's
know,
a guy that I play with quite regularly. Psyche, I think.
YB.
Yeah, YB.
Nicholas Banville. Asna, crazy, and then Simon. This is the New Zealand Simon.
Yeah,
and then Chase
Muzamuki, I think it's read.
Nice, you can read it.
That's a guess.
We've got a couple of names already here, and hopefully, as the tournament progresses, we can see see if they stay or if they unfortunately don't stay.
Well, we have EU for that, so.
That's right. If they miss, they can still play the other regions, right? You can actually play 24 hours if you want to. You can play here, play EU, and then play NA, right?
And then make top 8 in all 3 regions, so play another 24.
If you top 8 in all regions, I think you're a pretty good player.
Yeah,
I have to say, right? You will be a
definitely
legend.
Impressive.
You will definitely be a legend. So I think we're ready to just kind of take a look at the decks that our next players are playing. And I see a name here that is quite familiar.
Hoto Kokoa.
Well, we got Seiyo Tenon
first.
From America, playing Adventure Time.
Adventure Time, and this appears to be the 8 standby variant.
Ooh, okay. How is Adventure Time in the current meta?
I haven't actually considered too much about its position in the meta, but it's a very good 8 standby deck in general because it has multiple ways of getting rid of the excess climaxes in your hand once that you've already completed your board. Nice. And you have a level 1 combo which generates stock while increasing the likelihood of you getting a standby on offense. You have, a good level 3 value cards. You can send stuff to memory. It does quite a bit of everything you more or less want in 8 standby deck. So
yeah, anything with 8 standby I think is great. But let's look at who Seiyo will be playing against.
Yeah.
It is actually Hoto Kokoa.
Yeah.
Which is
familiar name. I think that's Tien from Melbourne.
That's right. A local Australian player, right?
Yep.
But we see Kaguya.
Yeah,
we've talked a bit about Kaguya.
Yep. So this is the 5 standby 3 door build, which is a slight deviation from the 4 standby 4 door.
Yeah, 5-3. 5-3, right?
It just means you get a bit more value out of standby across the course of your game on average. Everything else seems to be more or less the standard build. It's really just the climax line. Oh, he is only playing 3 of the drop search though, which pumps 2k when you play a climax by returning it to your hand. I think in that slot he is playing... Alright, he's playing 1 each of the level 3 trial deck Kaguya and the level 3 Chica, which I think a lot of players only opt to choose one of the 2, but by cutting 1 brainstorm he has space to put both of them in, so his maximum power at level 3 is higher than a lot of other standby Kaguya decks. Alright,
that's pretty interesting. So, how will this play in terms? This is like the standby killer, right?
Yeah, you have a lot of ways to get over your opponent's power lines at every level even. So I think from Seiyo Tenon's point of view, he will just need to find a way to stabilize his board, whereas Hoto Kokoa will just be playing cards to fight over while maintaining his hand size and getting the card quality ready. So yeah, I think it could really go either way. It's a large the last turning point is really just whether or not Seria Tenan can get a level 1 on the board at level 0. Unfortunately, I think Adventure Time, I need to relook at his list to make sure, it doesn't usually play that many 1-1s to stand by out, and usually just opts for its combo, so it's hard to stabilize just with the 1-0s, and yeah, I'm kind of curious to see which point in the game Seria Tenan will choose to make his board complete.
Like 8 standby Adventure Time is not the most common build, I think, right? I remember a lot of the players when they first saw Adventure Time, they opted for a more memory compression kind of build.
Yeah, memory compression and the
big kind of
finisher.
Yeah. So I think it'd be interesting to see how the standby fares in a format where there's a lot of other standbys. But I think the game is ready. We're going to jump right into it, and let's see who actually gets to be there. Look at that! Ooh, the top 8 map from Springfest. And
famous Persona 5 map. So it looks like Hotokoko is going first. And he clocks the green level 3 early play K, so that's a good start. Typically this deck wants green and experience 4 by level 2, sorry. So clocking that card almost ensures that you will have all the conditions that you need to meet, and also gets to attack with his level 0 K, commonly known as the Clean Cut Runner, because it has 2 very powerful level 0 effects combined into one card.
Yeah, it's pretty. That card is really
yeah, it's very good. It functions as a good play both going on your first turn, both going first or second. The only time it goes bad is when you miss the mill and you drop a climax off the top of your deck instead. But that applies to all mill runners. So
yeah, I feel like this card single-handedly carries the early game of card game.
Yeah, it is.
It's being able to just do so many things.
Whether or not you open this card is very different. But Seria Tenan looks like he's not ready to fight the K, so he'll just opt to direct attack. Otoko mills a card but chooses to keep his character there. I think he just wants to take some damage and level up while milling his deck.
Swings in for 2, Hotta takes it.
But yeah, this is a great start for him. He has a card that he can reverse with the K, so he can attack with a card that he usually wants in the back row. His attacker survives, so he has more card advantage from that. And he uses the level 0 Chico. Oh, lost the dual climax. It's a bit annoying, given that he also played a standby from hand, but regardless, he still gets to search that extra card, so he can kind of just snowball from here. He gets the level 1 climax combo here, which is an on-reverse search.
I think Kaguya can even put more down, right, if they want to. They generally go very, very aggressive at level 0.
Could just play a third copy. Sorry, not a third copy. A third level 0 character at this point in the game and attack 3 times. And, he's already +2 by having his attacker survive and search another card here. If he searches combo, it probably means that he can plus a level 1 from getting a reverse. So he has all the card advantage he needs to get rolling. And I think he's going to capitalize on that.
Alright. Still waiting to see if he drops a third, or...
And
his hand size is decent as well, just from a...
Yeah, he should have 8 in hand right now, so he probably wants to play a card down to not have to discard at the end of the turn.
Play even more.
Yeah. So setting a card from his hand just to, think out what's gonna happen this time.
I mean, if the viewers don't know, Hotta Kokoa used to be one of the champions. In English in Australia.
He is the Melbourne BCS champion from 2017, if I remember correctly.
Yeah. Bit of trivia.
Does have a title under his belt, and he plays the drop search. Doesn't use the drop search effect, but he can return that card to the hand whenever he plays a climax to give 2k to another character, which he's probably aiming to do next turn with his level 1 combo.
Yeah, he can drag the 0 to the back, and then continue.
Yeah,
value.
Yes.
Value.
And Tenan also just keeps taking this damage. He cancelled the last one, so not too bad, but he also gets to search a card with, I believe, Marceline in its name when this Ice King reverses. Yeah, alright. And he searches the 2/2 Marceline, which I would guess he's trying to clock here so he can have it in his waiting room to stand by at level 1, or not. Okay, he searches the Brainstorm instead. It's a regular salvage Brainstorm, but it also gives 500 power if you have the 1/1 event in your memory. I believe the name is Remember You. Doesn't have that quite yet, but he's just getting ready for later stages of the game so he can brainstorm and have some options up.
It looks like this very aggressive style is similar to the style we saw before in the last game of Yuri, where they see standby and they just go, right?
Yeah.
Just go, and it's just kind of just it's so natural for Kaguya as well, just because it's field, it's got that great level 0 play,
Yeah.
just able to just naturally do it without thinking too much.
And it's great because regardless of whether or not your opponent takes the damage, it almost always is just favorable for you. Your level 0k is just so good at level 0 that if your opponent cancels so much they're stuck there, like, you'd still gain advantage from that. If they level up, well, they took the damage, that's also fine, and you're advancing your own plan. Yeah, that deck, that level 0k does just so many wonders for the deck. It's kind of amazing how good the card is. So
now that Seiya is actually at level 1, he has access to the 2s. Yeah.
The problem is that if Seiya Tenan standbys 2-2 onto the board, especially in the front row, Kokoro can just get a anti-level 2 attacker in his hand to deal with it. So it doesn't ensure that he gets to maintain his card advantage.
You see that event being played right now.
Yep, so that's Remember You. He salvages the character and sends it to memory. You can discard a climax to return it to his hand at the beginning of his main phase. And he plays 2 level 1 Marceline down. I believe that's the one. It becomes 6k power if you have a card in your memory. And when it reverses an opponent, you must salvage 1, discard 1. Which means that he doesn't have combo here. It's going to be a bit of a struggle. If he does have a 2k counter though, it means that he can at least force Kokoro to make some power related plays. Anyway, it goes into his attacks. It's 1 attack. Alright.
Koko going to level 1 now.
Interestingly, he puts in the level 3 Kaguya, not the level 3 K. I'm guessing that he doesn't have a red card that he wants to clock in his hand.
Or is ready for it.
Oh, is this ready? Yeah.
He doesn't need it.
Maybe not. Ooh, I think it's going to be a bit rough that there wasn't a 2-2 reanimated from the waiting room this turn from Tenan's end. That can mean that if Tenan's board is answered this turn, which is quite likely really, it means he may not be able to keep up card advantage or damage to push. Meanwhile, Kokoro did get to standby out the 1/1 level support from his waiting room last turn, which he can use to generate card advantage each turn as long as he has 1 stock and the drop search in his hand, which bounces this turn, so he can really just keep riding the card advantages that he has and maintain the stock, keep it clean, and he should be pretty set.
I mean, all these cards on Seiya's field right now is very reversible though.
Yeah. 6k is, at least at a beginning line, higher than the level 1 Kaguya combo, but Kokoro can just bounce the level 0 drop search in the back row to give power to the level 1 facing his opponent's level 1, which hits 7k and at the worst forces a counter, at best reverses the opponent and then searches 1 as well. So
in here, Kokoro can develop a 2/2 as well, just naturally. Very natural.
Yeah. It's really fortunate that he standbyed the level 1 last turn, because, now that he doesn't have to worry about choosing between the 2/2 and the 1/1, he just gets the best of both worlds. It does look like he's letting the middle lane survive on Tenan's board, but he's definitely advancing his own plan quite well.
It's the hopeless at IT Kaguya, the 1/1. Got the 2. That's the 2/2, yeah.
Yep. So that is the 2/2. I think his name is Yu. Sorry, I only remember him by surname sometimes, but yeah, he is a 6k base power with hand encore, and he gains 1,000 power for each other character on the board and hits a maximum of 10,000. It's pretty good with Kaguya in that the level support gives you a card from the top 3 cards of your deck, which is not necessarily guaranteed to be of high quality, but at worst you can still discard it to maintain your 2/2 attacker. So some good synergy going on there.
I think a lot of people opt to play these 2/2s now, although other 2/2s might have better effects, simply because it's just easy. It has standby.
Yeah.
Not standby. It has on-call, and so once you standby it out, it's just it just sticks. Right?
Yeah. It's easier to recover from your 2/2s getting reversed when it has encore or some kind of ability that lets it stay on the board, as opposed to just extra power or utility or something of the sort. Which I think is very important, especially when you think about sets like Ruby and Kaguya these days, which have anti-level 2 attackers. So even if your opponent does have an anti-level 2 attacker and reverses your 2/2, you can hand encore it, and I mean, you still lost something, but you're not devastated by the fact that you don't have a 2-soul attacker left on your board, or you have to use 3 stock. So yeah, good choice on Kaguya here. And
the Kaguya actually getting reversed.
Yep, so with the 2k counter, Tenan does support his board, and he gets to maintain two attackers because Coco couldn't contest the middle one. And yeah, not having a 2/2 did look a bit rough for Tenan here, but ultimately it looks like he's going to have another turn of attacking with those 1/0s and, you know, getting his hand quality up with the on reverse effect, while, you know, while being able to generate attackers. So yeah, that was a pretty good turn to sit back on.
Yeah, the Marcelin's actually a bit big. You know, very defensible at level 1.
Yep.
Just pretty much a 6k, 6/5 with the assist behind.
Yeah, 6/5 with an assist behind, and you can hand swap each time. Each time you get a reverse. It is very occasionally a forced discard when your opponent attacks into it and you have you just go through a refresh, so you can't salvage, but I'm sure that with this card in his deck, Tenan knows how to maintain this manage this card's potential drawback.
It looks like not that many cards left in Seo's deck. Kuroko at 1/4.
Yeah.
Both players pretty even in terms of damage.
Yeah.
So you had a few cancels there, but
Koko's deck isn't that thin, but Kaguya isn't really a deck that absolutely has to refresh at level 1 for the game to go smoothly, so I think with what he's got, he can make do.
So you're going for a brainstorm?
Yep. And he hits one here. And gets back the 2k counter, so alright, yeah, it looks like Tenan is pretty prepared to protect his 1/0s again if Coco doesn't play another very high power character. He does have combo this time, albeit just one lane. And he brings out the 2-1 Ice King, which is a... Oh, no, he brought out a different card. Or is that just the foil version?
It is
just the foil version.
That's
okay.
right.
Sometimes you've got to flex with shiny cards, so yeah. So with Remember You in memory, that card is a global 1/5 power character, and you can discard a climax and pay 1 to salvage a character during your main phase. Which means that once Tenan's board is complete, if that ever happens, he will be able to change any excess climaxes in his hand into characters and just smoothly cruise through the rest of what he wants to do. An offensive standby trigger there, which means that 2/2 has landed in the front row. That card is a 2/2 10/5 with hand on course, so it is slightly stronger than Ishigami. And yep, cleans out his stock with the Twin Drive level 1 combo.
And now he's just gonna sit here, right?
Yep.
With but again, we've got level 2, anti-level 2 attackers from Coco that could just come down.
Yeah.
This turn, some very nice targets. But with Encore, of course.
With Encore. And, you know, Tenan didn't commit anything to gaining that character. He just triggered a climax somewhere down the turn. So even if it does get answered, he's not really... he's not losing something that he invested in. It's just a bonus. So, you know, if you think about it, it's just you now have the option to discard a character to maintain the 2/2, whereas if you didn't trigger the standby, you wouldn't. So it's really not in a bad position here. He got to generate the stock with the level 1 combo. He got to pay out the climax. Yeah, that's a really good comeback turn after the level 1, which seemed the previous turn, which seemed like he was potentially going to struggle a bit.
Things looking pretty solid. You know, nice board, decent amount of stock.
Yeah.
Still on relatively low damage, but it's kind of equal. With a counter in hand. So everything's looking good.
Yeah. Koko, on the other hand, didn't take too much damage, but as a result of that, can't play particularly high power characters here, so looks like he's considering what his options are for the next turn. It looks like he's on 6 cards in clock, so if he somehow gets through his deck, which is 5 or 6 cards, it's not impossible, he can go into level 2 with a good selection of cards to bring out. But it seems like he's just playing it safe. Yep. So that is
Yuki down.
Yep. That's the anti-level 2 attacker. If the cards in your level zone have total levels 1 or higher, gains power and 2/5 power, and it gains another 6k when attacking a level 2, which is almost certainly what he's doing this turn.
And the Chica giving the power there too.
Yeah.
Just making sure he can get over it.
Yeah.
But is he can win 2 lanes here, I guess?
Yeah, he can win 2 lanes. So he can out the 2/2 Marceline and level 1 Marceline, which is what Tenan was building his board to protect. But on the other hand, it means that his level 1 combo is going to survive this turn unless Kokoro commits a few more cards. And that level 1 combo generates extra stock when it has combo, so if Tenan can draw into that extra combo next turn, that level 1 surviving may really bite Kokoro back.
You get some good stock compression with that. But you can't win every lane, right?
Yeah.
Not all the time.
Yeah, you need to be able to pick your battles.
And going in with the Chica first.
Yep, so it's 2 damage.
Any standbys, I guess, still in the deck?
Oh, that was a 2, yep.
Triggers
a door.
What we get here? His hand is quite fresh.
Yeah.
All the cards still.
It depends on what his hand currently looks like, but he's probably just wanting... he's looking to prepare for his level 2 game here. Yeah, so he gets the early play Miyuki, which gains 4/5 until the end of the opponent's turn when played, and then while it's got the 4/5, neither player can use backups during this battle. And with Experience 4, it can send a character it reverses to the opponent's clock for 2 stock and 1 hand, so it can turn off cards like Hand Encore, because you can't encore a character that didn't go to the waiting room.
The Stayer he cancelled quite well.
Yeah.
Still at level 1. But he's actually just let the...
He let the 2/2...
Oh, no.
Oh, wait, no. I think the counter he put underneath it was meant to indicate that he's encoring it.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, so after having lost the opportunity to use the counter, he just discards it for encore, so again, he doesn't have a dead card in his hand.
Yeah, and this is another reason why just a lot of people swapping to these encore level 2s. They're just so easy to just keep on the field.
Yeah, that's right.
They're big, and when they're not big enough, just encore it and move it to another side. And now we have the bubble gum moving up, but actually just moving up the other Ice King. He's not afraid of the level 2, the anti-level 2 attacker. You know,
I guess not.
If I put enough level 2s, right, then my opponent's eventually going to run out of those.
He's not playing a standby this turn, so I guess he's just opening up the back row space so he's ready to take another standby and actually gain a plus as opposed to replacing his board.
But that bubble is that bubble gun big enough?
Yeah, so that bubble gun is 4/5 power, but because the Ice King was just moved up to the front row is granting 1/5 to everything, it's gonna be 6k. And another 500 from the Brainstorm, I guess. So yeah, it's definitely big enough to contest that level 1, which only gains power on Kokoro's turn.
Moving that Ice King up is a bit...
It's certainly an interesting play. If another standby is triggered this turn, he can bring out the extra non-foil copy from his waiting room and his board just becomes stronger, but maybe his hand isn't looking too great in terms of attackers. It doesn't look like he has too much hand either.
Yeah, I think it's like only around 2 or 3 cards in hand, so...
But fortunately, because his level 1 survived last turn and he didn't have to use any stock, he does have a lot of stock, and in worst case, he can pay 3 on Encore as 2/1, and yeah, can still keep playing the game from that.
In the worst case, you can pay 3 Encore.
Yeah.
If you want to keep hand, but I think we've been witnessing a lot of these standby decks get their hands destroyed.
Yeah, as we said earlier, I think there's a lot more decks right now which have the options to fight standby decks level 1 and level 2 boards in order to keep their hand size down.
And with that Miyuki coming up, the early play Miyuki, right? That basically shuts down the biggest wall you have, and Data Live has Yoshino to kind of switch things around to protect things, but not so much for a lot of the other series.
Yeah, in the other series, oftentimes you would just have to accept that the level 3 Miyuki is going to come down and attack over one of your lanes with ease. And in this case, I guess the best way is you just hope that you cancel enough damage so the 2-2 getting kicked to clock doesn't put you too close to your opponent's lethal range.
Yeah,
but
I think Sayo, if Koko is able to play that Miyuki next turn, yeah, but if he can, Sayo's losing that 2-2, and I think a lot of the stability on his side of the board might be not looking great.
Yeah, especially because Koko did level up with a green card. A level 1 or higher green card specifically, which means that he does have the experience 4 condition for Miyuki's clock kick ability. And that 2-2 is most likely going to be reversed and potentially kicked to clock if Koko deems that it is worth discarding card. Very interesting that he clocks the level 3 Kaguya here though.
I think he just wants more cards, and
Yeah.
level 3 just isn't important right now.
Yeah, he put one in his level zone, and there's one in his clock now. So at the very most, there could be 2 in his hand, and that's generally the finishing play that you want to end the game on. Sometimes you want to stand by the card out, so if your opponent starts attacking with weak characters into it, you can burn on your opponent's turn. But alright, it looks like he's trying to get it into his waiting room by using the stock heal and then paying 1 stock to pay it out.
And I think he's just gonna play the Miyuki now, right?
Yeah, I guess so.
The line's correct.
It is a bit awkward that the level 0 runner is still in the back, but it's probably done. He probably put it there just to avoid going overhand anyway, so he hasn't really lost anything. It's just right. But then he does pay out another level 3 Kaguya here. I'm not sure if he remembered that card being in his stock, but yeah, it means that. Oh wait, no. What am I talking about? He put that card in his stock right now.
Yeah.
Sorry. Yeah. So now if Koko plays a standby, he can bring out that level 3 and be ready for, be ready for ending the game at any time. And he resonated the back row out of the level 0 Chikara hand. Not a particularly important card at this stage of the game, I would say. So it looks like he just wants some card advantage here.
I want to see how Sayu can, what his next turn is basically going to look like. But I think he at least saves one that bubblegum, right?
Yeah, as long as it
know,
doesn't
wait,
get sent to clock, he can encore it. So
the K is actually the early play. So looks like a lot of lines are getting reversed, but the encore not even having a chance.
Yeah. Alright, and that's a refresh for. It's a bit fast.
At least 7.
At least 7.
At least 7.
That much stock. Few cards in memory. I think his compression is not terrible. Ideally, he would want a few more cards on hand and board, but you can't ask for everything, so.
Going for the refresh. He'll go to. Is it level 2 or 1/6?
He should hit.
The hands are covering.
Yeah, we'll find out soon though.
So then what happens after here? The level 2 game plan for Adventure Time. Just get level 3s, I guess.
Yeah.
Standby
that would be the idea. It sort of depends on whether or not that level 2 Marceline is going to be kicked to clock or not. So
refreshes of not a climax. It's
not
nice.
a climax, yeah.
Brings it to what 2-0.
And that card that he took refresh damage with was the level 3 Princess Bubblegum support, which gives 2k to the cards in front and the ability to send characters that they reverse to memory. That is one pretty ideal way of coming back in this game. So I think if given the opportunity, Tan would want to put high power characters in the front row and then stand by that card in order to send opposing attackers to memory, especially that 2/2U. So it can't be encore.
Yeah, couldn't in the gate or the door. Sorry, on trigger here.
Yeah. And it did get kicked to clock, so a bit of a difficult position for Tenan. Looks like he's contemplating paying 3 to encore.
The Ice King. Yeah.
Well, if he does have that Ice King plus the level 3 level 3 bubblegum that was sent to the waiting room just earlier. That would give 3/5 power and the ability to send opposing characters to memory to 2 of his lanes. So that's one way he can come back. The problem is that the center Miyuki right now is on 15,500 power, which is not an easy line to break from this position.
I think you're just giving up the center at this point.
Yeah, but it is very unfortunate because the 2k support from the level 3 bubblegum only applies to the 2 cards in front, which always means the middle slot will be within that range. And in order to take advantage of that, Tenan would have to give up contesting the middle lane for one turn and giving Coco that one extra card to play with.
Tenan had to clock at level 2, but then also missed a brainstorm as well, it seemed. So in terms of his hand power, it seems it's quite low, you know?
Yeah.
He's able to get a level 1 bubblegum back.
If he's salvaging the level 1 bubblegum, it might mean that he has his level 1 combo again, so he's going to build stock and try to trigger climaxes in order to fill up his resources and come back on a stronger turn. Maybe the next one or the one after.
Because this is more of a consolidation turn right now, right?
Yeah. I don't think
he's not getting over any. He's not getting over that.
I think it would be safer for him to, just wait until the 4/5 power times out on Miyuki, try and get some advantage in other methods, and then make the comeback turn next turn.
So we have a double bubblegum coming out, and he's just contemplating there. Gets the standby.
So when a card comes out of the waiting room, the level 1 bubblegums gain 2,000 power, putting the level 1 bubblegum in front of the...
He's thinking of another...
Oh no, he's getting the level 3 Marceline instead. Alright, so... Looks like he's going to be jump attacking all 3 lanes, but he does have that level 3 Marceline, which I believe hits 11,000 power if you have 2 Remember Use in memory. And also combos on standby to shuffle cards back into the opponent's deck and burn. So if Cocoa takes enough damage this turn, I think that he can have that in range. But even if he doesn't, it means that Tenan has an opportunity to stand by the level 3 support again and put a high power character in the front row to combat the board that Cocoa has already established.
I guess it's pretty good for Coco having just free lanes, free extra soul.
Yeah, the extra soul and the fact that his board just came back completely uncontested. Because each of those cards in hand could mean, each extra card in hand in Kaguya can mean an extra burn with the level 3 finisher. As long as you can keep it alive on defense.
I mean, easy. Ooh, cancel right there. And Coco's even still got that, the K in the back?
And he's continuing to send cards to clock, so it looks like Coco just wants to keep pushing damage and win through that, now that he hasn't had to work too hard in order to maintain his field presence.
Because your hand is probably not going to change next turn anyway. You don't even need a clock draw when your field stays alive this much. So it looks really nice. Looks really good.
He is using up some cards from his hand by using the effect of the level 3 Miyuki, but when each card in your hand is a guaranteed 1 damage to your opponent, I think it's very well worth it in these sorts of game situations.
And he has a lot of stock to pull it out too. So
yeah, and that's a triggered standby to bring out the level 3 Marceline in the middle.
Can it still be reversed, do you think, next turn?
Yeah, it's only, what's that, 12,500 power? Is that the... Sorry, that's the...
It's 11?
It's 11,000.
Plus 3k, right?
Plus 3k.
And then with the support, but no support.
Oh, yeah, that's the brainstorm, is it?
Yeah, that's the brainstorm. It gets 500 support, it seems?
Yeah, so it's only 11,500. And while Miyuki's power does reset, that's exactly the same power as the level 3k currently on the board, once it has the level support behind it. So at this stage I would say that it is slightly biting back at Serio that he chose not to stand by the support instead of the Marceline in the back, because at least if he had done it the other way, he would have a 13,000 power character. But at the same time we don't know whether or not he has a counter in his hand, so it's difficult to say whether it actually makes a difference or whether it just looks like it makes a difference.
Yeah, the blue card. Is that the Lich?
Oh, okay. So I saw that wrong. So that is the lich, which means that the level 3 Marceline is a lot less.
Just 11, right?
Yeah. It's only 11k.
Huh. Okay. So that feels like food, food for Miyuki to reverse. Yeah, I mean, Coco is going through quite a lot of stock to do it, but it's an extra damage. Getting rid of key pieces as well. Thinking about just move up, move up the K that's been sitting there for a very long time, and going for like the confirmed reverse with Miyuki, I guess. Take advantage of that.
I may have not been counting correctly, but that looks like only one remember you in memory. So is that Marceline actually 11,000 power? Might even be lower.
I think you just need one.
Is it just one? Okay.
Yeah, if remember you is in your memory.
I'm probably confusing some things. Alright, but regardless, yeah, it's not very high on power at the moment, so it's an easy way to contest. And yeah, Cocoa does have, that's the 5th standby in his deck, the one that doesn't combo on anything. To give another 2,000 to K and pump it up to 13,500. Standbys at Kaguya, so even more ready to end the game over the next 2 turns.
Trigger the Chica.
Yeah, that's a good point to trigger. Oh, alright.
Cancels. Counting the climax, I guess. And well, Coco went for the confirmed reverse, right? But would you swap it anyway? Because then you can confirm sending one of those Marcelines into the clock.
I think at this point, because Coco has the lead in advantage and the advantage in damage, and he can just keep threatening extra instances, it's better to just push Tenon's clock up higher. So each point of damage just feels heavier over the course of the game.
True. Standby. Ooh, triggering double standby.
Its board just keeps getting stronger and stronger.
Yeah, the vice president Kaguya buffs the entire board as well. Yep. So,
alright, he looks like he's opting not to stand by on the last one, but because of Vice President Kaguya, his front row is all 1/5 higher than what it was before. And then on attack, he can pay 1, discard 1 to send the bottom 3 cards of Tenon's deck to the waiting room and burn equal to the number of climaxes seen. So yeah, he just has damage from all angles here, and Tenon really needs to devise a recovery plan here, or otherwise he's going to lose out in the race.
He needs to find a way to gain power as well to hit over that field, because
which is tough, because the weakest character on that board is 11/5.
Yeah. At least Marceline does get power in it and does its combo. It's right now. It just looks like nothing is going that well for Tenon, apart from the stock. Stock is quite high.
Yes. Alright, and looks like he just took another lot of damage, putting him on level 3 with 1 card in clock, and the second one after he takes the refresh point.
There's how many cards in his hand though? Serious hand looks... I mean, he's just been looking low for quite a lot. And then getting the refresh point, I guess? So it's at 3-2. Probably you're going to see some pay 3 encores here as well, at least for that Marceline.
Yeah. Unfortunately, I think the one-off event, which bounces 2 characters on the opposing board, just went into Tenon's clock, so he won't be able to use that as an answer to the board that Coco has already established. Yeah. Demon Bloodsword may have been an answer to what we currently have, although the card is a -2 to use on your own, so may not be the best card that he wanted right now.
But it is an out.
It is an out, and
out.
It is something that Coco no longer has to worry about. So, yeah, in terms of like the mental pressure, I think Coco has a bit more relaxed.
And we see, wow, that's a lot of Marceline.
Yeah, he played the Jake on his board to look it up to 5 cards at the top of his deck and add something. It looks like he probably wanted the standby combo, but wasn't able to get it based on his reaction.
I mean, is this looking like he's moving all the Marcelines back? So I think he wanted to go for a final turn push, but
yeah,
he has to settle for just normal attacks.
Yeah.
I mean, I think Coco's feeling pretty safe, right? You know, 2-5.
Hand size isn't that big, but looks like his board's surviving again, and he has all these ways to throw them damage, so...
Can he even kick the clock another card?
That Jake is 10-5 power, so yeah, he could.
Wow.
Oh no, there's been a bit of...
He's reshuffling these after confirming the powers. So he's attacking the Marsling in for 2.
So... What's...
I think it was a cancel.
Is it cancel?
Yeah.
Alright. Oh no, sorry. He's using the ability to add the top card of his deck to his hand.
Oh, okay.
So, alright. Chump attacked. And then... I think he's contemplating another...
So is he gonna go for the counter and then kick the clock?
Yeah, I guess so. I mean, each time this card survives, it's just been doing more and more damage. And another kick to clock here puts Tenan on 3-3, which means that Cocoa will only need to stick 1 direct attack for 4 or direct attack for 3 plus 1 more damage through either Kaguya, another clock kick, or maybe the blue Kaguya instead. So yeah, each instance of damage here is going to hit Tenan pretty hard. Which is exactly what Cocoa wants.
It's gonna be an empty field too.
Yeah.
At least in a way, you know, the finisher can't get its on reverse, but when you, in a way, when you're that far behind as well, it's
that is
not great.
Because it's a direct attack, it's also slightly easier to cancel if you were to look at it in a more positive light. But
that's right. That's the optimistic way of looking at it.
That is kind of how Tenan will have to approach this if he wants to win the game as well. So, and
final attack of
puts
Jake.
in a yellow level 0.
Triggers a standby here as well, but chooses not to.
I don't think there's anything better that he wants to stand by in the back, and there's no reason to put anything in the front. So
it's just asking for trouble if you do it. But here we're at a situation where Cocoa can just not play a field again.
He chose not to clock kick, so he has a bit of flexibility with what to do with that 2 stock. I guess the most orthodox thing to do here is just play a heel down, but you know, he has a lot of options here. I think he can really just do whatever else. Looks like he's resonating to gain more cards in hand, which is more fodder to use for his burn and clock kick effects. So yeah, I'm still quite comfortable.
Just moving the Kaguya up as well. And He's going to be going like 3-3-3.
Yeah, that Kaguya being 12-5 and the ability to burn 1 on defense without using any stock is very powerful against decks which struggle to fight against its board.
Even if he gets 1 trigger, right? So it hits him to like 3-6. That's It's a pretty annoying place to be.
Oh, absolutely. I would not want to be in that situation.
Because you have to somehow be able to attack while not getting reversed by by that Miyuki at least.
So I'm contemplating on the attack order here. I think because Cocoa's blue level 3 can send cards from the bottom of the deck, he's deciding his attack order based on how many climaxes you can see in Tenan's side.
I think as long as he even just sees 1, it's not bad, right? 1 brings him off to like maybe a 3-3, and then you just need a trigger. Ooh,
right, that is
2's perfect though. 1's fine.
Yeah. We removed the climax from the bottom of Tenan's deck and stuck 1. So now if direct for 3.
3 and maybe a refresh?
3 and a refresh would probably be the ideal scenario here.
Okay. Cancel right off the top and either a trigger? That is not a trigger.
It is not a trigger, but
that's a
here.
cancel.
Alright.
Okay.
And direct for 3 here again. This one's still.
This one, yeah.
It's a bit difficult to see how many cards are left in Tenan's deck, but
he's asking now.
Looks like
2?
2 after the draw.
Oh, that's very lucky.
I'm not too sure whether or not he has a heal in his hand though, because
he needs a heal to basically.
There's 2 on his board. There's 1 more that was reversed last turn.
Oh, this is.
And Jake is not a heal, so I believe this deck only plays 4 heals, and we know the location of 3. There's one in his waiting room. Okay. And he has 4 stock though. So if he can somehow salvage... Yep, he looks like he had a climax in hand, so he can salvage the heal in his waiting room using the Remember You that he grabbed back. So he's not immediately losing to decking out.
Wow, but he'll be put to. He's definitely going to 3-6.
Yeah, so it's 3-5 and 3-6 after his refresh. But the difficult point here is that 2 out of 3 of Coco's remaining characters have the ability to do damage when an opponent attacks into them.
So he has to dodge.
Yeah,
dodge some some damage.
Tenon
right?
will have to hope that he can stick 6 damage before he has to front attack into the level 3 Miyuki here. So I guess he's gonna attack starting with this one and then go slowly left.
Yeah,
Here's the standby here, which means that he can now overpower the level 3 Kaguya by 500 power, which slightly decreases the chance of him straight up losing the game. Although, oh, that's right. He can also send the level 3 Kaguya to memory, which just decreased the power of the other 2 lanes by 1/5, putting them both on, I believe that would be 11k each. So that makes the middle line 2k higher than the level 3 Kaguya, and the last line the same power.
Ooh.
But this one being the same power is definitely not a good thing, because it means that it can still
you have to, you have to hit that one attack with the last.
Yes.
And I mean, he's stuck some damage now. Can he get more?
Yeah. And he has a 2/5 counter.
Ooh. Okay, so Tenny needs to dodge.
Yeah.
Right? He needs to dodge one.
He needs to cancel this damage, and then if he front attacks, he'll have to trigger a soul icon and then have that 3 damage stick for Tenon to win the game.
Ooh.
But alternatively, even if he cancels here, he has the option to side attack the last attack to not be guaranteed to be shot to clock,
Yes.
and then counter back the Miyuki. But that plan falls apart if Cocoa plays a second Miyuki the next turn. So this is pretty tight. But
So that's the refresh.
and the damage sticks,
Yeah,
which
that
settles
is-
the game, and
that is
Cocoa
game.
wins.
Coco won on his opponent's turn. Right, that is not something that always
that often,
happens,
yeah.
but it is possible.
It's possible.
Yeah, but yeah, from that game on, Ten need to pretty much stick 6 damage somehow, at least 6, and then also dodge a burn damage.
Yeah.
And then the last attack would have been the last attack pretty much, right? Yeah. So chance of winning a bit low, but it can happen. And Tenon played it correctly,
Yeah.
right, to get to the win, or not the win.
But
Sometimes
towards
sometimes
a win.
Towards the win. That's right.
Yeah.
All right. So that was a very close game, actually. It turns out.
Pretty close game, yeah. Although Coco had a lot of control over it, I think Tenon did find where he could make a comeback and committed to it quite well. It was unfortunately that he couldn't win, but there's only 1 winner per game in this in the WS.
It happens. It happens.
Yeah, it's unfortunate, but best of luck to both players in their future rounds.
That's right. There's still 5 more rounds, and we will be coming back very soon with round 3. So stick around, and we'll see you soon.
Yeah.
Hi, Honda.
Hi, Julius.
Thank you so much for taking out some time out of your busy schedule to join me in this Coffee with Bushiroad series.
Yeah, sure. Thanks for having me.
No problem. So, could you tell me a bit about the work you do in Bushiroad?
Well, I do sales and logistics, but I'm mainly on the logistics side.
Okay. Well, I'm going to ask you a lot more questions regarding that, because I think your work is mainly a lot of people don't see or don't understand what goes on behind the scenes in what makes the games possible.
Yeah.
Because I think there's a lot of logistics and transportation involved. But before that, we're gonna dig right into our pastries and coffee and tea. What would you like?
Coffee, please.
Coffee?
Yeah.
Coffee for you? Okay,
Sure.
cool. If you can smell this, it smells good.
Wow,
Yeah, this smell really wakes you up. Yeah.
fragrant.
Yeah. Go ahead and help yourself to whichever one that you like.
All right. Which one we like?
No, you go ahead.
Me?
Yeah,
Alright.
I'll pick whatever that's remaining.
Alright, so I'll go for this.
I'm a good host.
One.
So Huanta, I understand that even before you joined Bushiroad, to work for Bushiroad, I think you played a lot of Bushiroad card games.
Yeah.
What games
Yeah.
do you play?
I play mainly Weiss Schwarz, Vanguard, and a little bit of Buddy Fight.
Oh,
Yeah.
so you actually play our three main titles.
Yeah.
Oh, when did you start playing?
For Weiss, I started playing I think somewhere around 2008, 2009 kind of time when it first started out in Japan. Yeah.
Wow, that's like almost 10 years ago.
Yeah.
Wow. And then for Vanguard?
Vanguard, I think I also started when it first came out.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wow. So you actually played Weiss first.
Yeah.
How do you get to know Weiss Schwarz?
So there was kind of like a community get together to learn the game. Like they brought some Weiss products from Japan, so they brought it over to Singapore, and they actually promoted the event, like come down to learn, and they actually sell some of the stuff they got in Japan. So yeah, that's how I got wine of Weiss, and I started learning, and I liked the game.
So which Weiss Schwarz titles are you currently enjoying?
I'm really enjoying the Fujimi Fantasia set right now, especially the deck with 8 standbys. It's very interesting. And also, I really like playing Goblin Slayer, especially the Goblin Slayer deck. The overall card advantage and the abilities is very flavorful. It's gonna be a huge. It has made a huge impact in the game itself, and soon English player can get their hands on the series. It's coming out in English. Yeah, for Goblin Slayer.
Wow, I think players can really look forward to that. Yeah. Do you still remember your very first deck? What title was it?
It was Fate Stain Night Crow deck.
Wow.
Yeah, it was so long ago. Yeah.
And ever since then, you just continued
Yeah.
playing the game. And right now, you are actually working for Bushiroad.
Yeah.
Wow, this is kind of like, it's coming to a full circle.
Yeah.
What's your favorite Vanguard clan?
My favorite clan would be Dark Irregulars.
Oh.
I love the overall theme of the deck, artwork, card abilities. Like soul charging, it thins your deck. So that thinning is very important in card games. You get to draw into more important cards, or you might go the other way. Like it makes everything looks exciting. Yeah, that's about.
That's your favorite?
Yes.
Ever?
Yeah.
Okay. No, back then when you are playing Bushiroad card games, do you actually think that you would, or maybe you hope that you would be able to work for Bushiroad?
So thinking that I would be working for the company would be no, but hoping that I would is a yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
And back then, maybe you thought, maybe it would be great if I can work for Bushiroad one day.
Yeah.
Do you have like a job position in mind, or do you just, as long as I'm working for the company that produces this great card games for me, I'm fine with that.
Everyone would want to have a part in creating the game, so maybe a development role would be good. So that's what I think that every card gamers would want when they play the game or they like the game a lot, is to have a impact on the game, on the development side, like card abilities. Like you want to make cards that you love. Yeah, I guess that's it. But I didn't expect like I'll be working in other aspects of the company. Yeah.
So how did you actually get the opportunity, to work for Bushiroad?
So I was already before my national service. I was already going around helping to do demo sessions, maybe helping out at events. So when I came out of national service, I actually did part-time in Bushiroad. I was waiting for my university application. So after that, it has a bit of waiting. So I was doing fine in Bushiroad part-timing. Unfortunately, on the day I received a call from the university, I didn't get in. So I was kind of very sad, this kind. like very disappointed. But luckily, there was an opening in the sales team, and I seized the day and I applied for it.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay. So Manda, what's your day-to-day like in the office?
So I start out the day with replying emails. After that, arranging shipments to distributors, packing of PR cards, and sending them if there's any. Other than that, I also handle office shipping. So it's intercompany shipment. It's not like business-wise, you know. Yeah.
So you actually have to do a lot of shippings of PR cards,
Yeah.
you know, to our shops around the world.
It's mostly to our distributors and our overseas offices, and then they'll ship it to the shops.
What are some of the challenges that you faced during the course of your work?
Yeah, you know, prior to shipping, there's a lot of layers of work, a lot of steps to be done in the production cycle. So if something were to happen, like maybe before shipping, I'll have to rework, reschedule all the shipments, or even rebook because it's already very last minute. Yeah, and it kind of snowballs into like this gets delayed. If this gets delayed, something after that might get delayed too. So I have to plan out everything, make sure everything goes smoothly out.
Definitely. I think it's inevitable that something will go wrong down the production line, and then I think you will have to come up with a lot of different ways, adapt, you know, just kind of like deal with all these last minute changes.
Yeah.
So kind of like putting out fires.
yeah, exactly. Putting out fires.
So that sounds like a lot of work, and I guess it must be so demoralizing, you know, for a part of your work to be undone, and then you have to do it all over again.
Yeah.
How do you get over that?
You need to be patient. Like you can't rush over things because it's a long process, and you need to be resilient because you can't crumble in your work halfway, and everything will snowball. And once your work is overdue, more works will come in. You know, work is never finished, so you kind of like you have to do it now, slow and steady. But you just have to keep going through the motion, keep pulling through it. You know, it's kind of everyday challenges. Yeah.
Wow, this reminds me of a quote. I think it was, "If you're going through hell, keep going." Yeah. Because I think that makes a lot of sense, and I think it's kind of similar to what you just said. Because if you're going through hell, why would you stay there?
Yeah.
Just, keep going forward. Yeah. Then you can get out of there as soon as possible.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a great point.
True.
Yeah. Since you play so much of Bushiroad card games, do you think that has actually helped you in your current job?
Yeah, that actually helps me a lot in the sales side of my work. You know, having knowledge in the products itself helps me better sell the product, so I can pitch better. I can pinpoint the unique points, the strength of the products, and I can explain it to my distributors. I can even explain it to like my colleagues to make them understand better. Yeah, it's kind of.
Yeah, that's good because when you're playing the card games, maybe 10 years ago, you never expect yourself to be landing a job in the company that make the games that you play. Yeah. And you did, of course, you never even expect that just by playing card games that would actually help you in your career. Oh, so really, I'm happy for you.
Yeah, thank you.
Besides arranging logistics for shipping to our distributors, I mean, you also handle the logistics for our regionals in Singapore.
Yeah.
When we have an event, we actually have to pack everything
Yeah.
and then send it to the venue.
Yeah.
How's it like? What's the challenge in that?
Transporting all the stuff that we need, all the event items to the event hall is not really a very difficult task. But sometimes events they need things last minute, and you have to make a rush for it. And when you're rushing for time, sometimes you forget where it is, or you can't find it. You get very flustered. It's one of the few examples I have.
So yeah, you reminded me, and because I think recently I keep seeing you flying for work, and I believe recently you went to Gen Con, held in USA, for a B2B conference kind of thing. Yeah. So I believe that a lot of your work are done through emails and telephone calls, talking to our distributors, and then you finally met them in person. How was that like?
Through emails, you don't really get to know them. It's all formal, it's all business. So when you get to finally meet them and get them to know on a more personal level, so it's very satisfying to know, like, okay, so now I get to know more about this person and get to work together even closer. I think that's very satisfying.
How were they? Were they nice to you?
Yeah, they took great care of me.
Did they bring you around for good food in USA?
Yeah, we went for meetings through dinner. Yeah.
Meetings and dinner.
Yeah.
I would like that.
Yeah.
So you get to travel a lot for work. I imagine that must be very exciting for you, because I think, not a lot of jobs out there actually offer this incentive, this slight perk of being able to travel for work. How's that like for you?
So I enjoy meeting new people and people, our fans, card game fans. So I think that's one perk that I really find refreshing when I travel for work, even though I'm tired, but all the smiles on their face, like when they play the tournament, give me a sense of satisfaction. And just being able to travel for work is a blessing. So I'm very thankful and very grateful for this opportunity. Yeah.
But I imagine at the same time, it must be tiring. Of course, it's enjoyable on one hand, but especially if you fly long hours to from Singapore to US, about a 20 hours flight, give or take. I imagine it must be tiring, and then you have to help out with the events, attend some conference.
It's kind of like giving back to the community. You're helping the game grow, and you're helping yourself grow too. You go through the tiring days of work. After that, you get to recover. It's all the experiences you get. It's very memorable. And flying overseas means I get to work with colleagues that are overseas that I don't get the chance to see them. So getting to know them better is very rewarding. Yeah.
So is there any important life skill that you actually have learned in the course of your work?
Yeah, definitely. And as I've emphasized earlier, it's being patient and resilient. Things might not seem worth it right now, and as time goes on, it will add up. So small adjustment matters, I guess. Small feats matters. So maybe you go for an extra sale, maybe it's just very little, but each time you go for the extra sale, it adds up to be a lot. Yeah, so you have to be patient and resilient because you're not always gonna get it. Yeah.
Is there anything that you can share with us, for anyone who might be interested in joining the sales or logistics industry?
So the sales and logistics industry is very big. There's the consumer side, the business side. So if the industry is this big, there's a lot of job opportunities for you to work there and gain some experience.
What are the skills that you think are important in sales and logistics? I imagine probably driving might be one of them.
I guess sales and logistics, driving is important. Maybe if you have prior experience in maybe forklift, if you have a license in forklift, it's very easy to get a job in warehouse. They need forklift drivers. You have to be very practical in logistics because logistics is a very heavy on numbers, and also sales. There's also very heavy on numbers and figures that you need to work it out.
Wow, thank you so much, Huanta, for sharing with us so much insights into the job that you do. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for having me too.
No problem. Miss, please. a description of your job in Bushiroad?
Yeah, I do sales and logistics.
Thanks, bro.
Weiss Schwarz! Time to make your move, little sister. Then I guess I'll attack your character. Aha! I saw that coming, and I'll counter your attack with me! Ruby, now coming to Weiss Schwarz. As an English edition original. Trial Deck Plus, Booster Pack, and Supply Set. On sale December 17th. Bushiroad!
Welcome back, everyone. And wow, that was a very spicy game, right?
Yeah, it was.
Getting to be hot there.
Yeah.
But yeah, let's take a look at the standings. All right, round 2 just finished. We can see if we see any familiar names. And yeah, Simon, first place right now. Varga, Mirana,
Hakase,
yeah,
Freedom.
Yeah, Freedom, good old Freedom.
Yeah.
Vince,
Yeah.
ooh, Vince, everyone knows that name.
Hotokoko, who
Yeah.
we just saw winning on screen.
That's right. And then we've got Hakwa,
Yeah.
999. And then onto the second page, Daniel Hatsu. Oh, 9th place right now. Elliot, Senga Pro One Toro. And then Mauricio. That's the one we know. Got Shirk, Nicholas Banville.
Yep.
Mokka's New Groove. Wow, okay, I recognize that one. And
Yep.
Sayaki. So
Sayaki,
these are all
yeah.
the 2 zeros that are lucky enough to be on the board right now. But let's the decks are ready, I think. So let's kind of take a look at that and see what our players will be bringing for round 3. So here we got Zizoz. Ooh,
This is Door Gold Bar.
Madoka.
No, that is Gold Bag, I believe.
Is that gold bag?
Yeah, it's not a trigger you see in every set these days. But
I mean, this is not a set you see that often, right?
I think Zizzles may be the only Madoka player in this tournament.
Oh wow, and probably the only gold bag player in this tournament.
Yeah, probably.
if he's taken to this any other regions, well, he's probably the only guy bringing this lineup.
Looks like that door's not comboing or anything, so he's just aiming to, make his deck compression, play some decent value healers, and yeah, use the free refresh to reset his deck and just play the stable game.
Okay, that's pretty cool. I mean,
yeah,
seeing some of these cards are very nostalgic in a way.
Very orthodox kind of game.
And then let's take a look at the second deck. His opponent, McCann, sorry, playing Kaguya.
Another Kaguya, yep. So Kaguya builds don't change too much from each other, but it looks like the only differences we have here is that Makan is playing 4 each of the climaxes as opposed to 5-3 like we had last game, and instead of playing the level 3 green Chica support, he is playing the 4th copy of the, I think her name is Eye Drop Such.
Yes. So a bit of a standard build here versus something that is very, very non-standard. And let's kind of. It'll be interesting to see how this game turns out, especially on one side. So far, we've seen a lot of one side being very, it's the standard Kaguya that we all know, but the other side has been, last time we saw Adventure Time. This time we got Madoka.
I think this is also the first time that we're watching a game with no 8 standby deck, so it might be a slightly different pace in game.
Might be faster.
Might be faster. Might be slower.
Well, true. Be interesting to see how it goes.
Yeah.
I mean, what do you know what the pool combo does? I mean, it's called pool, right? The official.
Pool. Officially, yeah, I believe it's pool.
Pool. Yeah.
Gosh, it escapes my mind, but I guess we can.
We'll find out.
It's an honor. Yeah, it's an honorary combo for sure.
And I mean, it's not often you see the gold bag, but the players are ready. Right, let's kind of we can jump in very soon and see how the game progresses. Now, I guess one of the interesting things is, what does the gold bag actually do for our viewers out there who might not have ever seen it?
So for the unfamiliar, when you trigger a pool icon, you may optionally slot the top card of your deck, and then the pool climax will go into your stock following it. So, quite like gold bag, or formerly known as treasure, you don't have to take the stock. but because it puts in a blind stock and then it buries it underneath itself, quite often it can lead to some awkward scenarios where you really want to pay out that card, but you have to pay extra stock in order to do it.
Okay, so the combo, the actual combo with the gold bag is a 106k, right? And it's on attack. You may put a magic character in your waiting room into your stock. So you're just getting insane amounts of stock.
Alright. So if you can build that stock and then maintain his board, he'll have all the resources he needs to play out that long and grinding game.
He'll be very compressed, man. Very compressed.
So this is a weaker start from Makan compared to the last game we saw from Kaguya, where he's using the Brainstorm to attack once, but this deck does have a Riki clone, that is a card that can pay 1 and clock 1 to search your deck for a character. So I think he just wants to get that 1 stock in order to fire off his next turn with a stronger line.
Yeah, and Zizo's here. What is Madoka's early game plan, I guess?
It really depends on the build. So I think what we see here, he's playing a drop salvage, I believe, which goes to memory when it's reversed, if the number of cards in your memory is 2 or fewer. And looks like he's committing more to utility this turn. He's not too worried about...
I think this one's a reverse. He's dropping 2 reverses.
Okay, sorry, it's a reverser.
Well, he's actually committing a lot to this.
Committing a lot, but yeah,
field,
those
right?
brainstorms let him look at the top card of his deck and choose to either keep it or put it into the waiting room at the beginning of his main phase each turn. So he's putting them there so he can start off using the ability next turn and plan his plays. Oh, and he triggers a pull right off the bat.
Wow, look at that stock going in. So two of the tuners going in.
Oh, sorry, no, I keep forgetting what this card does. No, sorry. When it comes into play, you give 1/5 power. All right, so he got some advantage off that pull trigger, and he's most likely losing his front row. But you know, if he can look at the top 2 cards of his deck and see a climax, or send both of them to waiting room, so he can hit a climax on the brainstorm, he can probably recover from that quite fine.
And I mean, here's the play that you talked about before, but now McCann's on 0-6.
Yep.
So there it is. So
yeah, here we are. So he's going to use the level 0 Chica in order to search his deck for level 1 or lower card characters.
You can search for did he clock a yellow? I think. He's reconsidering it because there's some good plays with red.
You don't want to put in that card. There's not very much in the deck that requires you to have yellow and clock, and if anything, that's the most likely card you want to play from hand.
That's right, because I don't think you're gonna be. Look, the deck doesn't run standby, right? So
no.
That's what you want. So you get this. You can kind of standby combo, right? Get a 2/2 out while your opponent's still on level 0, and I think you've got the board pretty much on lock.
So yeah, he's really taking advantage of that. You know, the extra card that he can get off the level 0 Chica. He most likely will play a standby this turn, get some reverses, increase his hand size, and if Scizors is a bit unlucky here, he may be trapped at level 0 with no way to answer the level 1 combo.
Yeah, and we talked about kind of, I guess, level denying in a way, right? In this situation, if you deny Scizors to hit to level 1, it's actually quite good because you're still on low amounts of damage. You're still at 1-0. So the damage differential is not big, but the amount of damage to the player's hand, like Scizors' hand or next turn, you could basically just win another turn in a way if he has nothing to play. Right.
Madoka does have a Riki clone, that is, a card that can pay 1 and clock 1 to search at level 0, and I think Scizors is playing 2 copies, so he does somewhat have an out if he gets stranded at 0-5 going into his own turn, but
they have to get it.
Yeah, they have to get it, and Scizors also probably has to play that card into a lane, which may or may not be what he was planning to do. So, being forced to use that resource is definitely something he wants to avoid. And yeah, looks like Makan is front attacking first in order to have that opportunity to stop Scizors at level 0. Oh, and he cancels it, so it looks pretty likely that this is happening.
Oh, you just swing with the other card you're in, and then just pass, right?
Yep.
Just pass.
That is a very viable play. Scizors shortcuts a bit here by sending his level 0 to memory. And, okay, Makan is searching for the level 3 early play here. I'm assuming that he's considering clocking that card so he can have a green card in level and experience 4 as well. So he has his level 3 Miyuki online when he can early play it. If he draws an excess copy, well, it's still a good early play. So yeah, it's a good search, I would say.
Yeah, I think Makan swings in for like a 1 damage, right? It's like perfect, right? Perfect. Unless, well, since these are actually got a lot of stock now.
He might use a Ricky to search another Ricky and then Ricky again so he can level up. But the weakness of that play is that in doing that, you put 2 level 0s on the board, of which 1 won't be able to contest any lanes.
Yes.
So
McCann just swing in on the side.
Interesting.
He's not going for that play. Zizo's now on 0-5.
0-5?
And McCann's still going in. So if Zizo's accidentally counters, not accidentally,
and
cancels, I mean.
Alright, he took the 2, so Zizo safely levels up.
Ah, okay. So
I was expecting a denial here, but I guess that wasn't what was planned.
Yeah, it feels like it was like the perfect storm for one.
Yeah, right? The front attack and then cancel the 1 did seem like the perfect lead up into an accident, like a happy accident sort of denial plan right there. But
yeah, and I mean, Zizo's has like 2 brainstorms in the back, of course, but you want your opponent to be using those resources, right? Sure, like if you look at Zizo's deck, lots of stock capability, but still you wanna make him use that so he doesn't get into that hyper compressed situation. So I guess McCann is just happy to control the board now with 2/2s, and you know, after he gets them out, it doesn't matter what Zizo's does, it should all be fine.
Yeah, well,
maybe his mindset.
Yeah, just as you said, Zizo's leveling up here is a bit better for him, but still, it doesn't change the fact that McCann is in a huge lead in terms of card advantage. Zizo he's gained 1 stock off his climax, but aside from that, he's played 2 cards and lost 2 cards. Whereas McCann has lost 1 card on the first turn, but he was able to generate a new one off his level 0. Playing a standby doesn't lose you any cards because it brings a card straight onto the board, and then his combo gained 2 more. So yeah, from here on, McCann could really just keep pushing down Zizo's hand, and that may make it that may be enough to just, you know, stop Zizo from putting any threats on the board. Right.
I mean, this is one of the beauties of Kage as well, is like they have very aggressive, able to beat other standby decks, but at the same time they're running standby themselves with some overspec level 2s, so they can put the game on lock against other decks that don't have that kind of answer.
Yeah, they can really choose what kind of game plan they want to take depending on the opponent. So against standby decks, you play to push them down, like run over their characters, and then against non-standby decks, like you already kind of just naturally do that with your high value cards.
Yeah.
So in either case, you can always push down the opponent's card advantage. And I think Zizo has just looked at the top 2 cards of his deck, of which the first one went to the waiting room, and the second one stayed on top.
Yeah, the Irahas in the back have that ability just to check. They're also brainstorm. So they have like two relatively okay effects, but they don't really give power. So, in terms of what.
And Zizo is resting 2 of his characters for the brainstorm. I'm assuming the top card is a climb. Yep.
There we go. Hits 2. That's one way to get hand.
That
really.
is one way to get hand.
Get all your brainstorms. It's good times. But what will he get here? Is he just going to get combo or?
Well, it depends on whether or not he has the climax, but
he gets one of the combo.
It makes the most sense to get the combo here, as it's a 6k power character, which means that it can fight the level 1 Kaguya's and, you know, at least force Makan to replace what's been lost on the following turn.
Yeah, so he plays the pay 1, look at top 4.
Yep. I'm not entirely sure what that character's name is, but I know that she can pay 1 and send herself to the waiting room to add a character from the top 4.
It's a very, very standard effect. This is Weiss Schwarz, one of the has a lot of standard effects. There's all these nice colloquial names that come up with these effects, but this one's actually called Ayame Mikuri.
Ayame Mikuri. Okay.
Yeah. So.
Starts with the same letter as anger, so
anger. Okay.
Easy to remember.
Also Akatsuki as well. I think people would not be happy if we called pay 1 Akatsuki.
I wouldn't be happy calling this card an Akatsuki,
but yeah, he also got the level 1 combo too. So Zizo's is ready to go. And we see 2 down. Are we going to see a third?
I'm assuming the 3rd one in his level zone. So if he has the 4th one in his impressive.
is it time to slam? I think it is. It'd be a good time. Getting 6 stock this turn.
Yeah. Ideally clean stock.
But is he?
It looks like he doesn't have combo.
Only 3. But this should have 6 over the Kage was only 5/5. Right?
Yeah. 5k base.
5k. So.
Yeah. At least he does combat every other card on the board, and because Makan only has 1 2/2 so far, there's a somewhat decent chance that one of those attackers may come back on Zizos' defense.
Oh, but this would have been so value.
Ooh, and he triggers a gold bar there. Sorry, gold back there. So yeah, he's kind of back up on card advantage. And then, all right, but yeah, not having slammed any climax there really.
Yeah,
it does give a lot of breathing room to Makan.
Been like right now, Makan could have been at 1/6. You know,
he could have been. Yeah,
could have been. But it's good. Like it's on Makan's side, you're feeling great, right? You're like, only 3 perks. I'm on 1/3. Right. This turn, continue to put more 2/2s if I can. Otherwise, I'm moving my 2/2 up now, and then just controlling the board. Just, everything's going really well. Like last few games, we've seen some of the play just unexpected damage, right?
Yeah.
But this one is all getting very expected from Makan.
It's not any fault on like Zizos' part that he didn't play a climax. Like if you don't have it, you don't have it.
Yeah, you just don't have it.
Yeah, but that is, I feel like a sort of underlooked element of playing a 1k1 deck where, you know, people say that if you have 1k1 you can push damage at the optimal timing, but if you don't, then you're like playing a somewhat weaker version of the standby deck. So I think in order to play a successful 1k1 deck in a tournament, you do have to be able to identify what your plan is when this happens, like what your comeback plan is. And while I don't know what Zizos' hand looks like exactly at the moment, he does have adequate stock, so even if he levels up next turn, I'm sure he can play an early play or something to come back. And I'm pretty keen to see what he has in stock for the following turns.
And standby comes down from Makan.
Alright. So yeah, he can just keep strengthening his board.
Just thinking about it still.
Yeah.
But is he not going to move a card up? He's just going to stand by in the front?
Maybe he's going to search into another attacker, so maybe a level 1 combo here. So Makan, having just expended all of his stock, probably will stand by another 2/2 as opposed to the 1/1 support, because it's most likely that he won't want to use stock every turn to refill his hand and instead opt to just have attackers that can come back. Which is absolutely fine, really. But also, fortunately for Zizos, and somewhat as I guessed, one of his attackers do seem like they're going to be coming back this turn, so yeah, he has another point to pivot on.
Yeah, and we see Makan searching for the Kaguya combo.
Yep.
It's just the interesting thing about this card is that you can combo, but you don't have to salvage the card immediately, right?
You can delay the search if your hand is over. Yeah. And, you know, sometimes you can just use it as 1-card compression. In other times, your opponent might jump into it, or you might use a counter to protect it and then search on your opponent's turn.
If you're confident, right?
If you're confident. The unfortunate side is sometimes that you can... the marker effect might marker a card that you wanted to search or a climax, but... You know, I feel like it's a fair enough payoff for what you're getting.
It is what it is sometimes, right? It is what it is.
Alright, so Makan standbys out the 2/2 Chica as opposed to the 2/2 U, so I'm guessing he doesn't have a U in the waiting room. Chica is 10,000 power if you have, I think, 2 other characters. But the more well-known effect of the card is that when it's played, you may discard a character and force both players to shuffle their waiting rooms into their decks. So when timed correctly, this can it can mess up your opponent's... you can decompress your opponent's deck state while avoiding your own deck state to be vulnerable or dodging a refresh damage. But in these scenarios, it's just put on the board as a 10k beat stick, and you know it does its job fine.
I mean, when you put it on the board as well, you kind of know where it is.
Yeah, you know where it is. So when it goes to the waiting room, if it goes to the waiting room after being reversed, you can use your brainstorm to salvage it back, or yeah, you just have options to utilize it.
We saw Makan trigger a door again just to get back a card.
Okay, so there's the U that he probably wanted to stand by, but it's not really a problem.
And it looks like hitting Zizos to 1-6. Which is not bad. We've seen players not want to clock when they're on 1-6.
The problem with Madoka is that, yeah, as we can see here, it's not that great at milling through the deck. So even if Zizos chose to not clock on this following turn, he would most likely not be able to go into his next deck while maintaining that compression.
Well, he does have the brainstorms in the field, and he does get
He
two
does.
checks.
Yeah,
and he kind of knows what's on the bottom of the deck, right? So I think he might be able to get away with it, because it looks like there was around 7 cards there. So
it is important to note that I think it's the one copy of the level 0, was it Akane?
I think Ayame.
Ayame, sorry. The level 0, yeah, the level 0 Ayame was used last turn, so he won't be able to access that unless he has a salvage effect going on.
Oh, yeah. Hey.
So hitting a brainstorm or something.
So only running 1, yes.
Yeah.
It feels a bit risky, you know?
It may be a bit risky, yeah, especially with gold bag randomly stocking it, but with a salvage brainstorm, you can reuse one-offs, so, I think, yeah, as you said, there is an option here to not clock if he thinks that his hand size is enough to enough going into his following turns.
His hand size is not bad, but
yeah, it's really not. Hitting that double brainstorm and then his level 1 combo, one copy of his level 1 combo surviving has definitely let his hand size stay a bit higher.
I feel like when you're prepared to go against a deck that runs standby, though, you're looking at those 2/2s and you go, maybe I need to still increase my hand size a lot.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's
The worst case scenario is that the game, your damage doesn't stick and your opponent's damage doesn't stick either, and the game goes on in a way that you're running out of resources but your opponent isn't.
True.
So sometimes you can choose not to keep your own compression and instead speed up the game, so you do have ways to last your hand for the rest of it.
Yeah, in a way, this game does look like it is going a bit longer, right? Because normally you want to look at that card gameplay, you want to go, okay, he should be at like maybe 2 or something right now. I'm playing a speedier deck in a way, but it's me who is on the...
Yeah.
It was me who's taking the damage, and we're still at level 1, right? We're still at level 1.
Yeah, so Zizos did not clock here, and he also played Maki Kaoru, or was it Karumaki? Sorry, it's difficult because all the Madoka characters are...
Karumaki,
okay.
yeah.
All of their surnames could be first names, but when it comes into play or when it's reversed, you can look at the top card of your deck and put it on the top or bottom. And if you're level 2 or higher, you can put it into your stock during your main phase to play out a level 2 from your hand. That's named on the card, but usually you don't play that card and you just play it as a card that can control the top card of your deck while going to stock itself. Yeah, so right here he brainstormed, and I think there's checking card effects there.
He's the Karumaki, right?
Yeah.
But we've got a climax on it now, I guess?
Yeah, so he's played the door climax, which I believe doesn't... it doesn't combo with anything, but it's just a 1k1 damage push here, which, is pretty effective against any deck, really. Especially if you want to speed up the game in your favor, this is probably what you want to do.
You've seen a few climax go out, so this is a good time. Makan's also hasn't refreshed yet, right? So
One thing I'm slightly worried about is that card that was stocked with the gold bag last time that hasn't been paid out. It may or may not be a climax, but neither us nor the players right now won't know what that card is until the whole deck is refreshed.
No, is this gonna backfire though on Zizos? Because he's swinging for 3 now, and Makan's got only 3 cards in deck, so refreshing at kind of an optimum timing, right?
Yeah, but you
can't foresee
these things, and even if your opponent compresses well, if they take the 3 now, that's also kind
still
of fine.
pretty good.
Yeah,
take 3 and then maybe hitting the 4. Ooh, he is taking the 3.
So he does take the 3 and hits level 2. He does get to keep his compression, but it does appear that Zizos can advance his plan as he wanted to.
Looking for the refresh.
Alright. And yeah, Zizos has also used this level 1 Tsuruno to put a Tsuruno from his memory back into his waiting room in order to salvage a card. So yeah, he can maintain his hand size, and you know, throwing the two Tsurunos out at level 0 at a glance looked like a bit of a
like overextension,
Yeah,
but now
but-
when you have
yeah.
this, it all
but
makes
now
sense.
it just comes back. So yeah, he does have a pretty good plan here on how to keep his hand running for the rest of the game.
And the best part is that reverser is hitting into an empty slot.
So now Makan could put his 2-2 in front of the reverser, so he doesn't. He could put actually one each of the 2-2s in front of the reverser and the 1-0, but you know, it means that
it's kind of done its job.
It's done its job.
in this matchup at least.
Alright, and that's the early play that I believe we searched a bit earlier.
Already coming out, it seems.
Yeah. And
Moving up the
Makan
2-2.
probably just wants to stabilize here, you know, make sure that he's not completely falling behind in damage. His board's pretty complete now, so I think he can just keep sitting on this. But
He's hard played the helpless at IT.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So if once his board starts surviving more turns and he gains stock as a result of not having to replace his board, he can use that stock to gain more hand off with the level support Kaguya.
Yeah, I think he's got this board kind of on lock right now. And now the big question is, what does he attack with first? Ooh.
It's a slightly unfortunately timed standby, but he could replace the brainstorm if he doesn't feel like it's necessary. And yeah, he does get the Kaguya. So again, like we had last game, he can push that Kaguya up for some more aggressive plays in terms of damage while defending his board.
And now it's Zizos' turn to refresh. Able to refresh at 1-6 as well. But
yeah,
I think it just, you know, it feels like Makan, you know, has this kind of feel on lock.
Yeah,
it's smooth sailing right now, you know.
But I would watch out for what Zizos has in plan, because he does have, I believe that's 6 stock, which is double the amount of, almost double the amount of stock that Makan will have at the end of this turn. So he does have that little bit of flexibility to play around. And again, if he plays another copy of that level 1 Tsuruno in order to replenish his hand while attacking a little bit, he can, you know, just keep pushing with what he wants to do.
It just comes down to can he sustain as well. But he has ways to break boards though. He actually does have ways to break boards.
Yeah. So there's a card named A New Story Sayaka in this deck, which comes out early if you have four characters on the board before you play it.
It's a very simple condition as well compared to
Yeah.
like the Miyuki requires 2 or less climax, right? So there's a limited window in which it can come out. But this one
is nice. Is that yeah, you can play it at any stage of your deck, and it also has that same ability as Miyuki in that it gains 4/5/4 a turn cycle, and neither player can use backups during its battle. So if you really need to out something, this is your go-to.
You just don't have that the kick to clock ability.
Yeah, you don't have the kick to clock ability, but I don't think Maruko can really afford that. But ooh, all right, this is.
Oh no, that's not good. Zizo's literally just skipping level 2 right here and going straight to 3. Not great.
Not good.
Not ideal.
No, it's not. But at the same time, given Makan's current board state, it doesn't look like Zizos wants to play the long game that much either.
In terms of heals, Zizos does have quite a few heals as well, but he chooses to not clock, stay at 2.
Yeah, with 2 or less climaxes, he early plays the back row Iroha and heals 1.
There were a lot of cards that seem to come out early for.
Yeah, Maruka has, well, with this many sets, it just has a lot of just has a lot of options. This one is a heal with an early play condition, and it's also a level support.
That's a pretty good combination, to be fair.
It's quite stacked in terms of effects.
There is a lot of if we see that, there's 4 effects on that card.
And you can rest it to send a card from your waiting room to your memory, which I guess in this deck would usually be that level 0 Tsuruno, so you can keep salvaging cards.
Oh yeah, to keep on getting that value going.
So yeah, I think things aren't looking too grim, and yeah, Zizos rests his brainstorm and his call route to brainstorm for 4.
I think the nice thing also is that Zizos entered, well, even though he got hit like really heavily, right? I guess he still had a lot of stock to be able to use, so he can start playing down his threes at 2, I guess, which is nice. But even if he got to 3, he can start. He still has like a kind of a game to play, and he can start, grinding out the game a bit more on his terms.
Well, in fact, if Zizords doesn't trigger an ungodly number of climaxes this turn, and he cancels a bit next turn instead of like over the course of 2 turns, it means that he can hit level 3 and play like the strongest cards in his deck while still canceling on the following turn. So, if we don't know whether it's going to happen, but if he does cancel on the following turns, then this actually may have just been the better scenario for him.
Yeah, it's like a possibility.
Yeah.
Weiss is a game of possibilities.
It is.
So I guess the question is now, what else is he putting down?
Alright, and now that he's on level 2, Zizos can also send that Rested Karu to stock on command, which means that every time he brainstorms with that card, as long as he hits more than one or more cards, he goes neutral on resources. And if he hits 2 or more, then he gains a plus because he refunds the stock while gaining a card back in hand.
So this is grabbing the Sana as well, which is also a
4 or more early play. And I believe it heals and gains 1/5 and
cannot be chosen by your opponent's
hard effects, colloquially known as hexproof.
This is only, in a way, this is only 10k.
Yeah.
But I guess now it has the support. From the era, so we've got quite a big board going in, and he's.
So one great thing about that Karu is that it can fulfill the four board condition for another card, and then send itself to stock to fulfill it for another one.
And that is that is a whole bunch of level 3s that just came out.
Makes that really smooth transition without having to, just straight up lose a card for no particular reason.
I think that the scary part about this model card deck is that a lot of people will not know what it actually does or what it wants to do, even in an open deck format, until you actually play against it. So this could be a surprise to McCann if he's not that careful.
Yeah, it really could be. And here we are back with the board. I think Zizod's also paid out a gold bag from the bottom of his stock earlier, so yeah, he must have stocked one with another gold bag. Slightly unfortunate, but here we are with one lane that's uncounterable, one lane, I believe the middle lane is 500 power higher as a level 3 with the level support as opposed to a 2-2 with the level support.
Yeah, so we're looking at, winning 2 lanes here. They're kind of the more vulnerable ones. The door comes out.
Yeah, this is actually a pretty well-timing door because Zizos did need to expend quite a bit of resources to make all of his plays this turn. So getting the door here to salvage the pre-refresh, which is active if you have 5 or less deck. And given that Zizos just cancelled quite a lot, it's somewhat possible that he goes into his next turn with maybe 2 or 3 cards in deck and then draws down just for that perfect refresh timing.
And as long as Zizos doesn't trigger any more climax, I think he's in an okay position. But McCann just countered that one.
Yeah.
But he also cancelled the previous one. Cancelled again.
Cancels again.
Alright, that's some pretty good cancels.
Contemplating on how he's going to do the last attack, but the side will 100% do 0 damage, so it seems like, just front attacking for lower.
It triggers not a clan.
Ooh, and McCann cancels a
triple cancel. Wow.
Wow. All right.
Well, there's also two empty lanes here. McCain can swing big if you want to.
Yeah. But that level 3 Sayaka early play is going to be on 15,000 power, at least until the end of this turn.
Yeah, it's still very big.
Yeah.
Still very big.
Yeah, McCann may have to ignore it. And on top of that, even if McCann is able to fight over it, Zizos used this ability to salvage Sayaka's Wish. It's a very old school kind of card where you can choose one of your Sayaka named characters and send it to the waiting room to add the top card of your clock back to your hand.
Yeah,
and sends itself to memory. So that card being an event and not a backup, it bypasses the restriction on Sayaka. And on top of that, he doesn't really lose a card because the card that he sent to the waiting room was going to get reversed anyway. So he may be able to grind this out just a little bit longer.
Yeah, getting a heal also, just value, right? Value from more Sayakas.
Let's see what's going on. So Makan's still thinking, but now that Zizol has expended a lot of stock, Makan cancelling, he has that stock OC difference somewhat eliminated. And if he keeps playing like this, I think Zizos' resources will slowly fall out of his favor. That Sana being countered was definitely a pretty big difference there in the stock as well.
I think that the thing now is just the damage difference, right?
If Zizos cancels here as well, which I think is fairly likely even, it should be alright for him, but if that doesn't work out, he is going to be put in a tight slot.
It's moving.
Yeah, a bit more shuffling around.
Can he actually run over that?
Well, so far it's on 11k power, and if he does play a dual climax, that will go to 12,000 with the 1k one, another 2,000 with bad bouncing, yep. And then using the compo puts it on another 2,000, so yeah, he can go over the 15k power line.
Wow. That's pretty crazy.
Koya is pretty well known for being able to break past high boards, which most of the decks would struggle against, so yeah, this is an impressive turn that you would see. But
doing the combo as well.
Yeah. Well, I think you will need to do the combo to go over the power line, but alright. It still takes a 1. That's, well, not that bad. It's only 1 damage. I'm almost certain he's going to have to use Sayaka's Wish this attack so he can heal 1 and avoid being burnt 1 damage with the on-reverse effect as well. And is this all good?
Now it's...
What's going on? Alright, yep. And yep, that's the Sayaka's Wish, as we expected. Sends his Sayaka to the waiting room, adds the top card of his clock to his hand, and Sayaka's Wish goes to memory.
There we go.
Yeah.
The value.
And cancels on 3. Yep, that's pretty good. And dodging that one clock, sorry, the 1 burn, while healing 1 definitely is letting him refresh a bit better. Yep, and cancels there as well. Yeah. And with 3 cards left in deck, it looks like an optimal timing to deploy that 2/1 free refresh card. It's quite spectacular that card gains 4,000 power and sends more cards to memory. I believe he has too much memory right now to send any more, but at least he can put a character down, avoid taking that 1 refresh penalty, and keep pushing damage. Alright. And
Zizol survived his turn though, so
yeah.
He's able to come back now.
Draws 2. Still has 1 card left in deck. He looks at it with the Brainstorms effect and keeps it there. I mean, if he doesn't, he can't pre-refresh, so that makes a lot of sense.
Still at 2, man. Still at 2.
Yeah.
Feels good.
Yep. And he plays the free refresh.
There we go.
Yep. So that's 1 card left in deck, and he shuffles his waiting room back in. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Looks like at least 6 damage. Sorry, 6 climaxes.
Gold bag. Did you
Yeah.
think of it? Doing pretty well, I have to say.
I think on all the occasions that he triggered a gold bag, that 1 stock really was something that he appreciated. I mean, he's on 1 stock now, and he used exactly all of his stock on one of the previous turns, which means that if he hadn't triggered that many gold bags, then he wouldn't have been able to make that exact play. So yeah, so far, so good, even though he wasn't able to resolve his level 1 combo and Makan resolved it twice. So, some shuffling going on, but...
He'll just stay at 2 again, right? And he can still play all his cards out at 2. So, this is surprisingly in a pretty good position. Even though Makan canceled everything last time, can he cancel again? All right.
And...
I think it was about
Oh, there's a cut in here.
Yeah, there we go. Might have thought he wanted to refresh.
Yeah, you do that
It's
every
free.
time. Accidentally refresh point after using an effect to shuffle your waiting room back in your deck.
That's right. Then goes for the brainstorm.
Mm-hmm.
Hits one.
It's one, yeah.
But not many choices to go for. But that put out a psych, alright. So
Alright, so he plays the Maki Koru again and top checks. Based on his current position, it seems likely that Koru is not going to be sent to stock and instead just chump attacking in order to get a scry just after it reverses. Which may or may not help when attacking into that level 3 Kaguya, as putting a card to the bottom that's not a climax slightly increases your chances of cancelling.
what's the last card?
And then
No stock though, no stock.
yeah, no stock. It's a bit unfortunate, but it was something that he had to do in order to fight the board on the previous turn. And
McCann's board is still there.
Khan's board is still
there?
completely intact.
His hand size is getting pretty big too.
Yeah.
So
And here we are, the level 1 Tsuruno. So again, he can send one of his cards in memory to waiting room in order to salvage one. So yeah, he's not threatening the board very much, but he at least is able to maintain his hand size.
resource.
Yeah,
Maintain resource. So this one going in for
1 damage. Yep, that damage sticks. So Zizos gets to look at the top card of the deck first, puts it at the bottom, so it probably wasn't a climax.
Kind of would have been like since McCann cancelled so much previous turn, would have been nice to be able to slam right now, but
There's an interesting question that arises here, where if Zizos looked at the top card of his deck and just left it on top, regardless of whether it's a climax or not, McCann may just choose not to burn,
because it might have been a climax,
thinking it's a climax. And Zizos may have saved himself 1 damage incidentally by doing that, but
Ooh, it's the mind game.
yeah,
But at the same time, right, is he could trigger a door, right? Which
Yeah.
would get cards back. So maybe you want to get rid of that.
Yeah.
But
it's hard to say, but it is something that comes up every now and then, and
yeah, he's on reverse burn
on
one.
reverse burn 1 versus top check effects.
The last attack. Looks like they're all ones. Just all
Yeah.
ones.
At least they're all sticking, so I think if Zizos can continue to stick damage, he probably can win in about 2 turns, which is what he'd be after. How would... Okay, so McCann contemplates encoring his 2-2.
Here's the thing, though, right? Look at it. The board's empty. McCann, everything is 2 soul. The time to cancel is ripe.
Yeah.
You got 2/6
Yeah.
compressed, I think. It's extra compression. You have some memory compression. Now it's just up to your deck.
Well, if he does cancel 3 times, he gets another turn where he doesn't have to commit anything with cost. So then he can go up to a maximum of 6 stock. Actually, a bit more if he triggers gold back, but he can go up to 6 stock, and then 6 stock is enough to play 3 2-soul characters on the next turn. And that may just seal the deal.
Yeah, and I mean, it just comes down to this, right? If Zizos takes damage, that's just it, right?
Yeah.
That's how it is. But if it doesn't, again, still in a great position.
So McCann chooses to encore his 2-2, so I guess he wanted to prioritize that damage. Hitting for 3 slightly better than hitting for 2 over here, in his opinion. And
I mean, it could be more than 3.
could be more than 3.
Could be more than 3.
The guaranteed 3.
But I think 3-3-3 is not bad. If you think
Yeah.
of the numbers,
3-3 is certainly not bad.
they can turn into like what 3-4,
3-4-4, yeah.
3-4-4, 3-3-4.
If he triggers 2 triggers 2 soul triggers here, the 4-4 would potentially end the game if all of it sticks.
Yeah, nothing needs to be done. Just turn sideways, cancel. Here's the first cancel.
And then like any soul triggers that you were short, you can just burn with Koya to...
So one of the
Change the
threes have stuck. So this is going to 3-2 now.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, like here McCann, if he gets a trigger and sticks, like 3-6 is not
Yeah.
bad. And standby, I
It's
guess.
a pretty well timed standby.
Is that a Kaguya, I guess?
I guess. Oh no, that was the last card in his deck. So no, it was
that's
actually not a good time standby.
Bad time standby.
All right. Okay, but whether or not this damage sticks will definitely decide the course of the game quite heavily.
Is there a world where you just never didn't attack with that last one? Do you think you know that it's a standby and you're like,
I don't think it's completely out of the question, given that Zizzles only has 3 stock next turn. He might have 4 if he uses 4 or more if he uses Karu, but his hand size doesn't look like it'll allow it. And that one cancel stops a very large percentage of the damage that your opponent can do next turn.
Yeah.
And you're not answering any board by making a direct attack, so I think it was fine to not attack there, but...
I think when you look at Zizzles' deck, though, you see a lot of cards that can help sustain, but in terms of finishing power, though, it looks a bit not much.
Yeah.
A lot of burn ones, ping ones.
Yeah.
Not really, not many other kind of finishes, I guess.
Yeah, that's true. So maybe opting not to attack there would probably have yielded some pretty good results, but I also don't think it's particularly wrong to make that attack here. Zizzles does cancel there though, so probably a sigh of relief there. Otherwise, he would have been in probably an almost unrecoverable position.
He'll have to dodge again, right?
Yeah.
Dodge the 1 damage.
Yeah. It is playing out quite similarly to the other game though, in that the unanswered level 3 Kaguya is just getting so much mileage by threading or actually doing burns every turn. And every time Zizzles chumps into that Kaguya, he gets one damage closer to losing or 1 cancel away. So from his point of view, he would most probably want to play some level 3 in front of his level support to fight over the Kaguya. I think if I remember correctly, a counter was discarded to keep the 2/2 on the board last turn, so...
It should be safe, right?
Yeah, it seems relatively safe to attack. Well, it's always safer to attack over the Kaguya than to jump into it. So I feel like now is the time to attempt that, if any.
I think it's... it just depends if he has, right?
Yeah.
If he has the way to do it. He is doing the brainstorm again.
So it's effectively a brainstorm for 5 as he milled the top card of his deck and after seeing it wasn't a climax. Hits 2.
It's 2, nice. Yeah. I think the problem here now, though, is he didn't really get his stock engine going.
Yeah. Ideally, what you would... In, like, the miracle scenario, you can rest 2 of your Karus and then hit 3 climaxes, send 2 to stock, and then you gain 1 stock and 1 card.
Yeah.
And then if you can just keep hitting more climaxes than you rested Karus, then your hand and stock just goes on infinite. But unfortunately Madoka's card pool makes it incredibly difficult to hit that sort of deck compression.
And I mean, we rejoice a bit on like hitting 2 climaxes of that brainstorm, but that's also 2 climaxes.
Yeah, 2 climaxes that he could have cancelled with. Yeah. I mean, he can't because they're on the top of his deck, but like in a great world, he would have been able to. Their climaxes may not have been near the top.
Oh, he's brainstorming again.
Right,
he's losing so much stock.
Yeah. All right, he hits 1. So if he sends a Karu to stock here, it basically just replaces the Karu, but he also has a rested one. So he will need to find something here that he can use the stock and search cards to.
What else will he play? Because those 2 brings out the Sayaka, right?
Yeah, but Sayaka costs 2 stock, but he only has 1 at the moment,
Yeah,
so he'll have to send 1 to stock first. And then he'll also have to play 2 more characters to attack with, so...
Was he just going for the mill, I think?
Maybe.
Oh, another Karu.
Another Karu, and he looks at the top card of his deck, puts it to the bottom, most likely not a climax.
There goes 1.
And that is a level 0 Kyoko. It is a level 0 reverser, and it can also move to the center slot before your opponent attacks. Right now, I don't think either of the effects are particularly important, though, because he's just resting it, so...
Just to brainstorm more.
Yeah. I'm very curious what the endgame Zizzles has in mind is.
Was he just totally out? Like, maybe...
He wasn't that out, because he's brainstormed 3 times and hit 4 climaxes so far, so...
He can't be all at the bottom.
Well, I guess from here he can go into the free refresh, so he can dodge a refresh point while.
True.
But at the same time, I don't believe his deck compression is significantly better than before he milled. It's a bit
like
better.
5 out, I think. Just from that little flag. I think it's around 5 out right now.
Well, he definitely just milled 4 or 5. I think he milled 4 of them, so if his deck size is approximately double than what it was at the beginning of the turn, then his deck compression didn't improve too much, so I'm possibly counting wrong, but it doesn't look like an amazing difference so far.
I mean, maybe he just needed hand and wanted to mill out.
Maybe.
You're just using this turn to, I don't know, set up, I guess, but what is he...
Well,
I feel like the game's progressed to such a point where, you know, this feels more like a struggle turn.
yeah, it does. Zizos probably has 2 turns to end the game, so if he has a climax in his hand this turn, he may have enough to do, he may have enough damage, 7 damage to end the game, but okay, so he does play a level 3 here, and I'm curious as to see how he's going to put down a 3rd attacker, but he only seems to have 1 card in his hand. So this level 3 can heal on play.
Yeah, and you can burn.
So when
It's on attack. During your turn, when your opponent's character is put into the waiting room from the state, it comes reverse in battle. You can discard 2 cards and deal the damage.
But it doesn't look like Zizos has enough cards in hand to deal that damage, so... Oh, is this a double attack turn? Okay.
Yeah, that feels weak.
I guess he doesn't have to jump into the Kaguya, but it still leaves the card there for Kaguya to burn with.
And McCann getting another cancel.
And that 2 cancelling is pretty rough. If he triggers a soul trigger here, it doesn't, or if this one sticks. Yeah, if McCann can heal that down though, Zills isn't any closer to winning this turn than he was at the...
Yeah, just dealing 1 damage is not good enough.
Yeah, he really wants to...
Yeah. But that's some juicy targets from a card now, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Especially with the way they're positioned next to each other, it's easy for McCann to get the support in from the level 1 Kaguya. He just clocks there without putting too much thought into it, so it looks like his hand is quite ready to do whatever he needs to do this turn.
Probably as the Kaguya now, drop it for the heal, doing the quick calcs. And, Zills is going to need a...
He will need a lot of cancels, and he'll also need quite a bit of damage to stick next turn.
But that hand doesn't look that healthy either.
No, it doesn't. I'm very curious as to what that card in his hand is, as he chose to not attack 3 times instead.
Yeah.
If it was a climax, he probably would have played it as well, so most likely it's a costed character.
It just didn't have the cost.
Yeah.
Ooh, getting the clock. And this is a pretty big board.
And he's resonating to get hand back. He saw 2 climaxes, but at this point in the game, it's probably not that important.
Yeah, I think he's just going for the kill turn right here.
He would have triggered them anyway, so... Alright, so... Alright, he's putting that in the back, which probably means he doesn't have the climax, but he does have the clock shoot and the burn available, so...
Cancels
on 3.
That's a good start for Zizos. Would you go for the clock shoot here or the...
I would attack with the Kaguya first, just in case there's a counter. And if you trigger a standby on the next attack, you can replace the reverse character. But I'm also curious as to why he put the Miyuki in front of the level 0, as opposed to in front of the level 3, which is susceptible to being countered.
That is the play.
That is exactly what I want for.
So standbying out the same character, and this is hitting for 3, but cancelled. So,
alright, and that card is sent to clock.
So now Zizos is now on 3-4. So he still gets a turn. He was able to count twice, staying alive.
And very importantly, he got to maintain his 2-soul character on the board. So he does have another shot at winning the game. Somewhat fortunately for Zizos, Makan decided to leave his level 3 Kaguya in the back row this turn. So there's one lane that he can very safely chump attack into.
Oh, okay. And we saw a lot of climaxes go out though on Makan's side. So if you want to talk about the perfect time to strike,
it would be now.
Right now. It's going. Oh, it's going for the clock.
Clock's a 2k counter, which is probably the weakest card in his deck in this scenario.
Yeah,
I don't think there's any other card in his deck that he'd rather not have. Except maybe a second climax.
Oh, actually, he's thinking if he wants to do it or not, because he's realizing that.
There's maybe a chance that he draws into 2 cards that he can't play, like 2 climaxes or 2 costed characters or something.
I think he's just making sure that Dojang, Miyuki, and Kaguya, they have. Can they deal damage to me on my turn? And the answer is yes. We saw that happen. So.
They absolutely can.
He has to be very careful. If this clocks goes to 3-5. And then from there, that is actually in range. In range. Oh, so he's thinking about it. He was about to clock, then he took it back.
Mm-hmm.
It's risky. If he clocks and he can get 2 more cards, but he really needs to end the game immediately. Here he's still relatively safe from the Kaguya and the Miyuki. But does he have a choice? That's the reality. He has to somehow win from 3-0.
Well, he could move his back row up just as attackers if he really needed to. I believe the level 3, I think her name is Iroha, the level 3 support in the back row also does have 2 souls.
So. Oh yes, true, yes.
Yeah, so he does have 2 characters on the board with 2 soul, and if that means that if he just stacked with the 3 characters on the board right now, he would have 5 damage and would only need to trigger twice in order to end the game.
Oh?
I'm not sure.
Was it time?
It may be time in the round, but...
Yeah, because this game... Yeah, also, actually time. So Kaguya actually wins. They went to time. That was actually a long game. We didn't realize that.
Didn't realize that.
but yeah, Kaguya wins due to the amount of cards in the clock.
Yep.
Right? So...
By damage comparison.
That's right. They have around, I think, 10 minutes overtime, right? And then after that, it's just damage comparison.
Yep.
So due to that, Kaguya wins, and Makan moves on to the next round. So,
all right.
What do you think of that? What do you think of that game?
It's a bit disappointing. I didn't get to see the end of it, but it was interesting for sure to see the early game of Madoka go so well. But then I feel like it really showed the long game prowess that Kaguya has, because it didn't need to spend nearly as many resources in fighting the board with 2 soul characters as Madoka did.
Yeah, and we got to see
made the difference.
Got to see Goldbag.
Yeah, we got to see Goldbag. And
Okay, we'll be back very soon. We'll go to a short break, and we'll be back with round 4.
See y'all.
Cardfight Vanguard Overdress! Power up your deck with these new cards! Journey forth with your new allies! Booster Pack! Advance of Intertwined Stars! Coming soon! Bushiroad!
COVID-19 has definitely made things difficult for everyone. But that doesn't mean that our lives and hobbies have to come to a standstill. If we can work remotely, surely we can play remotely as well. That's the reason why you're introducing Bushiroad Remote Fight. By making use of Discord and online gaming messenger, now you can find opponents to play your favorite card games in this trying time. In fact, with Remote Fight, you will be able to play against not just the players in your region or user card game shops, but also the players from different regions. So, here are the things you need in order to remote fight. A computer with microphone and an external webcam. If not, a phone or tablet. A stand to hold the webcam or phone. Stable internet connection. A Discord account. Earphones are optional but recommended. And of course, your cards. If you're using a computer, attach your webcam to the stand in a reversed manner. This way, your opponents will see your field as though they are sitting across you. If you don't have a stand like this, feel free to improvise. For those using your phone to remote fight, attach your phone to the stand at an angle. so that it captures your field and allows you to see the screen at the same time. If you found a creative way to hold the phone, do share with us in the comments. If you're using a phone or tablet, lock the orientation so that the video can be reversed. Whichever setup you use, please make sure your opponents can see your field and cards clearly. If you don't already have Discord, you can download it at discordapp.com. Make sure your video and audio capturing devices are working properly under the voice and video settings. After that, join the Bushiroad Remote Fight channel with this link. Once you're in, you will see this message. React to the message by clicking on the game that you wish to play. This gives you access to the respective game channels. Then, go to the respective channel of the game you wish to play. To request for an opponent from the channel bot, type @fight once. Sending another @fight will cancel your request. When an opponent is found, the bot will inform you. Now you can video call and contact each other to proceed with the fight. Please be reminded that you may encounter new players, so let's all be kind and patient to everyone. We hope you have fun and stay safe. But that does not mean that our lives and hobbies have to become a standstill.
Yes.
Cardfight Vanguard Overdress! It's your leader, Mirai! Look how cool Bob Sartre is with the new Arms card! Start deck, Sealed Blaze Maiden, coming soon! Bushiroad!
Welcome back, everyone. We are entering round 4, right? Nearly halfway through.
Halfway here.
Yeah, so we got some standings. Let's take a look at them. Should we see who's staying there? We got Hatsu still at the first rank.
Yep.
We're still on the first page. We got Vaga, Vince, Aqua, Mocha's New Groove, Senga, Prawantoro, Shirk, and Hakase, all in that 3-0 range. And then the last 3-0 is actually Mauricio. Oh, okay. And then, but then in the 2-1s, we've got Simon, Kilua, Asna, Freedom, Marana, Elliot, and Nicholas Vanville sneaking in the 16th place. So that's so far all the through 3 rounds.
Yeah.
4 more rounds to go. We'll see who lasts, right? Who lasts. Now, let's see who's playing for us in the next game. So we got we can take a look at their decks, right, and see what spice we're gonna see. Do you think we've got some pretty good ones so far?
It looks like one of the players we have is playing a unique set.
A unique?
Yeah.
A unique tech, maybe.
Only one player is playing this deck within the tournament, as far as I know.
Maybe. We don't know. We don't know. We might be surprised. They must
maybe
lost for the swerve, right?
I may be jumping to conclusions based on a playmat, but...
Okay, this is kind of interesting.
Konosuba with 2 pants or gate and 6 choice.
Wow. Oh. There we go.
Reset. Okay.
Looks way nice now. So Alex Wong, all right, with Konosuba,
USA.
Yeah, from USA, and this is an interesting build. Normally,
interestingly enough, it plays 4 copies of the level 1 combo, but it only doesn't play 4 copies of either of its level 3 combos.
Okay.
It's 2 or 3.
And we'll see what's.
We'll see it.
Looks like there's a bit of technical difficulties, but Alex Wong is back.
Alex Wong is back. Yeah. So it looks like it's using the level 1 darkness combo to search for the pieces to use fusion to go into the level 3 darkness, which has the ability to deal 1 damage to the opponent when its damage or the opposing character's damage is cancelled. And then to top it off, it has the level 3 Aqua, which sends the bottom 2 cards of the opponent's deck to the waiting room and then deals damage. 1 damage twice, I believe, if there are no climaxes within those 2 cards.
This is a nice hybrid. Normally we see like pure kind of more red focus builds.
Yeah, red focus builds are or like red and blue, so it's not that common to see the darkness build. So I'd be pretty interested to see how this goes.
All right, let's see what Alex is playing against. We've got Shinobi here, and we've got
this is
Sword Art Online.
Sword Art Online with 6 gate/pants and 2 stock soul.
And we got that War of the Underworld.
So this is a way to end the game during the main phase by paying, I believe, 4 stock and sending 5 characters to the waiting room. You could deal 1 damage, then 2 damage, then 3 damage to your opponent.
That's right. If you're paying attention to the slides,
yeah.
You'll be ready. But we got the game. The game is ready to go. So let's jump right in. SAO versus Konosuba.
Yeah.
Right, this feels like a match from maybe a year ago.
A year or 2 ago. Yeah.
So we got Alex on the left with doesn't look like the
some of the things don't seem to.
It's got the mat is definitely correct, but we got
it's tricked by the mat then.
Yeah, probably should be Konosuba. Yeah. And on the right we've got Sword Art Online with
Or that's what I thought, but actually he has discarded 2 quintessential quintuplet cards, so it appears that we may have talked about the wrong deck in Konosuba.
That's interesting. Okay, so we've got quintessential quintuplets then?
Find it a little bit amusing that he's using sleeves of Miku but discarding level 1, so level 3 Ichika cards.
Okay, so we've got Shinobu that is starting, and calling the Kirito.
Yeah. It's a good start because that Kirito needs experience 6 to be fully active, and having a level 3 in your clock is one of the requirements of having experience 6 in this game, unless you want to go 2-2-2, but that basically never happens. Alright, so here we are, and the Yu-Gi-Oh attacks, triggering another Yu-Gi-Oh for 3 damage. That Yu-Gi-Oh can clock a card from hand and go to memory when it's reversed to search the deck for a character. It's also the power condition for the 2-1 stock soul combo, so yeah, overall a pretty good start from Shinobu.
What do you think is Alex's build?
Well,
Or-
we can definitely see the level 3 choice combo that is the Ishka. I believe it burns 2 twice when damage dealt by it is cancelled, so a bit more aggressive in the top end, seeing as that card doesn't heal. I don't know what the level 1 combo is though, so we'll have to see and find out. That is a level 0 Itsuki, where you can come into play, reveal the top card of your deck, and add it to hand, discard one if it's a quintuplets character. Additionally, you can also discard a character to draw a card. And you can do these in any order, but he has opted to reveal first.
Oh, and then so he's gonna go for the.
So he's contemplating what he wants to discard or whether he wants to discard at this point. Looks like he does discard and draw a card here.
Just go for it. Do you think you, quintuplets? What do you think of this deck currently in English?
I'm much more of a fan of the second set. So at this point, I haven't really thought.
So this would
too much
be.
about it.
We saw a green climax. This is choice.
That was the
choice-
level 1 bar. So it's
Yeah.
probably bar choice, where the level 1 combo is the Yotsuba, which on attack mills 2 and salvage at level X or lower equal to the levels of the milled cards.
Okay.
So yeah, he has some aggression going on at level 1, and that ideally will transition into level 3 where he can end the game with some cancel burns.
I think both these decks feel like they're quite aggressive.
Yeah, they probably are. Both are playing level 3 finisher combos which don't heal, and instead use healers at level 2 to try and stay out of the opponent's range. So I think part of the level 2 will both of them gauging when they can end the game and what they need to get in hand, because one of the things with non-healing finishers is that if you go into your turn where your opponent's out of your finisher range but you need to heal down, you can't play those. So it can be risky, but the returns are pretty high. So that's a tri-lane with a 1k1. It's a very aggressive line.
Normally you don't see this.
Not on turn 2, yeah, not very often. Alright, so that's a copy of this combo.
What's the mindset when you think of it? When you think of it on Alex's side, they're already
Very curious.
very curious. Okay.
Alright, attacks into the Yu-Gi-Oh with his Yotsuba. This one sticks.
Yep.
And I think Yu-Gi-Oh's effect activate.
Just waiting.
Let's see what.
Sticks.
Okay.
Ooh, he drew his effect.
And yep, he searches his deck. Looks like Shinobu is a bit more concerned about just getting the Yu-Gi-Oh in memory for now rather than getting a specific card, which may suggest that his hand is pretty ready for level 1 even so.
We have the quintuplets list here. It is just the there's some it's choice bar like we said before, right? Choice bar. How many? Bunch of different.
All right, and he searches. It's a bit difficult to see this card. Oh, all right, that's the level 1 combo. So if he has experience 2, he can salvage when he attacks with the card and has the climax. So yeah, just getting ready for level 1. Seems like the standard search here.
And then you loop the level 1, right?
Yeah. As long as you trigger pans, it doesn't matter whether or not you reverse your opponent. So unfortunately, he cancels here. So
he's stuck at 0.
He's stuck at 0, and the card he searched won't be playable until at least next turn. And this may actually be pretty good for Alex, because now that Shinobu is stuck on 0 and he searched the level 1 card, there's a good chance that he won't be able to play 3 level 0s to fight back on the board. Which means that, yeah, Alex just got to attack with cards that didn't get answered.
That's pretty strong. You basically got another free turn like that, right?
Yeah.
Free value,
Free
I
value.
guess. Free value.
Alright.
But what is like an optimal play here? There really isn't, right?
It's very difficult. It's just based on what Shinobu has in his hand, but most of his level 0 does appear to be utility, so... Here we are with the... I believe that's a Letha? It's Glares. Yeah, so it reduces the power of a character when it's played, and it can pay 1 and send itself to the waiting room to add a character from the top 4, but I don't think the power reduction is enough this turn to sorry, it's minus 500 to everything. It shouldn't be enough to send anything directly to the waiting room, so it's more there to just assist the rest of the cards he's playing this turn, fight the board a bit better. But yeah, based on the way he's thinking of his turn, it doesn't look like his hand is particularly well equipped to... Oh, wait. Okay, maybe I'm wrong. So here is a level 0 unit, and I think his name is Eiji, where you can clock the top card of your stock to search your deck for a character.
Oh, that just...
Yeah, so he does have a swing back, okay.
Feel the field.
Yeah. And then the minus 500 from the Leafer reduces the power of the Itsuki's enough that the Yu-Gi-Oh confront over them and wait one turn until using the other effect. So, yeah, again, he's thinking a little bit. So I think this is Time to Rise Up, Kirito. A very befitting name of a gamer card. It becomes 2/5 level 1 when you have 2 other characters, and when it reverses, you can add a character from the top 3 and then discard one. So this card is kind of nice in that it gains a level, so it's not susceptible to the level 0s that send cards to other zones when they're reversed in battle due to the extra level. So it's much easier to get the effect off, and 2/5 is a fairly respectable number for a utility card, so yeah, it's a good card, and will let him do a bit more on his next turn with the utility that it provides.
Do you think it's gonna throw down a climax as well?
No, I think Shinobu would be more inclined to use the climax as a combo, or maybe even a discard fodder.
Level 1. His hand is still decently healthy, I think.
Yeah. Having gone first and his opponent going into a tri-lane with 2 direct attacks with the climax, I think this is a very good opportunity to not push too much damage, but instead push down Alex's hand size, because Alex is only on 3 cards now.
Yeah, and he's gonna have to... He's basically forced to clock draw next turn as well, which you always do, but...
Always do, but, you know, it's his hand, and therefore its options are fairly limited already at this point of the game, and Shinobu would want to prolong the amount of time that... the number of turns that Alex has to spend very carefully.
When you're trying to dig cards like that, whatever you get is not... Could be good, could be bad. Really up to the luck of the draw. Well, compared to like Shinobu's hand, I guess, his hand is pretty ready. Right, when he hits level 1, his game plan is going off.
Yep.
And it will just continue like that. So, big difference in terms of pace. Especially like when you rush like that, and your opponent doesn't take much damage. I guess in Shinobu's case, he would have kind of wanted to maybe go to 1.
He maybe would not have minded, but it turned out fine, so I think this is alright for him too.
Yeah, it just took a bit more of that thinking to get that correct setup going.
Yeah. So Alex just clocked his level 1 combo climax, I believe. So that means that he must have a second one.
Yeah, but it also means that his hand wasn't that great.
Alternatively, it's entirely possible that his hand was just his level 1 combo on the climax, and then he drew into a second copy, which he didn't really need now. But
yeah.
In either case, he did lose the value of a climax in his deck cycle, so slightly unfortunate.
Well, since he played that aggressively, I'm wondering what's the plays now that he can do?
Yeah, I'm very curious. Neither of these cards are his level 1 combo. I believe the Itsuki should be a Brainstorm.
It's a reverser. It's a reverser.
And it can add a level 1 or higher card from the top 4 when it's sent to the waiting room.
Yeah, I mean we're seeing. Ooh, no.
Ooh, all right, and that's down to 2 cards in hand.
Oh, the last Itsuki played can. Well, no, it can't actually. It can go back to hand.
It could go back to hand, but it also might not. So there's no strong guarantees on what Alex's hand will look like going into his next turn right here.
Living on the edge a bit, you know.
Yeah.
But this also means that Alex's field is gonna be relatively empty. I want to say.
Yeah, but that's not necessarily a good thing. So.
Well, that wasn't really saying it's a good thing. It's. It feels like the pain train is happening next time. When you assume what Shinobu's going to do, he's probably going to...
Shinobu is actually in a really good position with his 3 level 0s that let him access cards in his deck. Albeit, 2 of them are just top 3 as top 4 effects, but the last one, if he doesn't mind taking the clock, he can just search whatever he likes.
Yeah.
So yeah, he has a lot of control over what he wants to play next turn.
I mean, in a way, right? Here's the problem: is Alex might be forced to pay 3 encore that Yotspa.
Yeah.
Just to have cards, right? Just to have
yeah,
cards.
this is rough. And then because Alex has put his level 0 in front of the Kirito, which gained a level, as I mentioned earlier, in order for him to attempt to gain the card back through a bounce, he'll have to side attack it for 0 damage.
Oh.
Which basically negates that, negates the 1 damage that Shinobu just took to search a card.
Was that a bit of a crucial misplay?
Yeah, I think he... Well, he could have put it the other way around. But in that case, he wouldn't be able to answer the AG and Yuna. But at this point, I think Alex would be more concerned about maintaining his own hand while doing damage, as opposed to getting rid of Shinobu's resources.
Yeah, when your hand is that low, you don't have much of a choice.
You kind of have to just maneuver through the small lanes you have to victory.
I think this is like a side. This should be a side.
Yeah, this has to be a side. And
blank?
Oh.
Should he...
Should that be... That gains a level, right?
Yeah. Right. Unless he doesn't have a full flock light?
Oh, no, sorry. The AG and Yuna is not a flock light character, so no, it doesn't have the extra level. So alright, this turned out alright. Okay then.
Yeah, worked well. And now we see if it works better for Alex, if that level 0 is bouncing.
And going into the draw phase...
We get to see.
The top card is...
Surprise! It's
level 3. So it will return to his hand, and Alex has 1 extra card to play with next turn.
I'd say Alex probably breathed a sigh of relief.
Yeah, for sure.
But yeah, here's the issue. It's Shinobu's turn. You can say he's got the tempo going in, right? Doing the damage. Clocking first, of course, but I think right now he's able to just combo, right?
Yeah.
To combo.
He has a copy of the combo in his hand and a copy of the level 0, which bonds into the combo and gives it an additional ability. So as long as he has the climax, he can combo, and even if he doesn't, he's kind of fine on card advantage because one of his characters survived and he has a bond to get the card back.
Yeah. And I mean, just empty, rows of empty cards. Able to reverse the Yotsuba. Yeah, probably hitting Alex to just level 2 now, right?
Yeah, it seems entirely likely. He's on 1-3, so only need to stick 2 instances of damage here. Shinobu is probably slightly concerned about that one card, that the climax that he triggered, I believe, on the second attack last turn.
It's 2 down, just really depends if he can get it. But
he can use the Leaper for sure to pay 1 out, so he's most likely thinking of the other way, which I believe would probably be the bond, but based on his hand, there may be another line that he's thinking about. Right. And yeah, he does go for the bond here to get the level 1 Kirito combo.
Yeah, so we now have 2 of them ready to go.
Yep. And then he most likely uses the Leaper. Yep. Leaper to Waiting Room and add a character, specifically a Flocklight character, I believe, from the top 4. It's another copy of the combo.
Did you take it? Would you just keep on going? Oh, that's another one. Yeah, so
I think whether or not he keeps going is just based on how many cards he has left in deck and what his plans for the deck state are.
Yeah, it's just the first deck, right? But now Shinobu has the option to just throw 3 down, right?
Yep, looks like it. And every time Kirito attacks, he can choose to keep or Waiting Room the top card of his deck. So if he wanted to, he could technically just mill 3 more cards.
Oh, wow.
It's hard to tell how many cards exactly are left in his deck, but...
And now we see the combo.
And the combo, so yep, he's grabbing 3 cards back as the level total of the cards in his level should be 3.
It's so free. Doesn't even have to reverse or anything.
And if he triggers a pants gate trigger here, he can add the same card back to his hand and use another copy of the combo to get the last copy in his pin and the level 0 Asuna to get another copy back. So yeah, he can
keep on going.
Semi-infinite even.
Semi-infinite.
Attacks here.
Going in for the big damage, right? Big damage. Bet goes off.
And that is... He looks at the top card of his deck with the effect granted by the Asuna. I think he's keeping it.
He wants it.
Yep. And then now he's using the Kirito effect before he triggers, so he can add a card back to his hand.
Oh. It's so nice.
Alright, and he's getting the 2-1 Kirito, so it looks like he has an idea of how he's going to get the stock cell in his hand. Alright, he triggers the Gram event? I think it's called Gram. It's a 2-1 event which stops your opponent from using counters for the rest of the turn and grants 3k power, so used on your finisher turn, it completely shuts down any form of interaction your opponent may have with your combo. It's quite powerful, but there's not that many timings per game that you want to use it, so I think he just decided that he won't need it this game as much and left it on top.
Yeah, he does run 3 of that as well.
Yeah.
Quite a few.
Typically, this build of SAO doesn't have that many red cards, so you'll just put one of them in your level zone and one of the other 2 you would use during the game. And this 4 sticks.
Ouch. There's a lot of damage, massive damage going on. Alex, this is very bad for Alex, I have to say. Because he's going up to level 2. He only has 3 cards in hand. And there's one more attack left as well. Sure, he has stock, but...
And...
I see that Asuna doing work again.
Yep. What's his salvage going to be? So far, I salvaged 2 of the 2-1 Kirito, so... Alright, and last one he gets Time to Rise Up Kirito. Gosh, I love this card name.
The edgiest card name. And
that
Alex
is another 3, so Alex has taken entire levels worth of damage this game, this turn.
Wow.
It's not a good combo with how much hand he has right now.
Yeah, because he's forced to clock in it, right?
Yeah.
He has to clock. There's no other choice.
Yep, and he clocks the card that bounced last turn, which probably is the best use of that card right now. It's not going to be able to fight anything on Shinobu's board.
I mean, the funny thing is, if he can't answer any, like, because his hand is so low, he might not be able to answer Shinobu's board. So
Yeah.
he can just if Shinobu has the client, he just continuously does it.
But answering Shinobu's board this turn would be very important, because if Shinobu's board comes back and he can just attack with the same cards the next turn, he can continue to attack while checking the top card and make sure he doesn't trigger climaxes. And clean stock in this matchup is very powerful because quintuplet set 1 does not have any way to interact with that stock compression.
Oh, wow.
So yeah, he would already have the board, he would have the stock, and he just needs to keep working towards his compression.
It's
and
pretty much a win condition right
yeah,
itself.
it can be a win condition if it's this early. The level 3 Ichika combo being a cancel burn does somewhat attempt to push through that that compression, but when it starts this early, it can be very difficult to break through.
Let's see Miku drop down.
Doesn't know anything of importance in the 2 cards. And then
this is kind of it's kind of crunch time because every single one of these cards is counting. You know, like if you.
At least this Miku does gain power during the player's turn, so it can attempt to fight one of those level 1 Kiritos.
Yeah, but it needs a board.
Yeah,
you need a board.
Fortunately, that Kirito does not gain that much power on defense or anything. So, this is quite a tough turn.
Oh,
alright, so triggers gold bar, so I guess that's a form of card advantage.
Oh, it's kind of pain. That's when you're one line climax.
He's thinking about the stock, so that might mean that his compression is pretty good here. But he does take it, alright.
I mean, Shinobu takes not even
cancels
damage.
the 2, but I guess the Kirito is reversed.
But he salvaged a Kirito last turn, right? So
he doesn't really need to think too much about that.
Wow, this SAO deck looks very fun. you have the best combos. You got the best names, right?
The best names. And you have War of Wonderworld, which is definitely a good card.
That's a pretty cool card. Yeah. Very edgy name as well. You can rise up, man. Time to rise up, boys. Time to rise up. Well, the only thing that's rising is Alex Wong's damage. It's likely gonna go to 3 this turn. It's very, very unfortunate, but I guess this is what happens when you get punished by going in so hard so early, right? Like
that. He is definitely being hurt by that early game commitment here.
Okay, we see it. We see a Sinon down.
So a bit of discussion going on here, but here we are. And then so Shinobu draws a card.
Okay.
Discards a card with, I believe that is the anti-early play 1/1. So yeah, I don't think he's going to be needing that with how much damage Alex is on right now.
There we go.
Yeah.
I mean, when you're this far ahead, I think anything is good.
Yeah. So yeah, he just used the Sinon to draw and discard a card, and when this card is reversed, you may reveal the top card of your deck and add it to your hand if it meets the conditions. Don't think Shinobu is too starved on
just
card
value,
advantage,
right?
but hand filter is usually quite appreciated.
I think just digging to a point where you can like refresh and it's just all good, right? Gets that point. I mean, the only thing on his opponent's field is one card. So anything goes at the moment. Anything goes.
Yeah. And attacks with thinking a bit.
Just checking.
Attacks with Curator, and it's interesting to see if he wants to trigger the climax if it's on the top. It seems like that's what he's
it there. There's only two, so it's either now or later.
Okay, it's not a climax, but he triggers for 3 damage, and this doesn't cancel, which makes me believe that the blind stock that Alex took was a climax.
Feels like nothing is going Alex's way.
No, absolutely not.
And if Alex really needs to cancel it, kind of channel your energies. He needs this one that it was a 3. It's 3, right?
Yeah, it's for 3.
Yeah, so this refresh needs to be a climax. We don't want to see like empty and then refresh the climax, right? But that always happens.
Yeah.
Okay, 2 to the bottom.
2 to the bottom.
All right, this is his destiny.
And this is for 3 damage, which sticks.
Oh, that's pain.
Oh,
that is pain. On the plus side, he has a lot of stock. So
yeah, he does have stock. So
if his hand has 3s.
Yeah. Who knows? Maybe he'll play Ichika, and then like keep drawing cards and then push damage or something.
So all blanks.
It's possible. Alright, and that is another 3. Trigger the pants here, but unfortunately that is the last card of Shinobu's deck, so he will not be able to salvage.
Alright, Shinobu, Alex has to cancel now, right? Has to cancel. Oh, guess not.
Oh no.
Guess he does. Where's his climax? Are they all in his hand? Like
this is a very extreme case, obviously, but what I was saying earlier about playing finishes that don't heal is definitely going to hurt Alex here, as if his finishers did heal, he would be able to just play his finisher down, assume that it's not going to get reversed for a bit, or even if it does, you can pay 3 and encore it, and you're still decreasing the amount of damage you've taken. But because his finishers don't heal, he has to kind of decide between playing healers and finishers now.
I mean, I'll confidently say it, right? There is no way that if Alex drops 3 finishes, Shinobu is going to 3-7.
Unfortunately, cancel burn effects only increase the minimum amount of damage that you can do most of the time, but not maximum by that. Even you could attack for 3 and then cancel burn twice, and both sticking would be 1 extra damage, but assuming Alex was able to do 12 damage, that still wouldn't win him the game.
Yeah.
So Alex absolutely cannot win this turn, and therefore we'll have to think of how he's going to win after cancelling.
I mean, let's think of the bright side. He hasn't been cancelling for a while now.
Yeah.
Right.
I mean, all damage taken is just compression, so...
That's right. So you can say that he's highly compressed.
Yes.
You know,
compared to last turn, he is definitely.
The next turn, he is most definitely cancelling 3 times.
Mm-hmm.
But we'll see. No promises. No promises. Well, we see some Ichikas dropping onto the field.
It's a second Ichika, so doesn't have to worry about his hand size for a while at least.
The thing is, the problem with this card is that it doesn't heal.
Yeah, it doesn't heal, so
it doesn't heal. And it actually goes through the top 3 of the deck if you want to, right?
So his hand size is fine, but it also risks losing climaxes.
Yeah,
from the
losing
deck.
compression.
So
the climaxes that were likely all in the deck, hopefully are not going away. Hopefully they stay.
Yeah, and even if he doesn't change his compression too drastically, he is reaching closer and closer to that refresh point.
Yeah, I mean, there's 2 cards there.
Yeah, there is a chance that Shinobu goes straight to level 3 here and drops his finisher for game. So,
I mean, those finishes are quite strong.
Yeah, in that case, you definitely don't want to be any closer to your refresh point.
Yeah, Alex is also on 3-6, right? Mm-hmm. Yeah, so ooh, I don't know. That's it's looking a bit grim.
Doesn't look like Alex has any healers with the way he's playing out this turn.
Okay, he's dropped the climax.
Okay. He does have combo though, so I guess his hope is that he'll be able to deal enough damage this turn to put Shinobu in range of his attacks next turn, cancel 3+ times on the following one, and then end the game. Which, to be fair, that is probably just like the most likely way that you win this game from Alex's current situation.
Yes. You have to play to that less than 1% chance.
Yeah.
Now, right.
You gotta do what you gotta do.
Okay.
Alright, so that is a front for 4. It's a well appreciated trigger.
Okay, so it's the pray that he takes it. Shinobu takes damage, but
no. But if the cancel burn 2 sticks enough times. Alright, that's the first one. So now that he has a level, oh no, that's a level 2 in level. So I guess with the way it's going, Shinobu is going to go for 2+2+2 or 3 to fulfill the experience 6.
Yep.
All right, and he cancels the second 2. So, well, if the next 2 attacks all stick, then there's a chance. But
it's
yeah, and the reverse, reverse Sinon revealed a level 2 here. I think that was a small misplay on Alex's part actually, because any card that Sinon can add to the hand gets him closer to a climax.
Yes.
So that he just slightly compressed.
Ate the damage right there.
Yeah.
And this last attack from Alex,
So
can he
this-
push Shinobu to 3?
It's a choice. So yeah, if he played one fewer combo, he would have been able to cancel 1 extra time, but that's not happening this time. Instead, he gets a healer.
It's okay. He's just getting ready for the,
And this cancels, so Shinobu is still quite far out of range. And he does also have belly play heals in the form of Yujiro. So
I mean, do you need it?
he might not have to, but it's still a way to just get out of Alex's range.
Can't we just rise up and
we can just rise up and attack?
Deal 1 damage
deal
each,
1
right?
damage 3 times. Yeah, absolutely. You can just move the rise up from the back.
Yeah. Play down more time to rise up Kyoto.
Yeah.
It's time for the finishing blow. Yeah, early play heals, sure. That's true soul. Move it to the back, I guess.
Yeah, just move it to the back.
I mean, what is the chances? What is the chance of Alex triple canceling? He's been down on his luck.
Not as high as you'd like, I guess, but
yeah.
Alright, so Shinobu is playing the 2-1 Kirito combo here, which reaches 10k, 11k if you have the level 0 Yujiro in memory, which he already does. And when it resolves its combo, I think you can generate 1 stock into hand. Although right here, it seems most likely that he's playing it as a card that can deal exactly 1 damage while reversing the level 3 Ichika to lower the chances of second turn of combo.
But the power gain is quite good.
Yeah, the power gain is
2K,
quite impressive.
It's prize. Plus 9k.
Yeah, plus 9k. There's not that many cards in this game which have that much power written on the card.
Level 2, 11k. Not bad. Not bad. It's got 3 of them as well. So it's time. Is it gonna combo? thing, or just not bother? It's good enough already.
Yeah. 1-1-1 while reversing the opposing characters here is fine. I would say that it's probably better to just attack 1-3 times because 2-2-2 is significantly more likely to cancel than 1-1-1.
Yes, and there's not that many cards in Alex's hand as well,
Yeah.
so the chance of a counter is not high.
Alright, and
Triggers.
that is for 2, but he's not going to refresh anytime soon, so just getting the climax ready now so convincing finisher turn can follow up on the next one in case there is some survival going on. It's probably the right line.
Cancels, there we go. Right, 1 out of 3.
1 out of 3.
1 out of 3. Second attack, let's go. Maybe you'll trigger another trigger?
For 2.
Ooh, okay. Alex, you can, there we go. We're rolling. It's now Alex's turn to rise up with the cancels, and this one is a 2.
It's a 2. Wow. All right.
Ooh, Alex, show us your power. Unfortunate.
But if Alex had not dug one card deeper with the level 3, he would have been able to triple cancel this turn. So surprisingly, he wasn't actually that far off the triple canceling for like one more shot at the game.
Yeah. But you know, sometimes games just be like that. You know, you either have close games or sometimes.
Yeah,
it's Weiss Schwarz.
It was, but yeah, definitely the early game, very early push was suddenly hindered Alex's game quite a lot.
Yeah,
he struggled a lot in the mid game, and you know, given that he was able to still do double combo at the end of it, if he didn't go so aggressive in the early game, maybe he would have been able to push more effectively during the mid game.
That's right. Even in situations like that, you still always have to find that one out and try and play towards that. For that very simple, like very low off chance, you might be able to snag a win. So, unfortunately, didn't turn out that well because it happens, right? It happens. But Shinobu moves on. So it is what it is, right? It is what it is. So we'll be going to a break and we'll be back with round 5.
Hey Terence.
Hey Julius.
Okay, first of all, thanks for joining me here with Coffee and Bushiroad series.
No problem.
You are the first of all our interviewees. Well, and there's a reason for that. And that's because, you know, I think a lot of people have seen you in a lot of videos as well, especially for Buddy Fight channel, which you frequently appear, well, along with me. So, and the other reason is because Terence you have been with us for about 9 years now. Yes. So I think you're probably one of the veterans, if not like the person with the most experience number of years in Bushiroad right now.
That's true.
Yeah. So I'm very excited to ask you a bit about the kind of work that you do here with Bushiroad, mainly your current position, of course.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. So you are a senior development executive.
Yes, that's
and can you tell us a bit of the things that you have to do as someone in your role?
Okay, not only senior development executive, I'm also a team leader, as you know, for Buddy Fight, and our viewers also know. My job comprises mostly of product management, as well as marketing advisory role. So it's like, main part of the job is of course products. We can't have a card game without the products going out. So most of it is scheduled around product management, designs, translations, and basically making sure that the product goes out on time.
So I guess as team leader, you kind of have to manage everything and not just the product. Like
yes.
Developing the product is like one aspect of it.
Yes.
Yeah.
Our development mostly centers around localization. So
Okay.
Japan has their main product first, then we take the same product and try to localize it for the English-speaking community.
Okay. But so just for the record, localize would mean to translate into English for the international products. Yeah. So could you tell us more about how you would go about localizing a product? Like probably take us briefly through the steps from the very beginning and to the end when it's actually printed.
Well, basically, Japan needs to have their product ready first. Then we just take the designs, the translation, as in the text that they have, and do translations. Okay, then pass it to our designers. Designers put everything into what you see today as a card. Then we take the design, have it sent to the factory. Factory produces everything, including the packaging, such as the pillow pack, which we call pillow because the packs look like a pillow.
And although like you made it sound like very easy, like from translating to printing, I know for a fact that it's not.
You have done some products.
Yeah, I know for a fact it's not, because you kind of like split into 3 major categories. But I know it's gonna be definitely a lot more work than that.
Yeah, that was just a general description of how it is. But of course, there's many detailed steps along the way.
Definitely. So during the course of your translating and stuff, what do you think is the toughest thing about translating Japanese into English?
Oh, they have a lot of very Japanese-centric puns. Those are the worst things you can come across if your command of the Japanese language is not as good.
What do you mean by that?
They have certain like puns or play on words that central around the Japanese culture. So if you were to do a localization, you try to look for something in the English language that is equivalent. You cannot just translate the entire thing as it is. If you do, a lot of players won't get what it's trying to say because they are not that into the Japanese culture. So they will just be, it's just another flavor text, it's just another name.
They might not even get it as it's supposed to be a joke.
Yes.
Because that cultural difference just doesn't get through to the Western side, I suppose, definitely. So that would be the toughest thing for you as a translator.
That would be one of the most challenging. Toughest is when there's a lot of problems along the way that would cause the release date to derail. Yeah, then you have to do whatever you can to keep this production schedule back on track. Sometimes that's one of the toughest things, is meeting deadlines. When everything doesn't go your way. If everything is smooth, it's perfectly fine.
So that would be more on the production side rather than just the translating side now. So you have a lot of obstacles on the translating side, and then you also have obstacles on the production side. Yeah, so there's a lot of deadlines to meet.
Yes.
So that's definitely tough, and I can relate to that. Okay, then what's the most rewarding thing about your work?
Seeing players use your product in a tournament. Major or small. Sometimes you just go to a card shop and people are playing with the cards and you say, hey, that's the latest release. Then you'll be like, oh, are they having fun with it?
Okay.
If they are really making a ruckus and just generally having fun, that's the most rewarding thing for a developer.
That's true. That's true. Yeah, I suppose when you go and visit card shops or maybe in tournaments and you see that card on the table and you're like, then it brings you back, to the memories of you translating that, maybe in the office. Oh, I have problems with this certain pun, this certain joke.
Right. Or that card was changed last minute. We had to make all the arrangements just to make it proper by the time the product is released. They go like, oh, I remember that one.
All right. So, okay, maybe you can tell us what's your most memorable product that you have done so far. Like, probably the one that maybe gave you the most trouble, or maybe you had the most fun.
Limited only to Cardfight, or because
it could be anything. You have 9 years worth of experience here with Bushiroad, and I understand you do other titles as well, such as Luck and Logic, and I think a bit of Weiss Schwarz as well.
In fact, I've actually handled every single English card game localization up to now.
Oh.
If I didn't start it, I would have participated in it at a certain point in time.
Okay.
In fact, most of the English card games, I think I was one of the starting members when they were doing the localization.
Also, like the first English product for every game, like probably BT01 or TD, the very first series, TD01, BT01, that would be all you.
Yes, except for Luck and Logic. Luck and Logic, I was already team leader by the time that started, so I only checked. I did not actually do the translations or the localization part.
Okay.
But other than that, yes, I started most of the English card games, Weiss Schwarz, Vanguard, Cardfight.
Alright.
And after that, once after starting the localization work and maybe the production work, once there are new staff on board, I will train them and then let them control the production. Then I'll move on to other projects, of course.
All right, that's great. Okay.
So along the way, as you can see, there's a lot of products that I've covered in these past 9 years or so. So you want me to narrow it down to one?
I mean, you can give us a few if you have, like this, whatever comes to mind would be your most memorable product.
Now, the most memorable one, I think it's a bit out of the ordinary. It's because it was English Weiss Schwarz, the Attack on Titan set.
Okay.
It was a big challenge for the English card game because the English version released 1 month before the Japanese version.
Okay, that's gonna be rare, right? Because usually it's gonna be Japan first, and maybe like 2 weeks or 1 month later, then we release the English version.
If at all, because Weiss Schwarz, we don't have all the titles in the English version. Sometimes it's due to copyright, sometimes it's due to the popularity of the set. Some sets will not sell as well outside of Japan because it's not as well known or as popular.
Yeah.
But Attack on Titan, that's a worldwide renowned title.
Yeah.
So at that time, I was given the instructions, English version is going to release 1 month before the Japanese version.
Okay.
And it's something that we have never done before for the English version.
Okay, I would say that's memorable.
Any English version. So it's like, what? Really? Was the first reaction.
Okay.
Yeah. Because I wouldn't say it's impossible, but the logistics of it was that Japan will need to finalize every single data before I can work on any of the components.
Yes.
So the biggest risk of doing something before the Japanese version is that once you have finalized all the data, the factory is printing, if Japan makes any changes to the Japanese set, we will not get it in the English version. Yeah, it's the biggest risk of all.
Okay, so can I ask, why did they do something like this? You know, something so out of the norm. Like, what was the reason behind that?
From what I heard was that Attack on Titan was really popular overseas, so they decided, let's do something phenomenal for this set. The English version will come out before the Japanese one.
Okay, so simply it was just for the fans. Like, oh, okay, it's super popular in the Western world as well. Then just get this out earlier than the Japanese version.
Yes, and it's something the fans can brag about in the English community. Hey, we got ours before the Japanese set.
Yeah, because usually it's the other way around.
Yes. So even at this time, sometimes the simultaneous release is going to be quite difficult because of Japan's very short lead time for data, for designs. Overseas, we have a lot of logistics issues, considerations, before we can actually send data for print, finalize all the data. So it's going to be a lot tougher.
Okay. So the schedule for this English Attack on Titan, how bad was it? Like how much of a rush were you in? No, due to this sudden arrangement.
I can only say that for this particular set, it was a good thing at that time I was living in Tokyo, Japan, and working in the main office. Because at any point in time, I had to get up from my seat, run to the Weiss Schwarz team, the Japanese team in the office, and just discuss every single detail. At that time, I think we were 1 floor apart. If I remember correctly, we were 1 floor apart. We were definitely on different floors. My office was, I think, 1 floor higher than the Japanese Weiss Schwarz teams. So at any point I needed anything, it would be leave my seat, run all the way down, iron out all the details, get back to. No, somebody out there will say, why don't you just call downstairs? No, some things you need to iron out in detail and have all the details straight.
Yeah.
Because any single mistake there would cause the entire set to be different from the Japanese one.
Exactly.
Right.
Yeah. Okay. So that's one thing. So that's something that's manageable only because you were working in Japan at the time.
Yes.
Oh wow.
is going to be very difficult, very challenging if we were to attempt the same thing.
And well, since you mentioned it, I understand you worked in Japan for a number of years. How many years was that?
5 or 6. I
5,
think.
6 years.
Yeah.
So 5, 6 years of your years working in, 5, 6 years out of 9 years working in Bushiroad, 5, 6 years was in Japan.
Was in Tokyo, Japan. Yeah.
Tokyo. Wow.
Working out of the main office.
Okay. So I'm a little bit curious. What's the cultural working difference, in Japan and then in Singapore? Like, what's the main difference do you see?
It's more of the working culture, I think, and mostly because Japanese tend to be very polite. So the place is mostly quiet. It's a lot more quiet than any other office than I've seen so far. So and people tend to like to finish their work before they leave the office. So some employees tend to leave like 8, 9 p.m. at night, just because they finish their work and then they prepare for the next day's work.
Okay.
So it's slightly different from overseas, where there are certain companies that, of course, once it's time to knock off, you go home.
So in Japan, a lot of people, they actually like stay up later than usual.
Yes, they normally stay back later just to finish up their work, which is not a bad thing, but sometimes you need time for family.
I guess you kind of like have to balance.
Yeah.
Some days you might have to stay because you have to stay, but maybe other days you can take it easier and then you just take it easier.
Also, just to dispel some rumors out there, that there's actually a rumor out there that says that Japanese companies, you don't leave earlier than your boss. No, that's just a rumor.
Probably from very long time ago.
It might have been a practice maybe long ago, but nowadays not so much.
Okay.
I mean, the boss sometimes leaves earlier than most of the staff, because sometimes they have maybe business dinners, business appointments, they need to talk to other companies or have their own appointments. So yeah, it's definitely not that true.
Do you have any kind of tips or advice for people who might want to do translating for a job? Like maybe they want to be a translator as well. Maybe they hope to be working for Bushiroad one day. Do you have any advice for the young ones out there?
Young ones.
Yeah.
If they are young ones, they are still a bit away. But well, for tips, all I can say is first you must get your Japanese language up to par. For that, you probably have to listen to music, watch shows. If you can, try practicing. If you're in a class, grab your classmates and just practice whatever language it is that you want to practice. Getting better at it is first priority. Then after that, practice a lot, I guess. Listening to music, watching shows, reading books, or even if you're starting out in Japanese, reading manga. That's one of the easiest ways. Go for the lower age mangas like Buddy Fight. We have Koro Comic. Yeah, the Japanese magazine. Just get a copy and just try to read whatever's in there. Then after that, JLPT, the Japanese Language Proficiency Test, pass, or if you can go all the way to level 1, that at least shows your employer that you have the skills.
I wouldn't say it's absolutely necessary, because as with any language, just being able to speak it, write it, it shows that you know the language, and then from people who know the language will know what level of proficiency you are at. So I guess it's just good to really just show it. I can do it.
It's just documentation that you know.
Because from what I know, I think Terence, you don't have any JLPT at all.
No.
And yet, everyone who needs help with Japanese in offices, they just go to you.
Yeah, because if you stay in the country long enough, it becomes natural.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So it's, I wouldn't say, we wouldn't say JLPT is absolutely necessary, but it's just good to have.
Yes, it's
just to show, because I think people, that's like kind of like official verification that you can do, you have proficiency in this language.
Also depends on your employer. If your employer really requires a proof that you do know the language, but there are companies out there who actually just test your proficiency during the interviews.
Yeah.
Right. So it again depends on the company who's going to hire you.
That's true. Yeah. So Terrence's tips for everyone is just immerse yourself in the language, in Japanese language if you want to translate Japanese for a living.
Or if you want to translate other languages, just
same thing.
Learn, adapt, be really good at it. At least a normal conversation.
Yeah. And I suppose the kind of things you're translating for matters as well. Like you can be interested in Japanese language, but you also have to be interested in, let's say, the anime and manga culture if that's what you want to translate. Yeah, because if not, you might not get the puns or
references.
A lot of references and connotations that come with a lot of different words.
Right.
Yeah. So I suppose if you want to be working in the industry, I guess you have to be interested in that industry as well.
It's definitely a plus.
Yeah. Because if not, a lot of things you just wouldn't get.
Yeah, it just goes over your head.
Yeah. So thank you so much for sharing all your insights here with us.
No problem.
Thank you. Yeah. Because as one of the longest standing employee of Bushiroad, you definitely have a lot of valuable experience to share with us. So thank you so much for the interview today. And I think I think that's all we have for today.
Yeah.
So thank you so much.
Great
thank
being
you.
here.
Yeah. Thank you.
Hello everyone, my name is Kelvin and I'm the winner of Weiss Schwarz on BSFO 2021 EU region, and been delighted to be here in this interview. I play mostly Vanguard and Weiss in Australia regions. I sometimes travel to New Zealand and really love to be here in BRO. So like any other big tournaments for Bushiroad games or other card games, I think the most important part is to test, and I'm probably the worst at doing that. But unfortunately, I have really good friends who will just push me and help me get the decks right and test our streaming setups. So just a lot of getting it done right before the actual event. And when it's showtime, we just roll the camera. I think most of us wouldn't have like a playmat-sized empty space on our desk, so we definitely need to make some adjustments on the work table. And other than that, we find out things like glare can make the games difficult. So you want to like place your cards or like your lighting in certain positions so the games will go smoothly. I guess the biggest key difference between the usual events and the online events is, you don't have that sense of going to your locals and talking to your friends. But there are other alternatives. I think you just have to be a bit more active online and, find your mates, talk to them, just have, the game's more fun with more people. So, I think you really need to get into the community and be involved. Okay, so actually my first event was actually all the way back in 2012. That was WS Grand Prix in Melbourne, and that was a just new experience for me back then, and took a bit of a break and sort of came back active around 2016, 2017, and that's when my great friends Kai and Mark, we started playing a bit more seriously, and we're doing quite well since then. And I believe in the last few years we have I've gone to 2 worlds myself, but all these big events and the worlds is just an amazing experience. I think most of us will relate card games with people that we play with all the time, your locals, what they play like, and when you go out there it's just widely different how people can play these games that are just 50 cards in the deck box. So previously I would only go to tournaments in my local area or like within Australian region or sometimes New Zealand, never really beyond that. And it's all sort of the same, but with online tournaments you get to be with everyone from different time zones. You'll be playing at like 10 p.m. and they'll be like 2 a.m. It's just like different time zones, a lot of different language. People call card effects differently, and it's just a lot of new experience, one player after another, and that keeps it very exciting. It's almost like it's a mini worlds, which is hard to believe. I mean, considering this is also the first time they run an online event, I would have to say most regions run it very smoothly. And when there are times in between rounds when nothing's happening and maybe you're not too sure because there's no PA announcements, etc. I think it's the time where you just go back to your own Discord server and have a chat with your friends, talk how your rounds go, or maybe if you find new friends during the tournament, that's even better. So you gotta fill those time slots with what makes the event interesting. Yeah, because it can be quite easy for you to just sit in, play one round and do nothing till the next round, but you can get yourself a bit more involved, and that's where you find the fun. Okay, so it's probably I did the craziest run during the Vanguard week because I think I joined all 9 events. Yes, I did join all 9 events. And at one point I think I was playing card games for 14 hours straight. So I was pretty dead. But yeah, I think definitely you do want to keep yourself hydrated, keep yourself well fed, not too much, just enough to get you going. And if you finish your round early because you get super lucky or unlucky, make use of that time. Take your bathroom breaks, take your small meals, and that will keep your engine running. You gotta complete the BRO or BSFO gauntlet. Try to prepare as much as you can. Have a test call with one of your friends. Make sure the camera is all right, the lighting's all right. But most importantly, try to have fun, be considerate to other players and the stuff, because it can be quite challenging to run this event, if you can imagine. And most importantly, just enjoy yourself and enjoy the event, the vibes. So it's a bit odd because I actually won the Weiss tournament, but main game is in Vanguard. I did get one top 8 in the NA region for V. But we also have a Vanguard channel on the WCC, or World Class Card Fighters. Yes, it's World Class Card Fighters. Well, we upload a lot of YouTube content thanks to Kai, and you might see me there every now and then. So yeah, have a look and let us know what you like in the comments.
Welcome back, everyone, and we are entering round 5.
Round 5,
this
yeah.
one. Yeah, we're
Past
getting
the halfway point.
So we're getting towards the end. We're finally seeing some, who's gonna rise up on top. All right, and I think spoilers. I think there's one that is JoJo's.
Yeah, there is an undefeated JoJo's Bizarre Adventure.
Wow,
in this tournament.
Pretty insane. Let's look at the standings. Right, let's look at the standings. We can take a look at the undefeated. So we got Vaga, Senga, Hakase, and Hakwa. All 4-0, and one of them,
one of them is playing JoJo.
You can guess who, right? Guess who. Next we got Hatsu, then Hatsu, Shirk, Vince, Pekoha, all in X1, and then we also got Nicholas Banville, Mocha's New Groove, Killua, Saiki, Revan, Simon, Mauricio, and Elliot, also on the X1. So, yeah. They just need to stick around, right? Stick around.
Just 3 more rounds.
3 more rounds.
Exciting WS.
That's right. X1's confirmed to make it. So you want to stay X1, right? You want to stay X1. Meanwhile, if you're undefeated right now, you're just thinking 2 more wins.
2 more wins and you're probably in.
Yeah, maybe even just 1 more win. Maybe just 1 more win and you're in the home zone.
Yeah.
But to get X1's make it in this 7-round tournament, so you just that's the place you want to be. If you're X2, you need to have a bit of luck and good resistance. Good resistance to make it. Yeah. So far, right? What is your? We've seen actually quite a few different decks so far. Which one has been your? We haven't actually seen. We've seen Kaguya. That's like the big one. We haven't seen any Dead or Alives, right?
Yes. Have we seen Slime? Have we seen Slime yet?
Slime? No.
We somehow have dodged the popular ones.
Slime? No. Well, Kaguya's pretty popular. We have to say we saw Kaguya tires. We saw why it can be so good, right? Actually, I like that SAO build, just being able to do something.
Yeah, that was pretty smooth. Oh, I like that build as well.
Yeah, compared to like the traditional SAO builds that we have. It's interesting because that had no standby in it. It's like it just feels a bit weird,
Yeah, I mean, I played a bit of dual standby back in the day, and I haven't really tested Alicization since, so.
It's we'll see how it goes. We have a fun match coming up. Maybe another series we haven't seen yet, right?
The Isekai guy versus Rack, not Truck.
Yeah, so we'll be heading into that very soon. They're just setting up right now, and we'll get the deck reviews up for you soon. So
here is Rack's deck.
This is Konosuba, right?
Konosuba,
yeah. I mean, we had a glimpse of a Konosuba before, but here we go. We're giving it to you.
Different lists. So we've got 5 door and 3 pans with 4-1 split on the doors.
Yeah.
Looks like he's using the level 1 Megamin combo that balances itself when front attacked while twin driving on your own turn to transition into some early play heals and then finish off with either the level 3 Aqua, which can burn 1 twice, or the level 3 Megamin. Probably against board-based decks, which can shoot 2 cards to clock, burn 3 twice, and decompress. Not necessarily in that order.
Sounds pretty similar to another series.
Yeah, it does, actually.
Yeah, let's take a look at what Rack will be up against. So you got the Isekai guy.
Yep.
Playing
Bang
Dream. So this is, I remember this deck.
Yeah, it's what we used to call storage Yukino.
Storage, the double Yukino, right, as well. This is from Australia. Australia. Wow, okay.
Pretty cool.
I think this is a bit of an older deck now. It's just
there's been some. I guess the newest card would be the level 1 Kasumi Reverser, which can give 2k to a character when it reveals a character on the top of the deck. But aside from that, all the cards look to be from the first Girls Band Party set or earlier.
Yeah, and I think it's quite a solid deck. Of course, the top end very strong. You know, if you're able to pull off Yukino twice in one turn, usually that is game, right? Usually that is game.
It also has the very terrifying combo of Stock Swap plus Decompressor, where you can put all of your opponent's stock to waiting room and then shove everything except 1 climax back in their deck. So they're almost always susceptible to getting reverse, game ended by Yukino.
Yeah, so you have a lot of different ways to win, a lot of different tools as well, and just a lot of, like, your early game is just also very, very simple. So it's cool to see this deck come back. You know?
Just slightly annoyed by the fact that one of the climaxes is positioned a bit differently.
Well, I think one of them could be higher rarity, you know.
Potentially, yeah.
One of them could be higher rarity.
I'll just hope that the Isekai guy's real card isn't that small. That would not be a good sign.
Yeah. So how do you see this matchup going?
Well, one thing that Konosuba can do in this matchup is that if they see that Angream is going to level up first, they can just use the level 1 combo and, you know, get the bounce mode off, so it doesn't have so you're not susceptible to getting reversed by Yukino.
Okay.
So there is a play around, but it's not always that easy to get that off, and you typically want to play early play heals, so it could really swing either way. Obviously, both decks are very focused on just doing their level 1 combo, transitioning to level 2, and then ending the game with their respective powerful finishes.
Yeah.
So, yeah. On the other hand, Bangream doesn't have any particular play arounds, but just overall has decent odd quality. So, either way, I think it could just go either way, and keen to see how it goes.
Let's see what happens, right? So let's go to the game, and let the players play and see what happens. Who wins in the end, right? So we got Rack on the right, Konosuba, and the Isekai guy on the left with Bang Dream.
Yeah. So the Isekai guy has actually discarded his Buns of Luck, his Stock Top event, which is typically a card, from my experience, a card that you keep in your hand because it's not easy to search, but it may mean that he already has a second copy in his hand. Kind of curious how that works out. Also, despite playing 2 climaxes that salvage a card from the waiting room when triggered, he didn't discard any cards that either of those cards could salvage. So, yeah, his hand must be pretty good.
Yeah, with Bang Dream going first right now. Drops the...
Yep, so that is the 2-1 Remy, which gives power to any character equal to the number of climaxes in your bin times 1,500. Not useful until level 2, obviously, so he just attacked with the level 0 Sayo here, and triggers that irritating girl, often known as Toilet.
The toilet event.
Yeah.
Colloquially. That Ruby actually does a lot of work. You know, just able to run over 2 lines.
Yeah.
It's very important.
Alright. Can't quite see what Rack clocked there. I think it's the early play Aqua Heal.
Yes.
Namesake of the term Aqua Heal. But... Alright, so the Isekai guy has started with the level 0 Sayo, which can pay 1 to keep itself on the board if it's if there's no rested characters in the front row.
It stays. It's actually a very, very good opener.
Yeah.
You know, it just stays in the field, kind of.
And it's a really good answer to the card that Rack just played now, because instead of reversing it, it just sends it straight to the bottom, and Rack won't be able to maintain the card regardless of what the top card of his deck is.
Yeah, and
And
the Mega Beam also is like kind of a, how do you say, it sticks around too, but not against Sayo.
No, I don't. So, looks like Rack doesn't want to front into the Isekai guy's Sayo here, which means that the Isekai guy just got to keep 1 stock.
It looks like that's a bit. How do you say it? You know, if you're not getting rid of your opponent's cards in a way, right?
Yeah.
And just attacking like this, just trying to deal damage. It feels kind of low value.
Yeah. So Rack could have attacked the Isekai guy's level 0 with his Swimsuit Megaman, seeing as that Megaman is most likely going to be chumped attack anyway. On the other hand, maybe Rack really does want that direct attack lane for a reason that I can't see so far. But yeah, generally, I think a popular play would be to just attack that Sayo with the Megaman and either force the Isekai guy to lose a stock or a card on the board. But because he didn't, the Isekai guy can use his drop search Kokoro here to discard a card and most likely search for his level 1 combo plays.
Kokoro is pretty nice. Gets an extra soul in the...
Yeah, it's pretty good at pushing damage, which is exactly what this deck wants to do while swapping out the cards in hand.
Yeah, even if you don't use Kokoro's effect, just getting that extra soul without, you have an empty lane on one of the sides, perfect amount of damage to be pushing for.
Yeah. Right, but instead of searching level 1, the Isekai guy searches for the level 0 Arisa here, which allows them to check the top card of the deck every time a music character is played on the board. It does have some synergy with that irritating girl, which was stocked earlier, and also just generally gives you a lot of information during your main phase to plan ahead. You know what your trigger is. You might be able to just see a climax on top and brainstorm. Yeah, it offers a lot of versatility.
2 lanes now as well.
And
Is
there's also a brainstorm in the back row, but
do you
Alright,
think
checks the top card.
Isekai will contest?
So far it looks like he's just trying to get rid of the Megamin runner in the middle, so regardless of whether it moves, it can be fronted over. So
Yeah.
Rack also incidentally got to just keep his level 0 without it being contested.
So just valuing removing the runner
Yeah, it seems like
versus
it.
just the swimsuit.
By doing that, it means that the Sayo also survives this turn on offense, so again, it forces Rack to go into that.
Okay. So this Sayo swings in, 2 damage, and it sticks. And it's 2 soul as well.
Yep.
Triggers a door.
Yep. And salvages the 2-1 Saya.
Takes 1 damage now. Cancel.
Cancel.
Well, that's pretty. It's a pretty good place to cancel.
Yeah. I'm not sure if Rack wants to level up, but because he was able to keep the extra level 0, it looks like Rack will be comfortable with where they are.
Is he stuck at level 0? Do you think?
Well, there is a level 0 darkness in this deck, which allows the player to pay 1 and clock 1 to search the deck for a character. And I think there's 1 in Rack's clock. I'm not sure if he would want to use the effect just to search right now, though. It depends on how ready his hand is for level 1, but I think he's not too uncomfortable with where he is.
He's not pressured to really go up at all. He can just continue playing. He's got a 3-5 on the board.
Yep. So that's Brainstorm hit 1. And then
you get back. You get there's the climax.
it's the level 1 combo, so must mean that Rack has the level 1 climax in his hand.
In this matchup, you don't really worry about the reverses.
No, so because Megamin just returns to hand and Kasumi doesn't need to reverse or anything, just needs to attack to get the card, so both of them are sort of just doing their own thing until they hit level 2.
Yeah, it's technically very uninteractive in a way.
Right, and Rack just opts to attack once.
It gets
Isekai guy
cancelled.
cancels as well.
And
yeah. So that Sayo has gotten some pretty good value there by...
It's been on the board for 3
Been on the
turns.
front- yeah,
Technically, Rack's Megamin been on the board as well for a few turns too.
But it's probably around time that the Megamin will be outed.
Isekai guy just choosing
Isekai guy
one.
clocks the card that he salvaged earlier.
Plays down a Kasumi.
Yep. So this Kasumi can pay 1 and clock 1 to salvage a character with 1 of 5 names in when it goes to the waiting room. The 5 names being Kasumi, Tai, Arisa, Rimi, or Saya. So it's again kind of aggressive card. It can even salvage itself because it activates when it goes to the waiting room.
Oh.
Yeah. So it's a pretty good way to just extend your aggression in the early game because you can grab the card back, whatever card you need back later on.
Yeah, she replaces herself, and then the Sayo also is still sticking in a way, right? So seems like pretty good.
Yep.
Brainstorm hitting 1 as well.
While paying out a door, so
Always value. Always value. It's going through his deck quite well, and you could say that Bang Dream, this build is a kind of a high deck velocity.
Yeah.
Has high deck velocity.
you can go through your deck pretty fast and then refresh counter if you go into an unfortunate deck state. So mills 2 cards and sees a climax, so we'll give 1/5 to the level 0 Kasumi. And
Looks like
then
you can,
drop salvage.
you can get over everything pretty much.
And drop salvages to get... Thinking a bit here, but I don't think I've seen the level 1 Kasumi combo hit the waiting room yet, so...
Might be all in his hand.
Potentially, yeah.
Might be ready to go.
But the Isekai guy salvages the level 0 Arsa here, which allows him to get back the that irritating girl event and generate stock with cards in his hand.
It should be interesting. Now, a 3-lane attack from Isekai guy. Well, Rack is actually at 0-6, so there is a chance that Rack nearly... Ooh!
And plays the pants. Looks like he has enough hand to justify that. And
yeah, very aggressive. These are going for like 3-2-3.
And if this damage sticks, it is quite big, so...
We've been talking about like one of the great ways of dealing with level 1 combos, and that is just skipping a level 1 combo, right? Or
Yeah,
skipping level 1 altogether.
they still get to do the combo, but it does drastically decrease the amount of time that they get to use it
Yeah.
to the full extent.
I mean, when you're playing level 2 at when you're playing level 1 at level 2, it's not a great situation. And
No,
we
it's
see a cancel here on rack side. But will we see another one? Because there's potential for 2 damage. Currently only 2 damage and cancel. Ooh,
The
okay.
Isekai Guy has just triggered 2 copies of the level 1 Kasumi combo, so it does look like it doesn't have that many copies in hand, but he probably, well not probably, but he could have the storage event, the warehouse event, in order to just get the card back after using his stock.
Yeah, I think you just like brainstorm it out, right? And then just next turn grab it back and continue. But even so, his deck count seems quite low.
Yeah, it's much thinner than it was at the beginning of the turn.
What is Rack's response here, though? Going on the darkness?
So he plays Darkness, and I think he chooses to use the optional Mill 3 effect.
And discards the climax, grab the other climax.
Yes. So Climax swap for the level 1 combo door. And we already know that he has at least 1 copy of the combo, so he can front attack over the level 0s that the Isekai Guy has. And
How
that
many?
is triple combo.
Triple.
So this level 1 Mega Man gains 1k on the player's turn, and when it attacks with the combo, it can choose to pay 1 to check 2 triggers for the attack, and then it also gains the ability to optionally return to hand when front attacked on the next turn.
So it's great against dealing with the on reverses, but
Yeah.
fortunately in this matchup the only on reverse is the Yukina.
Yep. So that part will probably just be, for the most part, a way to maintain hand advantage, and maybe the Twin Drive will do extra damage through additional sword triggers, or maybe just mill the deck in Rack's favor.
I mean, Rack is it's basically Izakai's turn to receive damage. Can Rack really push the damage this turn or not? Interesting to see he's going with the Twin Drive.
Alright, +0 and +1, so that's
it's
3
just
damage.
3 damage. First, second, and third. Ooh!
Cancels on the third one.
What a nice cancel. And the last attack, going for the Twin Drive again.
Yep.
Let's see how many
So
souls.
if Rack is able to trigger a pants here, he'll be able to potentially get back another door. Unfortunately, he didn't, but if he could,
3 damage
he would be
now.
able to loop the combo again.
Ooh, Isekai
That
guy
cancels
cancelling
as well.
that. Right.
Yeah, which now means that the Isekai Guy can fairly comfortably use that Kasumi's effect when it hits the waiting room to get a copy of the level 1, which was the last card that he triggered, so he can pay it out and get it right into his hand.
Ooh, just opts to keep the.
Opts to keep the Sire. That's rather interesting, given that the Sire is weaker than all of the.
Yeah,
Maybe
kind of
it's-
not useful. Maybe he's thinking of playing 2 cards down and then siding with the Sire.
Potentially, but given that Megumin's effect isn't mandatory to bounce, having to pay 1 stock just to attack with a card that either has to lose on offense or side attack for less damage is a bit of a drawback.
I wonder what kind of field he can put down here, though, because we thought he'd use the.
Yeah, for sure. I also thought he would use the Kasumi to get the level 1 combo into his hand, so he can at least attack over those.
Only 3 cards left in the deck as well. One Kasumi is down.
Yep. So Kasumi has 4/5 power, and each time a character is played from hand, up to the second time, it will gain 1000 power. And when it attacks with the associated climax combo, it will salvage something in the warehouse, which is an event that brainstorms for 3 and salvages a character whose level is equal to or lower than the number of music characters milled.
Ooh, there goes. Yeah, use that in a rotating girl.
Yeah, it's that irritating girl to stock characters from the waiting room and give the effect to one of his characters to reveal the top card of the deck on attack and add it to hand if it's a character. It's a pretty crazy event if you think about it, because it replaces itself while generating clean stock, and it lets you bury away cards that you don't want to draw, or you want somewhere in your stock so you can pay it out later. Yeah. And then in tandem with the level 0 RSN in the back row, which allows the Isekai guy to check the top card of his deck, he has some level of control over what he adds to his hand or whether he adds cards to his hand at all. So
will he have a combo, to think? Feels like this field is not amazing. I don't think he can get over anything as well in a way, can he?
He can contest the middle.
Yeah, but that's it, yeah?
Yeah, for the moment it looks like it.
Yeah, no climax for me, just attacking.
Yeah, so the Irritating Girl adds the level 0 to his hand.
Gets the warehouse.
Yeah, and you can't add an event with Irritating Girl, so he will trigger the warehouse.
Unfortunate.
Then I think this is a frontal attack here, and there's some communication going on as to whether Rack will bounce. Rack declares no bounce.
So 1 damage, seems. And then the last attack. Is he going to side this? I think he's siding it.
Yeah, I think he'll have to side it in order to justify the fact that he paid 1 to keep it on the board.
He's thinking hard. Would you side?
Personally, I will probably not, because I think in this matchup, I just want my opponent to be on higher damage, and if I'm on higher damage too, it means I'm closer to being able to use Yukina to end the game.
True. That's, let's see here. So yeah, the first one was a side. This one is...
Looks like a front attack based on the fact that there was a short delay. Unfortunately, triggers a pants here, which ends up just being a +1 soul trigger.
And that is 2 damage in Rack's side. Bring him to 1/6. So if Rack is... Let's see if Rack actually clocks here, right? Because a lot of people haven't been doing it.
I think, given the scenario though, Rack did just +2 from his characters not being contested. Well, even if they were contested, they would come back to his hand anyway, but... he doesn't need to put high soul characters on the board. He should have enough hand. I don't think he's too concerned about hand size, so I think he might just attack 3 times or brainstorm. But not clock.
Only 2 cards left in deck as well. He hits over everything, right? Like nothing stops him.
The Megumin is 5/5 on the player's turn, so with Kasumi only being 4/5 on defense, he should fairly easily be able to run over it, but looks like he just wants to keep
Megumin.
I think he just wants to keep the level 1 combo in the back row in case he draws another one later down the line, and is using this opportunity to move the weaker attackers and give them their use.
So this is in for 3.
Alright, and the Isekai guy takes the 3, puts him on 1/6.
Yeah. Megumin swings in. This is for 1, so perfect damage for 1. And there's Rack going for a refresh now. So they come back on 2-0. I think his stock is... Everything's pretty clean, right? He should be going back with 8.
And Rack is also ready to trigger a door here as well, because with the refresh point, he will go to level 2 and 6 cards enter his waiting room. If he triggers a pants, well... I guess it's unfortunate, but he can take it. It's definitely just a shrug moment.
It's got 1 more attack as well. So...
And I think Rack would put in a blue card at this moment.
Which one though? That looks like Zumi.
I think there's the Snot Aqua.
Oh, okay. Yeah, perfect candidate.
Right. And then 1 last attack here.
And he's a guy leveling up to 2 as well.
Yep.
So pretty even, both sides.
And damage is even, but purely based on the Isekai guy's previous turn, I would have to assume that he's going to struggle a little bit on this turn as well.
So cancel coming out, so even damage pretty much. I guess one of the things we haven't really talked about is that Rack is running the counter, the seizure of private property.
It's a 2/3 event counter where if you use it on either player's turn, the opposing player sends all of their stock to the waiting room, and at the end of the turn, all of the an equal number of cards enter their stock from the top of the deck. So when used defensively, it can turn off certain finishes which require stock, such as Yukina. Although the
Yeah.
play around, you can the Isekai guy does have a play around with that, where he can use the 2/1 Sire to prevent a lane from being countered. But he can also just use it on his own turn, or or even on opponent's turn as a stock swap to mess with the Isekai guy's compression.
Yeah.
So once Rack hits level 2, which has already happened, the Isekai guy does need to start worrying about that. And 3 stock is an entire turn's worth of stock, but Rack does have quite a bit of stock here because this board survived earlier.
Yeah, there's not really been much contesting. Is the guy going for another brainstorm?
Yeah. So that is a miss. Isekai guy is getting a bit close to the state where his stock is close to the number of cards he has in deck, which means that a well-timed seizure of private property can really mess up his compression here. Especially after that miss, that brainstorm miss, it suggests that there's a decent number of climaxes left in the Isekai guy's deck.
I think Isekai guys be a bit careful as well. Can't commit too much mana because he's been missing a few brainstorms. Right?
And he hasn't managed to combo yet either, so...
Yeah. It looks pretty dry, and Yukina does require cards to be able to go off. So you don't want to enter that end game with just a few cards in hand because it's not much you can do. Can't really do the combos, and this is, although Yukina is quite strong, there's still quite a few conditions you have to go through in order to really go.
Isekai guy uses his Kokoro drop search again to look for a character, this time the early play Sire. So that is an early play heal that can come out early if there's 4 characters on the board, heals, and gains 1k to go to 10k if you have 2 other characters, which is a condition you'll always have if you early played it, because the first one requires more characters on the board than the second one. So
Problem with this size, it's quite weak. It's just a 10k.
Yeah, it's not very big on offense or defense, and in terms of performance, is probably going to be a weaker version of some of the early plays that Rack plays.
Yeah, and a lot of 2s over that now. We're looking at.
I'm curious to see whether he's playing. Oh, yep, he is playing it. Okay.
Okay.
It does put that Yukina that was in his clock into the waiting room, so if he triggers a door, he has an opportunity to salvage an extra Yukina. But yeah, his hand size doesn't look too high either.
I don't think he's getting over a lot of things too. He's still able to win one.
He can win
one lane.
One lane, yeah. With the level 3 can beat the Swimsuit Megamin, but the other 2 lanes are mostly being conceded here.
The Kokoro can side as well for one at least.
The Kokoro could also move in front of the level 0 Darkness and then be assigned power with the back row cards, but it looks like the Isekai guy wants to prioritize the extra soul damage from the center here.
Yeah, Rack's getting another cancel. Another swing. Only 1 damage this one. Looks like thinking what to do. Takes 1. 1 damage goes in. And
Oh, sorry, no, he already gave the power to the level 0 Ron, so it's bigger than Darkness, so it's a 2-lane answer. So this may be a front or a side. It looks like a side.
So this is for 1 then?
Oh, no, it's for 2. Okay, so it's a front.
Cancel, so Kokoro gets reversed.
Okay.
But at least he still has 2 lanes up, so it's not that bad.
But that level 0 isn't contesting anything, so it's most likely that Rack will just play a card that can fight the level 3 Sire and then win 2 lanes again on offense.
I mean, it's not that hard. Also,
no, it's really not. But looks like the Isekai guy's Sire is going to be let off the hook.
Oh, okay. Looks like Rack just gonna chump. He still wins 2 lanes, technically.
Yeah, he wins 2 lanes, offense and defense included. Alright, and Rack plays a 2-1 Aqua, which is a 2k to support for level 3s, and also has the ability to assign one of the player's characters the ability to send a reverse character to the bottom of the deck. At this moment, the only card that looks like it's going to be sent to the bottom is the level 0 Run, which, with only 1 card at the bottom, the Isekai guy most likely can take advantage of the fact that he knows the bottom card of his deck is a non-character, so he can always safely trigger his climaxes or plan his turn around that. But if timed well, that can just be additional damage lying at the bottom of the deck for the Isekai guy to take as well. So I'm curious as to whether or not Rack wants to take advantage of it, or he's just sending to the bottom.
Maybe he's gonna.
shut off the...
Do you think he's gonna side the one in front of the side?
Well, now that he has triple combo and he did replace one of his characters, it seems very likely that he's gonna side the level 3 Sire. Or otherwise, it would have achieved the same result had he left his the replaced character in front of the Sire and then attacked twice on the other 2 lanes.
Yeah.
So yeah, it looks like the Isekai guy playing that early play is getting quite a bit of mileage. It survives and reduces one of the attacks that he's taking by 1.
Gets a door so he can salvage a card.
Yeah. Rack has been pretty conservative with the twin drives on the Mega Man combo. I think it looks like he just wants to keep his stock clean, and it's been doing pretty well, because now he can use the twin drive to pay out that climax.
I guess they're calling inside this in twin drive and possibly still hit in, right?
I guess so, yeah. It's starting on 2, and then a reduction of 3 would be -1. So if he triggers 2 soul triggers here, he would do 1 damage, but
that's not happening.
That's not happening anymore. Yeah.
Oh.
Oh no, sorry. He must have given a soul to that character with the effect of the brainstorm, which assigns 1 soul to a character when a door is played in the climax zone. So he ended up doing 1 more, exactly 1 damage, which was cancelled by the Isekai guy.
Oh, that works out really well.
Unfortunately for the Isekai guy, I think he actually wanted to draw that card off the top, because that is his level 1 combo, which lets him kind of go into his plan. But I think he'll just have to appreciate that his level 3 is alive, and it did sort of reduce the amount of damage he took.
I mean, Rack's in a position where he could probably do this all day.
Yeah, it does look like it.
If they keep on bouncing, there's no reversing.
Yes.
So
it's a very easy Yukina dodge here.
What is the Isekai gonna do now? Feels like Rack is set up. He's ready to go. Isekai guy still trying to find his ropes.
Out, yeah. I think there's also quite a few Yukinas that we know aren't in his hand. There's one in the waiting room that was sent there last turn, and I think the first card in his level zone is also a Yukina. And well, you don't triple Yukina almost ever when playing this deck, so 2 is fine, but the number that we see out plus the number of cards we have in the Isekai's guy's hand is a little bit concerning.
Yeah, I feel the question. Well, we got this event coming up, but I don't know. It's he can't not have hand, right?
You need hand because you need to discard for Yukina.
Yeah, it feels like it's just missing. It's missing things, and only able to pull off like 1 climax combo here also feels like it's not ideal, right?
Well, it is better than not playing the climax at all, because at least the door climax pushes extra damage, and the level 1 combo replaces the hand. So, all right. Then he triggers a Pans here, so I'm assuming he's going to get back another intense shout in his hand. So at least he is ready to
combo,
to slam, yeah. And that is for 3 damage, which sticks.
And then 1 more attack from Isekai guy. Oh no, 2 more.
2 more attacks, yeah.
Well, triggers the door again.
Yeah,
it's like true climax triggered.
So this definitely did fall into that category of situations I said earlier, where because the Isekai guy knows the bottom card of his deck is a non-climax, he was able to get the value of that door, which if Rack had not sent that card to the bottom, it would not have. He would not have been able to salvage that Yukino and be ready for level 3.
Rack is going straight up to level 3. It's a bit. I don't know, it feels a bit iffy, because now it feels like the tables have flipped, you know?
They certainly have, yeah.
Yeah, Rack was in a great position. He was just chilling with his Megumins bouncing down every turn. You know, he's got a good setup going. But now, you know, once Isekai hits Rack to 3, he's in a kill range. You know, the damage can come, right?
So the Isekai guy is currently contemplating whether he makes that last attack, because having triggered 2 climaxes is salvaged 1 of 1 on board. The most he can refresh is 4. And if he attacks here, he doesn't get to answer the card, but he does a maximum of 2 damage.
In a way, though, do you need a cancel when you can win?
No, actually don't need to cancel here, as long as you don't straight up
lose
the game. And with the Isekai guy being only mid-level 2 after taking refresh, it's really difficult for Rack to make that call and say, you know what, I'm gonna do my combo. Because, doing your finisher combo does cost resources, and if your opponent doesn't lose the game straight there, sometimes that means that you don't have any follow-up and you're going to lose the game instead.
But I have to say, right, if I'm Rack, I'm looking at the amount of climax that are out for Isekai, I'm going, it's time for me to deal a lot of damage. And, Megamins, they can do a lot of damage.
I think also because the Isekai guy didn't refresh too many climaxes, it would be a very great timing to use the level 3 Aqua, which if it sends 2 non-climaxes from the bottom of the deck to the waiting room, it can deal 1 damage twice. So it seems fairly likely here that you would be able to do a lot of damage off the Aquas. And on top of that, because Aqua is fairly low investment compared to Megamin and Union, you can hold up the seizure counter, which does deny Yukina unless the Isekai guy finds his 2-on Sire to lock Rack out of using a counter on a single lane. Alright.
I mean, this is one scary thing though, right? Is if you're Rack, right, and you go, I saw a lot of climaxes out. How about I just try and finish the game right now? It's a bit of a long shot, right? It's a bit of a long shot, but you might as well do it.
It is sort of down to how many climax combos that Rack can resolve this turn. He does have 1 on the board.
Yes.
It's certainly a start, but
doesn't feel like it's enough. I guess, to
this
finish.
is a pivotal. He doesn't seem to want to use his combo, so I guess this is the heal down and wait 1 turn play. And perhaps if he has Seizure Fiber property, he can turn off a Yukina, but the Isekai guy does have a warehouse in his hand, so once he sees that 2-on Sire in the waiting room, he can pretty readily get that card back.
And he's got a lot of stock to play with. It's the 1+ for Isekai guy right now.
That previous turn of damage sticking plus double triggering for 2 cards that you need was definitely helpful. Oh, and he goes for the refresh counter here, which is certainly helpful. He shuffles 4 cards into his deck, but 2 of them are climaxes, so his compression rate definitely went up.
But if he cancels too much here, he can't.
Yeah. So in terms of fulfilling the idea, the goal of canceling more, it was definitely good. Except if you look at the bigger picture, it doesn't seem imperative that the Isekai guy does cancel here. In fact, it might even be okay to wait 1 extra turn, but
I guess he's just afraid of the damage.
Yeah.
He's afraid of just taking too much damage. But he's still on 2-4, right? 2-4.
Konosuba is notorious for not letting the opponent do things with the events and their combos. So if he wanted to use it, now was the timing. It's just whether or not he needed to was a bit hard to determine here.
So this is a 3 damage?
Yeah. So he takes the damage, but that's honestly fine. The idea isn't that he cancels this turn, but rather that he has good compression so he can cancel on the next one.
Yeah, even at like 2-6, right? The Isekai guy can already clock in and go in. So looks like Rack is just not afraid, not afraid of the Yukinas. But he's losing quite a lot of climaxes.
Yeah, he is. And on top of that, Rack has left a level 1 character on the board. So this again is assuming that he has the Seizure private property in hand, but
that's a very cideable card.
That is a very cideable card, which means that the Isekai guy has 1 extra attack that he can use to generate the cost for level 3 Yukina combo, which can't be answered by the Seizure private property.
Isekai guy now on a 3-4, but it doesn't matter.
Yeah, so
it's time to go. I think it's time to go. Clocks the climax.
Yeah, but we all know that he has the intense shout climax in his hand, so
yes,
he is ready to combo.
How many is the question? How many?
Well, based on how much stock in hand he has, I think 1 is probably what we'd be looking at, but 1 Yukina is 7 damage on its own.
Yes.
So depending on how Rack's climaxes are positioned within his deck, that is just enough to end the game.
Is it possible you get 2? I don't think so.
Alright, and that's a warehouse. Oh, and Mill's the sire, and 2 characters. That is the perfect top check, in fact.
So
that is exactly the card that he needed to see right now to play around seizure of private property. So
he grabs the sire.
Yeah.
And what else can he place down?
Alright, so what is the last card to play? The problem with that sire is that it does need to rest 2 characters, which means that you have to commit a 3rd attacker without being able to use your brainstorm.
Ooh, and I think he wants to use the brainstorm, right?
Oh, but looks like he is using the brainstorm here. Triggers a... Sorry. Oh man, that's 2 climaxes, so that means that he can replace the card that he just rested and put down an attacker, and his hand size would still be the same.
Wow.
Alright.
I think he's ready.
Although, with this arrangement of climaxes on the top of his deck, it also meant that if he just attacked 3 times, he would have triggered them and plus twice, so his hand size would have been the same in terms of using this cost of Yukino. But in either case, having that double climax was definitely helpful here, so I guess using the refresh counter did pay off.
Yeah. If he didn't, he would have more stock technically.
Yeah.
But
he might be using the heals. So what's going on? So it looks like it's getting 2 cards. If you place the heal here, it means that he'll have 0 stock before going into Yukino.
Yes.
And with Yukino's cost, that means that he'll have to side attack somewhere which would do 0 damage, and that's not desirable. So I think at this point he just wants to play a costless character so he can use the Yukino on the 2nd attack while turning off the...
Ooh.
Or not.
Goes for the heal flare instead. Technically, this can side as well to do that precise damage.
It could, yeah.
Depending how you want to do it, but...
Maybe if the Isekai guy has that irritating go in hand to generate stock and not lose hand as well on the same turn.
Yes.
What I said earlier would not be an issue,
but in this situation, the Yukino has to swing last. So
yeah, so that does mean there'll have to be a side attack in the middle, which does 0 damage.
Wow. Oh.
And replacing the middle with
another card.
Alright, and reveals the card of the deck for 2k power. To Yukino. Well, that's the only thing that needs to reverse this turn, so it makes the most sense. Yep. But how much hand is that in the Isekai guys?
3?
3.
I think it's 3. So just enough to do 1 combo. I think he's counting the climax as well.
But we're still here where the Isekai guy will have to side the middle one in order to play around the seizure of private property event. It's a mouthful. Alright, but it looks like a side here.
Is it going to be
no, it's
double
it's a front? Okay.
So cancel.
So that must mean that Rack doesn't have seizure of private property, or otherwise it means that he won't... Oh wait, no, he can just... No, he can't use it on the next 2 attacks if there's a side and a front, so... Yeah, it's most likely that he doesn't have it here.
This is swinging for 3 as well.
Side for 3?
Cancel as well. Ooh. And now it just comes down to this. If Isekai guy use the combo, right, it has to be clean.
I'm having a little bit of trouble keeping track of how many climaxes are in Rack's deck, waiting room, but if the Isekai guy triggers a soul trigger here and the 4 does stick, that means both of the 2s would be lethal, including refresh damage.
Oh yeah, true.
So, yeah, whether or not there's a trigger here does determine quite a lot.
And also comes down to if there's still a climax in Rack's deck.
Well, regardless, there's nothing that Rack can do right now because...
Oh, he's on a refresh. My bad.
Oh, he's on a refresh. Okay, so...
I was looking at the hand.
Okay, so alright. Which means that, yeah, if the Isekai guy does trigger a soul trigger here and sticks the 4, that would be very threatening for...
So the refresh...
his endgame.
Refresh damage happening soon. So 3 from the top. So top card down.
Okay.
Boom. Okay, clean.
And the Sakai guy does not trigger a soul trigger, so that means the 3, 2, and 2 will all have to stick, but cancels on top, so that does not end the game, but this is still the prime opportunity to do damage, so I believe the Sakai guy would want to just use the effect.
If he uses it, I think he's totally out. No stock, no hand next turn.
Yeah, but at least he still has 2 cards in the back row, so if the 4 damage from the double burn sticks here, he's not too far away from winning, whereas if he doesn't burn here, he has to do probably 6 or 7 damage on the following turn. So it's really now or never. And yeah, the 4 damage does stick, so now the Isekai guy just needs to cancel a few attacks at level 3.
But this gives Rack the opportunity to start healing down.
It does, but it also seems a bit unlikely that Rack will be able to heal off all of that damage, where healing off 1 is barely anything, really.
Yeah, it's still within range.
And then, what's going on? A bit of thinking time for Rack. Counting climaxes out. You know, the usual WS endgame.
It's time to go. Time to check everything.
Yeah. Alright. And well, it does seem incredibly unlikely that Rack is going to survive another turn, so he should probably be committing to his finisher this turn. And the finisher of choice appears to be the level 3 Aqua.
Yeah, 2 of them now. You can keep on burning, right?
Yeah.
Burning from the bottom.
Well, if the Aqua does mill a climax, on a thing deck, that just means that the Isekai guy loses a cancel anyway, so it's not too bad when you don't see climaxes on the top. Yeah, when the climaxes aren't towards the top instead of the bottom.
Yeah, just trying to make sure he's not making any mistakes here.
Alright, and yeah, he gives the ability to one of his Aquas to bottom deck an opponent that it reverses, so that one of the 2 cards, Aqua Mills, is guaranteed to be a non-climax, and it burns a little bit better. Which most likely means that, yeah.
Against the Yukina first?
Yep. So it pays on to send 2 cards from the bottom of the Sakai guy's deck to the waiting room. And neither are climaxes, which means that's 2 burns. Both stick, alright, so 3, 4, 5 damage.
Triggering.
4, 3.
1 will cancel off the top.
And then this card gets sent to the bottom, so that means that this is fairly likely to be another double burn.
Yeah. First. Second. Yep. Ooh.
And then burn 1 twice.
Oh,
the second one
the last one.
Is that 3?
3, 4. 3, 4.
Oh no, I think that's 5, actually.
5?
Might be 5.
Basically very close to the end.
But it's also high enough damage that any of the rest of the attacks are doing excess over.
I think it's 5. 5. So trigger.
4, 1, 2, 3, 4.
Yeah, 4 damage.
That is clean. Wow, alright, so
he was able to burn off the last climax.
So Rack may have just triggered a soul trigger which saves the Isekai guy, but the chances are a bit slim.
Yeah, it's still slim. But if he cancels this, Isekai guy goes to 3-6 as well. So that's still not great too. But again, both players on high damage. It's pretty close.
Yeah, it is quite head to head. And if the Isekai guy does luckily survive this turn, then Rack is the one in danger, so
yeah, he'll need to somehow weather through the 3 attacks.
Alright, and cut a few cards at the bottom, and that is not a cancel.
Oh, and that's
so
game.
That would be game.
Well, looks like Rack takes it. Unfortunately, couldn't see a huge amount of Yukina combo. We only saw 1 Yukina combo.
We only saw 1.
Only one.
At least both players got to use their combo, and we got to see the results of that. So.
Yeah. Overall, still a very close game, and Rack moves on. So we'll be jumping to a very quick break before we come back for the final 2 rounds, round 6 of AO region.
Stay tuned.
Stay tuned.
Cardfight Vanguard
bonus with the new arms card. Start deck, Sealed Blaze Maiden, coming soon. Bushiroad!
So hi, my name is Johan. I'm from France, and I participated in BSFO 2021, in which I got first place in V Premium in NA with Bermuda Triangle Prism, and then I also got the third place Europe with Gastil Premium, and the second place of stand-up format for EU with Bastion. I took all three formats with. I was pretty happy about it. Yeah, so well, it was quite difficult because there was a lockdown in my country. So I trained with my girlfriend. We played every day and each format. And yeah, we tried many decks. We had a good idea of what the format looked like. So yeah, we kept practicing every day. And I wasn't really expecting to top. I mean, I really play tested a lot. And I also participated to the shop league, the remote shop league. It was just because I found the game funny, but I never expected to top or play to top. So I started Vanguard in 2019. And so my first event was BSF France 2019. And well, that was a great experience. So wanted to do another event. So I went to Cardiff the same day, the same year. And then I participated in many BCS this season. It was the last BCS season. Really great experience. So I hope it will come back very soon. Initially, I started the game with my girlfriend. So we traveled together, mainly together. I mean, and, sometimes when there were some other French people who traveled with us, but yeah, well, in Paris we had a small group who travel a lot. Very interesting and very weird at the same time, because I like the fact that I can play with anyone in the world, like with Australian people, and it was a really good experience because I'm not used to play with these people. Like I think Singapore people and even NA people. That was the first time I played with them. It was great in that regard, and at the same time, you don't see your opponent. You only see the hand, so well, you can't read on his face. Well, after a game is played, you can't go with your friends and talk about the game. Hopefully, I had a group of friends with whom I chatted during the event to recreate the atmosphere of a real event, but it's never the same. So I registered, I think, 5 tournaments. So I know some people registered for like the 9 tournaments. I don't know how they did. Yeah, I decided to only participate in 5 because I think I needed to sleep just to be able to play correctly. Maybe I played like 12 hours a day. I didn't sacrifice sleep time for the tournament. And so for people who want to participate, so maybe it's a bit late, but they should prepare before, like a month before, if they want to have a chance to talk. If they just want to have a fun moment, I think that's a great experience to chat with people as well, because after a game you can just chat with people and have a different view of the game. Thanks for listening, and good luck for the tournament. Ciao.
we're nearly at the end. All right, round 6. It all comes down to these few, just 2 games. Literally 2 games. All right. The standings matter a lot now.
Yep.
All right, the standings matter a lot now. Let's kind of take a look at them and see who is near to the safe zone. You know, the safe zone. Right at the top, we got Vaga and Hakase. All right,
undefeated.
Wow, I think they could be pretty safe. They just basically need one more win to confirm. But right now, if you're X0, you're pretty safe. Right? Then we got this Senga Puantoro, Daniel Hatsu, Vince, Pekoha, Shirk, Hakwa, all at X1. Right, they gotta be very, very careful in these next 2 rounds. Let's see what's in the next one. We've got Minicus Banville, Revan, YB, Midi Spring Chan, and Kisa. Oh, Kisa. And then McCann, also in X1. So, yeah, again, right, very tight. These guys have to make sure they stay there. But then Simon and then Mocha in X2, they're basically hoping that their resistance is good, you know.
If they win the next 2 rounds and their resistance is good,
holds,
stays up,
then they're safe. They make it, but it feels like a bit of a long shot, but
it's a bit of a tightrope, but you know, there is hope. So
still hope. Yeah, that's right. There is still hope. Yeah. We can take a look at the deck very soon of the next 2 players. I think we'll be seeing a deck that we haven't really seen yet. You know, right? And it is
8 standby slime, which is a deck we'd actually been expecting a bit more of, but hadn't stumbled across yet.
Personally, I think the popular one is just the gate door build, right?
But I think this is almost as popular, but
okay.
It's.
I mean, I don't mind. It has 8 standby, so I'm all in this.
That being said, this build does look a bit unorthodox compared to the other 8 standby builds I'm familiar with. So, Jack here is playing 3 each of the guild and Milam 2/2s, but I think the most conventional build just plays 4 of the guild and no other 2/2s, so that's one big difference.
Yes.
And I think we also see the 1/1 Rimmer, which can rest itself to stop something else, an opponent's counter from standing if it's higher level than their own.
Yes, and I guess it's like some nice anti standby tech. Because when you're going to this tournament, you probably think, okay, right, I know what the other people are playing, right, the best deck, So let me add some extra tech. We can get it out for free because I'm standby, and then we can go from there, right? I think we saw it in the first game in that the Ruby matchup.
Yep.
Where one of them had the Nolan, stop your opponent from moving. I think so. Pretty interesting. But
it's a lot of unique cards.
Is this Kantai collection?
Wow. Kantai collection with 1, 2, 3, 4. I don't know if there's those doors. No, only 2 of them are doors.
I think there's a lot of everything.
There's a lot of
everything. But yeah, this I don't know what to say about this deck. You know, it just has.
It is very difficult.
They've got a lot. I think some of them are higher rarity.
The maximum number of any particular climax that Rinareri is playing here is 2. So it looks like they're not too fussed about getting their combo off.
Okay. Well, we'll see how this turns out, but let's jump into the game and see what happens, right? I haven't seen Kantai Collection in ages. But,
I haven't either.
But this deck is...
Rinareri seems pretty committed to Kantai Collection here with the sleeves and playmat as well.
That's right. Kisaragi as well. Kisaragi has this lead. Not common, so yeah, we've got a should be pretty interesting. It's basically a Highlander deck, right? You could say nearly a Highlander.
Yeah, it's 2. There's no cards with 4 copies that I saw right now.
That seems a bit weird.
That is very unusual. I've never seen a deck like that.
I feel like Reno has put in every single card they like into the deck and called it a day. Right, let's just see how it rolls.
If it works, it works. So
that's right. We've got Inazuma coming down.
Yeah, Inaduma. Full mulligan. So I'm assuming that card is discarded just so a triggered door can be utilized.
Yeah.
Yeah. Then,
no. What did he check? Because I think it.
Oh no, that was.
Because if you check, I think it's a.
Oh yeah, sorry, no, that was
not
play
a
from
ship
hand.
Girl, right?
Yeah, so he missed. He saw a door on the top and it got into the waiting room. So I think he just had to end the turn there.
That's a feels bad.
Yeah. Jack, on the other hand, is going pretty aggressively here with triple attack.
This is. He sees Cardfight collection. Let's just go. Let's just go.
Yeah.
I have standby. Probably nothing hits bigger than my cards. his ship just exploded on his first play as well. So, I mean, it's all going well.
Yeah. And triggers the second standby off that twin drive.
Oh no.
It's double combo. So if Jack has a second climax in his hand that combos with his level 1 next turn, he might just be like immediately on a roll.
I mean, the good thing here is we got hit to 6, right? 0-6. So the chance, not getting stuck, right? Won't get stuck. Has a chance of playing things, which is pretty good.
On the other hand, that does mean that Riri is at level 1 with 0 stock. And I wasn't able to catch exactly what this deck does at level 1, but typically you do want a little bit of stock going into level 1.
It has a Prince Eugen combo, but there's like one of that or 2 of that.
Riri just top checked another climax, which arrested his. Is that a Fubuki?
Yes, that should be it. No, Isonami.
It's probably one of Fubuki's relatives.
Yeah, I mean, you had to write my deck list for WJ.
I don't like writing Murakumo in kanji. But that is an unfortunate single attack turn, although that double trigger did do 3 damage.
But this is it's only 1 stock.
It's only 1 stock, and also very importantly, Jack did not get punished whatsoever for making those 3 attacks.
Yeah, it's
you can really just kind of start rolling, and even has a level 1 on the board, so can at least can attempt to fight that. Is that a Bismarck?
Yeah, the Bismarck, yes. It should be the 1-0 Bismarck that gains power.
Yeah.
And,
right, looks like another twin drive just to pay out that climax, and.
Oh no, it's actually the level 0, I think.
Oh, okay, that's the 4K power Bismarck then?
Yeah, so it can just get run over.
Alright.
Pretty easily.
Interestingly, Jack is chumping the middle lane.
Oh no, actually it's the 1-0. It's the 1-0. The arts all look pretty good. Okay, so at least that's going well for Reno. It's a 5-5, right? It's a 5.
But regardless, it does look like Jack chose to chump the middle instead of contesting it with his own 5-5 power.
I mean, in this case, there's literally 2 lanes open.
I think he just wanted to take that damage, and it seems pretty likely that Jack just wants to keep those level 1s to generate more stock and more triggers next turn. So, anyhow, Reno has just taken an approximate level of damage again. Or did he cancel that one? He still took a lot of damage, so having 6 attacks versus 1 so far is definitely going to.
Well, we can look at the
long run.
This is the hero of the fleet right now. The only ship to have survived.
Yeah.
For the first ship to have survived 1 turn.
Yes.
Is Makai, and moving up to Isonami now that it's not rested, and also able to play.
That looks like a foil Bismarck.
It could be that. Wait till the turn it to green. Yeah, it's a foil Bismarck. It's the foil level 0 Bismarck.
Okay,
so it's 4K. I mean, these are nice numbers, but remember, we are against a standby deck that is about to finally reach level 1. Yes.
Right.
Well, they cancelled, so maybe
pretty nice cancel on 3.
It still can reach level 1.
Jack is guaranteed to hit level 1 next turn as long as he clocks, but didn't have to take that 3 and instead milled his deck by a good number of cards. So.
I mean, Reno finally able to make 3 attacks in the turn.
Yeah.
Right. Very unfortunate. Some of the earlier top deck checks were not great.
Yeah, double miss was definitely quite painful to watch.
Yeah.
At least Isonami stays on the board, but Inoduma just going straight to the waiting room, not being able to use his effect was almost a -2 because usually
actually could have just been part of the mulligan, but and just clock past. But yeah, it's because the Inoduma actually rests. So probably just the mulligan.
Maybe it was the
mulligan, but it's an unfortunate clock pass then, right? Clock pass and then take a bunch of damage. But now it's Jack's turn.
Jack looks like he's going to be on a roll.
And if he has another standby, he's definitely rolling. There it is.
And he generates 6 stock from attacks and triggers this turn.
And get the 2/2, and I think the game's unlocked, right?
I think he's just contemplating what his standby target should be, but
maybe
interesting.
Maybe Jack doesn't have the.
There is a red 2/2 in the waiting room though, so but he instead opts to choose the 1/1 Rimmer.
Oh.
I guess it would be because it grants 2k to a character whenever one of Jack's characters reverses Reno's characters, which makes it easier for the level 1 Rimmers to fight the Bismarcks. And with 6 trigger checks going on, it's quite likely that Jack will trigger another standby and bring out a 2/2 anyway. So
But you have to kind of bear in mind, there's only like one 5/5 Bismarck. There's like two 4K Bismarcks.
Alright, and triggers 2 Benimaras for just additional damage.
And it looks like Reno is just...
Oh!
A cancel? It's not bad.
Cancel, alright. And then another 2k granted to the standing Rimmer, and ideally he wants to trigger here, but now looks like it's all clean.
And 1 damage in, and Reno goes up another level. Wow.
But although Jack does not have any 2/2s on the board, Reno's deck, Contact Collection, can't deal with that amount of stock being generated.
Yeah, that's some really insane stuff.
Yeah. It doesn't usually happen even with 8 standby slime. So yeah, I'm curious how much this will pay off.
This is what happens when you don't get contested in a way, right? You have such a great early game, your opponent kind of doesn't, and you get to kind of snowball in terms of the stock advantage, especially, you know, you're looking at this series, you're looking at Kantai, and you go, okay, he doesn't have an answer for my stock, so that is another win con I'm trying to go for, and yeah, it's going pretty well. It's going pretty well, but Jack's hand does look a bit low, right?
I guess so, but with that much stock, there is just the freedom to pay 3 Encore whenever desired.
True. And I think Kinugasa coming down. And ooh, the thing is, this field is not that great. You know,
no, it's not. And that is
it's a
stock soul.
That is that is a stock soul.
I'm not too sure whether that combos on anything, but it doesn't look like it does right now.
It combos with 1 card in the deck.
Okay.
Yes.
I'm guessing that card's not on the board though.
No, it combos. Yeah, it combos with Akitsushima.
Yeah. Okay, so Jack is cancelling
quite well.
If this one goes, regardless of what it goes through, Jack's
2
position
damage.
isn't too bad regardless. But
3.
Yeah,
Cancels
on
again.
3. Well, having triggered 6 clean, that wasn't too surprising, I suppose.
True. We just have to figure out if this Hayasu is the level 1 or the level 2. Because they look very similar to each other. I think it has a soul icon, so it's at the level 2.
Yeah, I see a soul icon as well, so that would be the level 2 Hayasu.
So it combos with the event, I guess. But what is Jack going to do now? The Hayasu is actually 6k. And gives power.
Yeah.
To other ship girls.
Jack is still in a pretty good position.
Stock-wise, for sure.
Stock-wise, for sure, yeah.
The field
isn't looking too hot for a standby deck. Yeah.
Yeah, the Kinugasa is relatively big. Well, in terms of everything else in the field, it's the only copy though, of course. But yeah, it's 8k. It's 8k.
That's quite a bit for
2/1.
Yeah, for a 2/1. For cards that needs to be contested at level 1.
I mean, normally it's a level 2, right? But normally, 8k not a problem. But this field kind of is. We see Jack having to move up the rumor that he standby out last. It feels like, he should have just maybe just gotten 2/2 instead. Right?
Yeah,
maybe.
I suppose it wasn't unreasonable to assume that there was going to be. Oh, all right.
Only 2 attacks this turn. But here's the thing. he's in a way he's kind of so far ahead.
Yeah.
He can have this weakness.
Mhm.
Right? He can have this
He's
weak.
also generating the same amount of stock as a regular 3 attack due to the combo.
True.
So it's not the worst, although it is a bit of a slowdown from the previous turns so far.
Yeah, ideally, if you're so far ahead, you just want to push your opponent higher and higher.
Yeah.
So there's nothing they can do. And the one thing with Reno's deck is he's got a bit of one-offs of a lot of things. So why should I be afraid?
I mean, you could say that you should be afraid because it has all these potential answers to whatever you're thinking of right now, and it's really hard to read what the worst case scenario for you is.
True. He does have finishes. Reno does have finishes, and guess what? A lot of the finishes in Kansai Collection, you can technically play one-offs.
Yes.
The Fubuki, the Eugen, right? All kind of one-off finishes.
Kashima isn't exactly a 3-lane finisher either, so two is fine. Although I think this deck is only playing 1.
Yeah, it's only 1.
Yeah.
You only need 1. Because, you just need 1 climax. The other 2 don't actually require a climax combo. So,
looks like there's a bit of a hiccup going on.
That's fine.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but-
we'll let them sort it out.
Yeah, alright. But anyhow. Yeah,
we're
that's
back.
good. Yep, so what's moved?
Yeah,
It looks like we're in-
it's technology, right? It's
Yeah.
technology. We'll let them sort it out. But right now, I guess just Jack's. I think Jack's in a pretty decent position still.
Yeah.
Able to, even though it's 2 attacks. Again, a lot of we talk about the finishes of Reno. They're strong. They don't. Some of them don't require the combo. So you still have to be afraid. But I have to say, just Jack's stock is insanely good. He's done a refresh as well, and it should be like ultra compressed, right? Ultra compressed.
Yeah, for sure. Well, I think as long as Jack can present a stronger turn next turn, I think he'll be doing fine. But on the other hand, if his next turn ends up being a little bit weak as well, that would give Reno an opportunity to come back.
Yeah, it looks like not much progress on Reno's side. I don't think a lot of damage was taken at all. Still on 2-4. Ikitsushima comes down. It should be one of the combos, but there are actually 2 cards for Ikitsushima.
One should be the runner that moves to one of the side slots.
I don't think Reno is running that. So it's only running the combo,
Seems-
the one of the combo. So and it actually has the combo right now.
Wow. Wonder how often that occurs.
Well, it happens all the time. Just run one of everything, hope for the best, and believe, right? And we can. Here we go. C plane tender. Oh, that's the wrong one.
Yeah,
Not that
should
one.
be-
That was the 0.
Yeah, that's the runner.
As you can see, you might not have seen the difference. But yeah, it's a combo. It's pay 1 when you play the climax, and it's in the front row. You can pay 1, and then all your other characters gain the following ability: when attacks, reveal the top card of your deck. If that card is a Fleet Girl character, you may choose a card in your waiting room and return it to your hand. Oh, it's pretty good.
So potential +2, and Jack just got another cancel there.
And that's, I mean, he's so compressed. It's so compressed. Is that a surprise? I mean, if you think about it, he has nothing in the front row as well. So the times that he can, cancel.
Yeah.
Much more increased.
And Jack is opting to send his guild to the
Already?
waiting room to protect the level 1 Rimuru. And I think he's contemplating whether he wants to pay 3 to encore it.
Wow, what a play. with that stock, you can do anything.
Yeah. It's completely justified, because generally adding a character to your hand and then playing it is 1+ however much it costs. So
Yeah.
if you pay 3 to reanimate a 2/2 character, it's...
I mean, the key now for Jack is he wants things to stay on the board, right?
But looks like he's opting not to.
Okay. Looks like he's just staying with the stock.
Yeah.
And
takes 2
taking
here.
2 damage. So finally going to level 2 now.
So he's ready to rig out Benimaru's, but I remember correctly, 2 of his 4 Benimarus is still somewhere in his stock.
Yeah, yeah. The Benimarus are the card that kind of makes everything on Slime side really, really huge.
Yeah, and there's also a big payoff for winning the board because you can continue to burn every time your opponent attacks.
Oh, wow. And even though Jack had so many great cards in stock, he still took 4 damage. And now we actually are at even, pretty even in terms of damage. Which
and Reno has also built up quite a bit of stock here, so you might be even in more than one way.
Yes, but no, Jack has the great finisher, right?
Yes.
Which is we'll leave it to later, but it's one of the pluses of playing Slime.
Yeah. And Jack is pretty committed to this finisher, playing 4 copies of
Drago Buster. The Drago Buster.
Yeah, not just the character, but the event as well. So,
is it common to play like 4/4, or is it?
It's typical that you play 4 of the character, I believe, but the event is usually maybe a 2 of sometimes
2
3,
of.
but
Okay.
Yeah, 4 is quite unusual.
Well, you want to be consistent, right? Keep on using it.
If you have 4, well, if he just attacks 3 times, I think he has 7 stock now, so he will be able to cast 2 Drago Busters next turn.
Well, double Geld is out.
Yeah.
Stock went a bit lower for Jack, but now he has the board.
He has the board and he has the damage, but unfortunately, Geld gains power for each card in the back row, so...
Okay. Well, it looks like he's... Well, this is a Benimaru.
Right,
There we
that
go.
puts them on, I think, 10,000 power each on offense. So it's enough to get past, and gets even more stock from that level 1 Rimuru.
You should be able to beat over the Kinigasa as well, which is pretty nice.
And
Reno going to 2-6.
2-6, yeah, and refreshing his deck, it looks like, so he'll be hitting level 3 upon refresh points.
Yeah, so the cool thing about this Benimaru, it's 10-5. It had a burn effect, right?
Yep.
And it can just kind of sit in the front row and be really, really annoying if your opponent doesn't have a way to deal with it.
Yeah.
Because it's big.
Yeah, it's big and it burns on defense, so it's not quite the same, but it sort of acts similarly to level 3 Kage combo, in the sense that if your opponent doesn't deal with it, you can continually push damage on your opponent, and winning board in itself just becomes a win condition sometimes.
Yes.
Yeah.
And I mean, you've even got Gelds around as well.
Yeah, you have Gelds, so support stuff. And being a global 1/5 to everything else, as opposed to one of the cards that only work in the front row, it's a great card to stand by in the back and then transition by moving to the front.
Yeah. When, like, for example, this 1/0 is or a twin drive.
Yeah. So Jack wants to stand by at 1 card. Another
Gets the
Geld.
Geld.
Yeah, so
Alright.
that Geld can protect the Gelds in the front row, or just opt not to protect them and then move up next turn. Whichever he prefers, but in either case, he has gotten another protective card on the board.
And he's ready. Like, these Gelds are powered up as well. And that's another Benimaru.
It's another Benimaru. So next turn, if Jack pays some stock, he'll have another Benimaru in waiting room to reanimate.
Yeah. So it looks like wasn't able to get past the Kinigasa, but this Hayasui should be good. Oh no, the Kinigasa looks like it's a train, I guess. Oh, no, it looks like the Kinigasa is not gone.
And
but Reno just
takes that 3. Ooh, that was a very important 3.
Yeah. What is it? Well, I actually don't know Reno's plan, because again,
I don't know Reno's plan.
when you look at a deck, you usually go, okay, 4/4.
Yeah.
This is his plan, right? But this is everything. I guess you could go for burns, right?
Yeah, I suppose so. Does Reno play heals? I don't remember too many prominent heals in.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't see any anti-heals, and I don't think he does.
Wow, it's quite all in for a deck that's not playing anti-heals, but.
Yeah, no, he doesn't play any heals.
Wow.
Even none. So he's stuck on 3/3.
All right.
He's stuck on 3/3.
So any damage is just true damage. You can't heal it.
Yeah. So the Bismarck comes down.
Yep.
Is that the level? That should be the level 3 Bismarck, right? Yeah.
It looks shiny, so also looks like the foil version.
Yeah. So the 1 foil in Reno's deck. But what other things can you do? This Bismarck is just it's just pretty much a 9/5. You can gain stock if they have the climax combo.
Jack
that
is Jack is on a very awkward amount of damage for Reno right now because he's high enough that he can basically guarantee that he goes up to level 3 next turn.
Okay,
not
so
quite
actually,
yet.
no, he's got combos going. He's got Fubuki, he's
Wow,
got
right.
Oigens. So these are all finisher cards except for the Bismarck.
Yep.
But the Bismarck is apparently signed according to the.
According to his deck log entry. Yep.
So we have to show that one, but we can talk about like the Fubuki. But the Fubuki deals damage based on the
number of. I don't know the.
Is it destroyers?
Destroyers, I believe, yes.
Destroyers, and I don't think there's that many destroyers.
I don't actually know which characters are destroyers in Contact Collection.
Yeah, as far as I know, Fubuki is the only destroyer.
I think Fubuki should be the only destroyer.
Because Hayasui is like a supply ship. Yeah, it's a supply vessel. So the Fubuki's burning for 1.
And then Bismarck can not Bismarck.
Eugen can
can restand
restand.
for 3. So I think there is
lucky cancel on Jack's side
lucky
there.
cancel there, but Reno could still hit for lethal here.
So we're looking at the burn now. And there should be 1 damage.
That Bismarck not being a finisher, but still getting 2 stock off the combo is suddenly helping Reno here, because it's supplying all the resources that it needs for the other 2 combos. We are in. What's going on?
Yeah, it's.
Is there a thinking time or?
Burn. Did he burn 1? Did he take it?
I think we're just sorting things out.
Oh, I think he's double checking the effect.
Yeah.
That is the Eugen as well. It's a restander. But I think, how big is that Geld? That Geld should be-
Guild is it's 9/5 with 2 cards in the back row, and then an additional 1/5 with the Benimaru. So it'll be 11k, but if Jack decides to send the back row Guild to the waiting room, it'll gain 4k and lose 1k, going to 15/5.
Oh.
I think Reno is going to have some trouble reversing that character.
Yeah, Eugen can get power, but not that much power.
Yeah. It is an older card, so power lines were definitely quite a bit lower, especially in an age without standby.
Yeah, so when it attacks, it gains power based on the level it attacks. So 1k times the level, but since that's only a level 2, it only gets 2k.
Yeah, which
So-
puts it on 12k and 13 with the climax, I believe.
Yeah. I don't think restanding is happening, but
well, if Reno triggers the enough soul triggers, then all the damage sticks. Then it might not matter. But.
True. So we have to see. We have to really hope this on the soul trigger. Oh, that is
a soul trigger.
It depends on the higher C. I think it is.
I think it's a soul trigger.
So this is going for that's
okay.
Compression coming to play, and now for the Eugen, going for the non-restand, I guess. Oh, this is he runs 2 souls in the deck too, so this is 4.
All right,
but not lethal damage.
Oh, was it for 5 with the climax included?
True.
All right, so
but
not lethal, but
if Jack is not paying attention,
yes,
and this Eugen restands.
You can side the next one for 3 after sticking a 5, which is a pretty good damage manipulation from that 2/2 being on the board.
Oh no. Does Jack know? I feel like he's just taking damage here.
Yeah, Jack. We definitely missed the opportunity to use Geld's ability, so.
But is Geld still big enough? I think Geld is still big enough, right?
The one currently on the board is only 11,000 power because.
Oh no. He might just. There's a chance of him losing.
Oh. Guess not, but he did just lose 2 climaxes, so if Reno probably would take the restand here.
I think you do, right? You restand. There it is. So Eugen restands with 5 souls.
Yep.
And I think you just go face and hopefully trigger another 2 soul, right?
Yeah.
And that
7 straight for okay.
But there's a lot of climax out, so
yeah.
He can believe in the 2 soul. Believe in the 2 soul. We have 7 soul. Oh no, that's only 5. It's only 5.
And
that's a
cancels as
cancel.
well.
Unfortunate. But now it's Jack's turn. We might be able to see the Drago Buster, right?
Yeah, we might.
Yeah, I feel like Jack kind of, a bit. How do you say it? Didn't really respect that Eugen enough. But luckily, his deck was very compressed.
Yeah.
And it saved because that's like the when you play, that's like the very low chance you lose, right? It's like, okay, I think I'm pretty good, but there's probably like a 2% chance I lose.
Yeah.
And then it happens. Right? It actually happens.
Sometimes you just have 8 climaxes all right at the bottom of your deck, and
yes,
there's nothing you can do about it, and your opponent just looks surprised that it worked. But
but yes, now back to Jack. Okay, no heals. Reno has to cancel very, very well.
Yeah, he's on 3 and
3/3.
3/3. So
3/3.
he can only take a maximum of 3 damage, and judging by the thickness of his deck, Reno might be susceptible to losing the game to refresh points. So
yeah, and we've got some big, like, Jack has so many stock.
Yeah,
you could hard play a Drago Buster.
Mm-hmm.
They wanted to.
Alright, so Jack plays a Riki clone, so a pay 1 clock 1 search. This point in the game to search for a card, maybe his Brainstorm?
Brainstorm to brainstorm the Milim, maybe?
Or not. No, he gets the level 0 Rimuru instead. Which is also a card that you don't see in every build of Slime.
It has Shift, which you can pay 1 and it's like pay 1, discard 1, and then it looks like you just grab a card from your deck. So just the searcher.
Okay. Yeah, it's an unusual.
No. It's you look at the top 4.
Ah.
And then you pick one. Yeah. And then put the rest.
So yeah, Jack can use this card to dig his deck for a Climax or Drago Buster, which normally most other cards can't add. But even if he misses, I'm sure there's going to be something in the top 4 cards of his deck that.
I mean, you have to discard 1, so it's a bit restrictive. But the plus is you just get to add everything.
All right, he adds a mystery card to his hand, which we will maybe find out.
Probably pretty shortly. He's already eyeing on playing over it. So
and yeah, it looks like he just added the level 3 Milim, his finisher combo.
And this one heals 1 as well, which is pretty good.
Yep, and that's the second copy, which I think is the foil one as well.
But how many Drago Busters does he have?
Don't know. But he has combo. He can just get reverses and then shoot Reno with the Drago Busters.
He can just start doing it now.
Yeah, he could actually just straight up use one in the main phase and not have to worry about reversing an opponent's character.
Yeah.
He still generates the 2-stock at the end of the attack, so...
I mean, it is 3/5, if you guys don't know. 3/5. But with Milim's skill, you get to use it for a cheaper cost.
Yeah.
Cheaper cost. True. Which is much more manageable when you combo it like that. But what does it actually do?
So what it does, it will reveal the top 7 cards of your opponent's deck. Count how many climaxes are there, then shuffle their deck, and then put the top X cards of their deck straight into clock with no cancels, where X is the number of climaxes revealed. So
wow,
it's more powerful against better compressed decks, obviously, but it's still uncancelable damage if you see even 1. So yeah, with 7 cards revealed, it usually reveals 1 or more climaxes.
Yeah, I feel like with Reno's deck right now, we saw a lot of climaxes disappear. Not that great finisher at the moment, but I guess we'll see.
Well, at worst, it just shuffles your opponent's deck.
Yeah,
and you just feel bad about it. So it's definitely fine to go with that. Go with this line instead.
So Benimaru swinging in, Benimaru has a pay 2 burn 1.
Yep.
Right.
Seems like a pretty good opportunity to burn 1 here because it decreases the number of climaxes that Jack needs to see when using a Drago Buster this turn.
That's right.
And also gets closer to refresh. So now Reno cannot afford to refresh.
Yes. And also has to cancel quite a few times while also dodging climaxes.
I think there's enough cards in his deck to be able to pull that off though. And that is also not a climax, so that is game.
So yeah, Jack
is the
Beric wins over 8 standby slime.
Wins
versus
over, I don't know what to call this.
Anything Kantai clear. It's an actual fleet, you know, it's got every single ship, right? Every single ship. So yeah, that was round 6. Round 6. We're nearly at the end. Nearly at the end. And maybe we'll see a Data Live or something like that.
Yeah,
I'm sure we'll see it a lot.
Somehow have not seen one yet.
We'll see. I'm sure we're going to see a lot in day 2.
Yeah.
But we're going to go for a short break, and we'll be right back for the final round.
Wow!
Now that Decklog is available, you can register your deck list for tournaments with ease. If you have not used Decklog before, no worries, we have a tutorial video. You can find both the links to Decklog and the tutorial in the description box. Now, due to the shenanigans from the last event, this time we will be introducing a new procedure into the tournament. We will be conducting spot checks by requesting a player in a room to show us that nobody is nearby to give them help, that there are no extra cards or suspicious items around. First, the players who will be checked are based on a highly scientific method employed by many entities and game designers all over the world. Hi player 456, you have been chosen for a spot check through a fair and impartial system.
Oh, I've been selected? Okay. So first of all, this is my table, and as you can see, I'm playing Lyrical Monasterio. I love Lyrical Monasterio so much because the characters are so pretty and so cute. Okay, now I'll show you my room. So hi, this is the room that I usually play Vanguard in, and as you can see, there's no one else here but me.
Okay, good, thank you.
I'd like to show you Vanguard collection. I've been playing Vanguard ever since the first release, and I also have my showcase here. I have G-Series, V-Series, and Overdress.
Thank you
Not
for
only that, I
cooperating.
love Weiss Schwarz as well. I play Persona 5, and I have a lot of other collection over here, as you can see. Very nice, I know. Thank you.
Good to know we have such an enthusiastic fan. Anyway, there have not been any incidents where we found players cheating with external help. But we hope this extra layer of precaution will deter any attempts, as well as reassuring all participants. On a side note, please do not use your phone during the tournament. This has been a rule for physical tournaments all along, and it is not any different for online tournaments. Players caught using their phone during a match is considered an infraction. First infraction, you get a warning. Second infraction, you get disqualified.
We meet again.
Yes, but this time it will be a different fight.
Oh! Guard! Over, Toriga! Please don't heal, please don't heal, please don't heal!
And the championship goes to Chris!
Okay, yeah, that was a good fight. Thank you for the game.
That match was so close. Thank you so much for the game as well.
So Judge, when will this game be uploaded to the official Bushiroad YouTube channel? I want to show my friends like the epic fight I just had with Chris.
Oh yeah, I want to show my friends too.
Because one of you used a playmat with a yellow rat and a blue turtle.
Actually, it's closer to a tortoise than a turtle.
As we can't show merchandise that isn't from Bushiroad, we can't upload the match. During our last tournament, there were a number of exciting matches that we think players would love to watch. However, because unofficial merchandise were used, we couldn't upload the videos. Non-official Bushiroad merchandise are not allowed in tournaments. This includes card sleeves, playmats, and any other objects appearing in your video. Dragon Shield and Ultra Pro generic sleeves with no art are allowed. If you do not have an official Bushiroad playmat, you can buy one at our Bushiroad online store. You can find the link in the description box below. We have a lot of beautiful card sleeves and deck boxes, all of which are allowed in the tournament. And from now till December 10th, if you use my code, you'll get 5% discount, 5, for all TCG related products. Use the code BROTHER2021. That's brother, not brother. BROTER 2021. While stocks last. Okay, fine. You can also flip over your playmat and play on it.
Hi everyone! So in order to distinguish between offline and online tournaments, we have rebranded it to Bushiroad Rumble Online, BRO or BRO for short.
That's right. If this is your first time participating, we've created a video with some rules and do's and don'ts to take note of.
We've also included some links to useful videos such as how to shuffle and how to prepare for a remote fight. And the links to all these videos will be available in the description box below.
That's right. Please do take a look at the tournament page where there will be more detailed rules and information.
Alright, thank you!
Hope you guys have fun. See you there. Bye.
See you there! Bye bye! See you there, bro! Bro.
That's all we have for today's video, and I really hope you guys enjoyed it. During Bushiroad Springfest Online, we had a lot of players, both new and experienced veterans, come into some of their first online tournament experiences through Remote Fight, and we got to see some amazing narratives develop. Some people start new chapters in their competitive history, some people start playing competitively for the first time ever, and I can't wait to see how the stories and the narratives of these players will further develop throughout Bushiroad Rumble Online. In case you don't already know, I will actually be commentating all of the Vanguard stages for Bushiroad Rumble Online, so I can't wait to see you guys in the chat for the tournament.
This couch I got on sale, it was like very cheap and it's very good as well. So I recommend you guys to go and get it. Not only that, I have a lot of Bushiroad posters. I love Bushiroad games. Oh my god, I'm so happy.
My name's Ron Manankil. Lots of people know me as Shiro Neko. I am the BSFO AO champion and I topped with Blade Master. Yeah. Actually, I was already planning ahead of the Blade Master loop when Soen was announced. I already started visionizing the deck. The problem was securing some premium parts, which was mainly the Tempest Sphere and Zazan. And in the end, I didn't even get to use them because I wasn't able to secure a set of each because our shop here only had 2 boxes of premium collection. So we weren't able to really gather parts. And so preparing for the event, I was just watching videos on like WCC and Different Fights channel on the meta and thinking of how I can counter that without using the vanilla engine and doing the turbo engine. And in the end, I also thought of the mirror match because thinking of the meta, you're obviously gonna encounter your own meta deck, and so to take the meta into account, you have to really think of the mirror match too. So yeah, that's how I prepared for BSFO. I actually participated in BCS starting 2017. I wasn't really a competitive player back then because I was really busy with other things like school competitions and other fights. But yeah, those were the only ones that I joined because BSFO, Springfest rather, was not really in my place. It was in the main city in Manila, so I wasn't really able to participate with that. But BCS, I participated yearly starting from 2017. Well, I think I met a lot of interesting people for sure. I met Kendo from Team Rising Dragons, and I met Derek Dow from WCC when he came here for BCS, and I also met I made many friends through BCS because there are some players that don't join weekly tournaments, but when a huge event comes, you suddenly see all these people pop up. I would also want to give a shout out, by the way, to the BCS 2019 champion. He's also a Cebuano. He's one of the only people I know from Cebu that also won a Bushiroad event. I want to give him love. His name is Vince Del Rosario. I think he deserves more love than me because he wasn't able to actually go to Japan due to personal reasons. So I want to give him the spotlight too. I think for BSFO I was kind of like I was scared at first to join because, as you said, it's through a webcam and like cheaters may pop up once or twice. But actually, unexpectedly, the judges were actually really well organized. They were monitoring the entire situation, and it was a pretty fun event actually. It was nice to participate through my own home, and I didn't have to go down or risk like getting COVID, especially now, to just join an event, which is really nice. It was really convenient. I posted in my Instagram story the progress through of like how the event went, and I was also watching the stream, so I could like study the other decks that were on stream. It was pretty fun to like see everyone react to the Instagram story because not a lot of people knew about the event here. So it's pretty nice to see like people react and stuff. Well, my advice for BRO, if you're a seasoned player, I suggest you study the meta since it's a pretty Wild West meta right now, and literally anything could happen. And for new players, I would say don't be scared. Just do your best, and you know it's a free tournament. You win, you lose, you don't lose anything, so it's alright. Just calm down, and I'm rooting for all of you. Follow me on, if you guys want to follow me on Instagram. It's Hello Ishiro. Just hit me up if you guys want to chat, hang out, or even play remote fight. So thank you and good luck to everyone. I hope to see you all, and I hope to see everyone in top 8 also. Well, not everyone, but yeah. I hope everyone does well.
Welcome back, everyone, to the final round of AO. All right, what a journey. We're at the end. One more round before we can see who made top 8. Now, there was actually a misplay in the previous game. Remember the Inazuma? Or the Inaduma? It went to the waiting room when it revealed the...
Yeah, when it revealed the
Yeah,
climax.
so that wasn't meant to happen. It should have just stayed arrested. The player was given a verbal warning after the game, and that's how it was resolved.
Yeah.
So with that, let's go take a look at the standings now. We have, it's pretty much down to this. We got Hakase right now undefeated, the only one, but there's a bunch of X1s that need to kind of still play one more round to have a confirmed chance of making it. We've got Varga, Vince, Shirk, Pekoha, YB, Nicholas Banville, and Kisa all at X1. And then if we look at the second page, maybe there's a few more. No, so those are the last X1s, and these X2s are also trying to make sure they stay. We got Senga, Daniel Hatsu, Hakwa999, Mokus New Groove, WCC Darcy, Macken, Celed DMB, and John Ellis, all at X2. So they need a win for a chance to make it into the final top 8. But the X1s are also in that tight spot. So we'll see what happens after this game. But we got another interesting deck coming up for you guys. Let's take a look at that if we're ready to go into it. We got Elliot with, wow,
the 7 Deadly Sins.
Yeah, we haven't seen this one in a while, but hey,
it's actually a relatively new set, given that we just kind of somewhat forgot about it because Ruby came out. But it does have a very unique and powerful top end in the Meliodas, which can shut out burn effects, deal 2 damage when it's front attacked, and it can't be touched by your opponent's effect while it's supported by the Elizabeth. So yeah, certain decks which just sometimes you're just gonna push damage and then try to end the game with your finisher, but Meliodas will just stand in your way and you won't be able to do anything about it. So that would be what Elliot's deck would be trying to accomplish.
Yeah, it's kind of, you have such a strong top end, you're just kind of trying to get there, right? So let's try and take a look at what Elliot will be playing against. We've got against Alexander, and maybe should be an interesting matchup.
Yep.
Showing up now, it
Alexander is playing
Slime
with Door and Standby. So this is another fairly unorthodox build, I would say. But the Standby is with the level 1 combo that we just saw earlier, which
so we get a lot of stock. A lot of stock.
And it looks like the Door combo is the level 2 Milim combo, which is I think the one that people call half Mocha, where when it attacks you can manipulate the cards of your opponent's deck and attempt to stick more damage by dropping off any climaxes that you see.
Oh yeah. Okay. All right. This should be pretty interesting. So let's see how this actually plays out. The top end on. Let's go take a look at the game and see if Meliodas can sit around at the top end at level 3 and tank damage. So it'll be interesting to see who starts. 5? It looks like a mulligan of 5 and 4.
Alright, so both not off to a great opening hand, but
I mean, it happens, right?
It's not the end of the world.
Looks like Elliot is going first. Elliot with this looks like the slime deck, not the 7 Deadly Sins. Alex, it should be the so Alexander with the slime deck on the left, and then Elliot with the 7 Deadly Sins deck on the right. See the Milim come down.
Yep, so it is what's usually called the Milim Chaser. It's 3/5 power if all of your characters are on crate, which is almost always the case when you're playing this deck. And before your opponent attacks, it can move in front of another other character that your opponent has. So if your opponent tries to make direct attacks with weaker characters, you can just move in front of those and avoid being reversed. It typically usually has the effect of making your opponent make fewer attacks or just surviving. In either case, it feels like a win for you with how you want to control the game pace. So it is definitely a good opening for Elliot. Alexander starts off by playing the level 0. It's I think it's the same effect as the Itsuki that we saw earlier. When it comes into play, you can reveal the top card of your deck and add it to hand, discard 1 if it's a character. Then you may discard a character to draw 1. Looks like he's not using the draw effect, but
committing 2 cards now.
So he plays the Gil Thunder, which is a 3/5 if you have a marker, and it has the same moving effect as the Milim facing it. So right here, it looks like some communication going on between
They just wouldn't know what it can do.
Alright, they're just reading each other's effect. So Alexander puts his brainstorm down, which pops 500 to the middle, meaning that if Elliot wants to move in front of it, he'll just completely lose the character and has no reason to do so anymore.
So yeah, that's the whole point of moving a lane back, I guess.
So,
trying to figure out
where the lanes are.
Well, he's got the 1, 2, 3 labeled. He's he's got the lanes that you're. Oh. Does he want to move it up? But it can be chased, right?
Yeah. I would say that it's unlikely that Alexander would want to move the character up because it just feeds into Elliot's.
Oh, it should be Elliot. Elliot has 7 deadly sin.
Okay, so Elliot is the one on the right.
Yes. So 7 deadly sins moved up a character.
Okay.
Looks like so he's not chasing, or I think they're just trying to figure out.
So, I'm glad they are communicating everything if they're not entirely clear on it, because don't want to end up with a dispute later on.
Could it be that maybe one of them is mirrored? Okay, so Milim should be moving in front of the Elaine, right?
Yeah.
There it is. Okay. All right.
That looks right. So 7 deadly sins attacks.
Okay, taking 1.
Yep. And
this is the attack 2.
Yeah, and second attack for 3.
Ooh, 3 damage ins, 5.
It's an interesting way of flipping cards. I've never seen anyone do it that way.
It's pretty cool. Just like,
yeah. Very nimble fingers though.
And now it's so is it it's slime to 0-5? I don't really see the Ricky here to be able to hit yourself to 1-0.
I guess Elliot's not too concerned about speeding up to level 1 because that's not what his deck is particularly aiming to do. Being able to search the level 1 combo, I guess, would be pretty nice because it also sort of refunds the stock once you get your combo running. But yeah, I think he's happy to just take his time and play other utility cards at level 0.
I mean, the Milim is already so good, so more time on Milim.
Yeah.
So, would you commit more here though? I feel like you don't want to let them get away with all this, right?
Yeah, well, it's very easy to out the Elaine. It's more the Gil Thunder in the middle gains 500 from the Brainstorm, so in order to out it, Slime will have to play a level 0, a card that pumps power to the Milim without having to make an attack in the direct attack lane. And he misses the mill, so unfortunately that won't be pumping power with that effect, but
it's fine.
It's fine so far, yeah. Chooses to pay out the stock and discard a card.
So I guess he's going to go 2 lane this one?
Two lanes to out the Gil Thunder, and the Elaine alongside it would probably be what Slime is up to. Bit of thought going on here because I'm assuming the primary function here is to give power and not to get it, not to improve hand quality.
Yeah. I think, and like, how do you say it? Like, it's a weird matchup for both players because normally you don't see this kind of build for Slime, and then you don't normally see.
7 deadly sins
as well. So
came out at a weird time where there were no major events because it was right in between Springfest and Rumble.
Yes,
and then some other English exclusive came out after it. So, when it was a hot topic, there wasn't really a place for people to try it out.
So.
Right, and Gil Thunder moves in front of the Shizu, so it looks like that's going to survive. The Elaine is for certain getting reversed though.
Getting 3 attacks in as well, but you can even side everything. So, actually going in.
Yeah, one thing that the Slime deck has going against 7 deadly sins here though is that the finisher card doesn't actually do additional instances of damage, so the no extra damage effect of Meliodas is not really hurting it so much, and instead it just tries to pull out climaxes from the top of the deck and stick that.
Stand by getting out a Brainstorm though. This Brainstorm's a bit unique, would you say?
Yeah, it's one of the first cards, I think it is the first card of its kind, where for every hit you get on the Brainstorm, you can look at 3 cards from the top of the deck and add any card. So it's really fast at going through the deck for every hit because it looks at an additional 3 cards, whereas Search Brainstorm would only pull 1 card out of the deck.
Okay, so we got this. You can speed through the deck very, very quickly, right? Okay. All right. So I think got that out from the standby. Alexander's turn right now. Well, Alexander's on the left. Sorry.
Yeah. So it's Elliot's turn now.
Yeah, Elliot's turn.
Yeah. And it looks like the Guild Thunder was matched, so I must have missed something. But
yeah, so all of it. So just the names are all fixed now, I think.
Yeah.
So. But yeah, Guild Thunder's gone. Wow. What happens to that? It got reversed by one of the Shizus, right?
That was the red level 0 Shizu, which is
a reverser. Yeah.
Yeah, that's not a card that you see very commonly in slime builds either. So looks like Alexander is playing quite a few cards that.
Yeah, the unfortunate thing is the Guild Thunder doesn't get a level. It stays 3/5, but still can get reversed. But might as well at least put it in front of the card to take it down with it, right? But I think like when we talk about 7 Deadly Sins, right? You know, very very top heavy deck. You want to get there without expending. You know, sculpt your hand to the point where it's good. Right, you know, it's good for your final turn. Well, not your final turn, but when you reach level 3, you want to slam it down and you're good to go. So you want to kind of get there without trying to expend too many things.
Yeah.
How do you think he's going right now? Is it level 1?
Well, Elliot did gain 2 stock from his first turn by attacking, but he also had to just use that stock right now to replace the cards that he lost. And 7 Deadly Sins. And top end, that is Meliodas, is very effective if you can cancel, but if you don't cancel, it tends to be a little bit lackluster. So in terms of going towards that plan, I feel like he would desire a little bit more, but given that he did start the game going second, it's not too bad. Like, there's obviously more times during the game where he can build up a bit more compression.
It feels like the slime deck though is just all about just gaining a bunch of power. So, kind of, well, in a way, Meliodas does get a lot of power too.
Yeah.
But in terms of like the anti-burn and all that, doesn't seem to really come into play in this matchup.
It is a bit unfortunate for Elliot that his opponent is playing one of the unorthodox finishes even that don't actually deal with burn damage, where Meliodas is a lot less effective against.
So, Elliot dropping 3 cards again.
Yeah, and that Milim is surviving another turn.
Wow, that Milim is value.
Yeah.
So value.
He has been doing quite a lot of work already this game. And Elliot...
I think when your card is staying on the field for so long, you just feel like you're winning already.
Elliot, I think, just salvaged a 1/1 anti-change with the choice that he triggered. Which is interesting because I don't think Alexander will be bringing anything out that the card would answer for quite a bit.
Yeah.
Especially given the open deck list, and we know that Alexander's main game plan is to use level 2s at level 2 and not level 3s.
Well, might just want it for the counter, you know?
Maybe.
It's nice extra power. If you're already committing so much, might as well try and retain some field.
But that's a second choice. This is a bit awkward. So when you trigger 2 choices, you generally want the first one to take the stock and the second one to get hand, because that way it's easier to pay out the first climax that you triggered. But because Elliot opted to get hand on the first one as opposed to stock, he either has... Yeah, he's probably going to have to bury that first climax that he triggered.
Ooh, yeah, that's not cool. But happens.
It does happen, but in a deck as climax combo focused as 7 Deadly Sins, I feel like having that combo or not can really make or break the game. So having buried that one choice could come back quite a bit in the future and hurt him.
Okay, so back to Alexander's turn. 3 stock, he's all right.
Yeah.
Got the brainstorm set up, good to go.
Also, very importantly, the characters remaining on Elliot's front row are both weaker than the Milim that Alexander has kept alive for a few turns.
Yeah, that Milim is still going to keep on. It's not going away. It's not going away. It's just continuing.
The card is traded about probably 3-1 by this point, so...
Wow, that's insane value.
Yeah, quite a bit.
I mean, I think so. Alexander has been committing cards onto the field though, so it's not like his hand is too big.
Yeah.
Another brainstorm hits, and this lets him go through
So
3 more cards in the
three
deck.
more cards, yeah. And unlike many other conventional brainstorms, this type of brainstorm allows the player to add non-characters that are events and climaxes.
Oh, yeah, that's true.
If he sees an event, he can use it for add it for the utility, or a climax to push more damage, or standby.
Yeah, he can climax combo again.
Yeah,
if he wants to.
Yeah, and because the card isn't revealed, it's more difficult for the opponent to have a guess at what his hand looks like, or make judgments on what sort of game turn the next turn will look like, etc.
Yes. So it's looking quite good for Alexander at least. Good, decent hand. Field has been living, and able to hit one here, so he's able to go through the deck quite a few cards. Adds 1 card. There we go.
Yep. Wonder what that is.
We'll find out soon. And how much is he going to commit? Like both weak cards here. I can just see like throw down a few cards and just put a climax down. Doesn't even have to be the standby.
It doesn't.
Might even be better if it's just the door.
Yeah. So that appears to be the Anti-Magic Mask reprint artwork. So it is a 1/1 event which searches a character from the deck and sends itself to memory.
Yeah, that Mars is so good. I have to say, it's one of the best events in a while, right? And it's from a trial deck.
It is from a trial deck, yes, but a very famous version of this card called Yellow Pendant was also from a trial deck back in 2015. So maybe it is befitting that it's from a trial deck.
And there we go. It goes to memory as well, so it gets some extra compression, right? Yeah.
It just raises the consistency of the deck overall while removing it off from the game, so it doesn't become a weaker draw later on.
Yes.
Yeah. Certainly a powerful card, and right here, Alexander is searching for a level 0, which is quite fine here because Elliot's front row doesn't have any level 1 or higher cards either, so there's just more turns that Alexander can deploy level 0s to use their utility abilities while answering the opponent's board. And Alexander is using the drop salvage effect again. This time discarding a standby, interestingly.
Oh.
So
I don't know. I would have probably kept that. Right?
I thought he would have kept it. So
Does he have
my
another
guess
one?
is that he has another one. Yeah, that makes the most sense.
Unless he wants to play the other climax and just go. But I feel like you got the rumor out there. You can combo now.
Yeah. So yeah, he does have a second line of combo.
That's fine. He's able to get like 4 stock right now as well.
Yeah.
So
4 stock from attacks, and if he triggers another climax, that's either hand or another card on the board. So yeah, he's on a pretty good roll, I would say.
Yeah, has he got a good target though? Like last time he had to get the brainstorm.
I think he's pulling out the 2/1 Millen, which
Finisher.
is the finisher that starts early.
Starts early.
Yeah.
So I guess push damage earlier.
Yeah.
And hope for the best, right?
Why attempt to end the game at level 3 when you can start at level 2?
It's true. And here's the card that he got out. It's acute request Millen.
So here is his double trigger. Doesn't see any climaxes there, but he still gains the stock, so no problem. And triggers another Millen here.
Possibly going to 1/4. Oh, this is empty, so cancel. Cancel. Oh, okay. Elliot's still at 1/2. You should be pretty happy. That was
for sure.
That was kind of a weaker damage turn, I'd have to say.
Yeah, well, when you play standby at level 1 and your opponent's board is relatively full, that can be one of the outcomes, but as long as you generate enough advantage out of the standby that you're comfortable with playing the long game, I don't think it's much of a problem for standby.
I think normally when we look at standby decks, they pull out a bunch of like 1/1s, big cards early on, so then your opponent is forced to start trading into them. Well, not trading, we're just not even trading, right? But then at this point, Alexander was kind of forced to grab the brainstorm in the standby, and right now there's really the standbys that he's done really hasn't like impacted the board in a big way yet.
No, not quite yet.
Yeah, especially when we look at those big impacts, we're looking at the 2/2s, right? The 1/1s, all with massive amounts of power. But so far, the best he got is the 2/1, and that doesn't really even have that much power, right? It's like a 6k, and then I guess it gets some power as well on top of it.
Well, in the case of 8 standby decks, as you said, I think typically standbying 1/1s and 2/2s in order to seize control of the board on earlier stages of the game is the typical approach. But in decks like Alexander's playing Door and Standby with Standby being level 1 combo, I think it treats the Standby more as a sort of a high roll version of a Door where you get to save stock as well. So I don't think Alexander is massively concerned about the fact that his Standby targets have not being like 2/2s or 1/1s or like highly cost characters which cost more than the typical maximum at that level.
And we see a climax combo come down for Elliot with Elaine's.
Yeah. So I guess Elliot has just been saving those last turn because he could still fight the board with level 0s, and he waited one turn until he had to play the cards down. And yeah, it looks like a pretty good opportunity to do that.
Does that mean this Milim is finally gone?
Possibly.
Yeah.
Can't run away anymore. So
yeah, that's true. That's true. But this actually lets Elliot go through his deck a bit, as well as getting cards. So it's pretty nice. Just being able to add cards is good, especially when you get like 2, right? Sometimes if you get like only 1 combo, like 1 card plus combo, you're like, okay, just over it.
Yeah, he's basically just replacing the climax.
That's right. That's right.
At least this time you always gain cards.
Yeah, at least 2 or more. At least 2 or more. Three usually pretty good.
Elliot also did play the 1/1. The anti-change level 1 in the back row, which has the ability to pay 1 and swap positions before your opponent starts attacking. So that means he can protect one of his characters in exchange for 1 stock and the 1/1 going to the waiting room. But so far it doesn't look like there's anything of particularly high value that he wants to protect instead. If he has another level 1 combo climax in his hand, he may want to protect the Elaine to go for another round of level 1 combo, but it's also not the type of combo you want to go a second round of when you're playing when you've already got into your second deck. So
yeah, this is similar to the Yoshino in Dead or Alive, right?
Yeah, it is. It's got 500 extra power as a result of sending it to a different zone to Yoshino, which I'm assuming sometimes comes in handy. It's definitely handy against Dead or Alive because it's 500 more power than that version of it.
Yeah. But it's a similar effect.
It's a similar effect for sure.
Able to save characters in a way just for 1 stock if people aren't very careful. But definitely like one of the nice pluses. And, so going for a trigger, 2 damage in sticks. I think he's using another ability soon as well.
Yep. So Elaine to mill a few more cards. This way he can mill some cards that are going to the waiting room. So if Elliot does trigger a climax after this,
it's another Elaine.
Yeah, he actually does something. Yeah. And if there was a climax on the top, he would have sent the card to the waiting room, so it doesn't become a liability in stock while not providing any kind of value. So you're attacking here with the Elaine second just to make sure that you have a little bit of value sitting in your waiting room. It's definitely a good idea. Alexander is refreshing on 1/4 quite comfortably. I think I've seen most players today refresh pretty well.
Yeah,
not that many players.
I mean, we saw one which was like a refresh with 4 cards, right? No,
yeah,
that was a bit unfortunate.
Yeah, but for the most part, I think
pretty
refreshes
clean.
today have been pretty
very clean. Yeah. Let's see how the last attack for Elliot does he hit Alexander to 2? Do you think? What are the chances?
It's not low, but I think Alexander probably would not like to be hit to level 2 quite yet because we just saw him trigger one of his level 2 millims earlier, and there's one in his clock now, so
yeah,
he won't be able to go too hard in on the combo.
So cancelled that last attack and then took a refresh. This one is definitely at least 2, going 3.
3, 4, and cancelled the 4th one.
Wow,
not bad.
Pretty lucky.
Yeah.
But now it's Alexander's turn.
Alright. So Alexander is not on level 2 quite yet, so he doesn't need to worry about using the Milim so far. I think this will probably just be... Yeah, I think it'll probably just be one more turn of preparing for his level 2 combo while attempting to reverse Elliot's characters. But
is that his hand? No way, right? That seems like a lot of cards.
That is quite a lot of cards in hand, yeah.
And he's still gonna clock. He's still going for it.
It seems like he's probably going to clock draw here for card quality as opposed to quantity.
Yeah,
just to be able to reverse those level 1s in the front row.
Oh, that must have been all that Milim,
Yeah.
Milim doing work.
Mm-hmm.
When you think about it, like, how many turns does Milim stay around?
At least 2.
2 turns? That means, like, 2 less cards.
Yeah.
Alexander would have needed to put down.
Mm-hmm.
Actually playing over, though.
Okay.
Playing over with a brainstorm as well.
Yep. So, alright, Alexander pays on and clocks one with the ability of the level 0 Shuna.
Yeah.
Unfortunately losing a climax to it, but looks like he just wants to speed up the game and probably drop his level 2s.
Yeah, let's take a look at that Shuna. In a meeting, Shuna. But do you really want to drop 2s already? I mean, you can.
Well, looks like Alex wants to, so...
I guess it's true. He sees his opportunity. His opponent has...
Whoa, alright.
Oh, okay, we got 3.
So he had the 3rd copy in hand and just salvaged... salvaged 1. And if he has a door here, looks like Elliot might
I
just
assume he has a door. You wouldn't
Yeah.
go for this play if you didn't, right?
Uh-huh. So... Alexander is going to be able to push quite a bit of damage unless he triggers a bunch of soul triggers and Elliot keeps cancelling on the 3rd card, but... That only happens every once in a while.
Yeah, so this Milim is actually... They're all 10k each, so I guess it also makes a pretty good wall.
Yeah, it does.
The only thing is that there's only one soul. It's like a 2-1, right?
Yeah.
It's 1k for each other demon continent characters, but... I guess it's pretty good when you think about it, right? Elliot has been fielding a lot of low-powered cards, and now we want to force him to do it, and he doesn't really have an out to the with the anti-change in the back, right?
Yeah.
And we get to see the Mocha.
Yeah, the Mocha-esque effect.
Mocha-esque?
Yeah. It doesn't get to check your own deck, so it's not quite Mocha, but it does have a slight benefit over Mocha in that because it's base 1 soul, you do avoid that 3rd card cancel quite a bit more than Mocha does.
Oh, that looks very clean.
Yeah.
A lot of precise damage possible. Right. 2 damage, 2 damage, 2 damage.
Yeah. So far, it looks like Elliot is just going to take
looks
damage
good.
normally. But, the point of, milling climaxes to be able to stick damage is obviously great, but if you just stick damage normally, that's also probably fine.
Yes. Is he...
I'm not sure what's being discussed right here, but...
Just making sure or something?
Yeah. Oh, okay. There's order change? Oh, that's right. So it affects which card goes into his clock at level 2.
True. Oh, yeah, true.
So, yeah. Looks like Alexander just wants to make sure that level 3 goes in clock instead.
Yes. Yes. And then the
Then
last
this
swing
left.
here. Is it clean as well?
And reveal 2, it is also
Ooh.
clean. So it turns out Alexander could have just played a 1k1, that would have been fine, but
Yeah, you want to make sure. You want to make sure.
He didn't know that.
Oh,
we
it's
didn't
going for
know
3.
that. Oh no.
So the
Is it
last
gonna
one's a
happen?
climax?
It's
Oh,
not?
not
Alright.
even. Ouch.
So it still takes an entire level, but
I mean, usually in those situations, when you trigger, it usually means the climax is on the last card.
Yeah.
That's how it is.
how it feels like it always is. But now that Elliot just took a substantial amount of damage, oh, he clocks the choice as well. All right. We still know there's a choice at the bottom of his stock, so I'm not sure if Elliot has another choice climax in his hand or whether he decided that it's not important this game, but regardless, at this stage of the game, Elliot would probably be trying to collect all the pieces he needs for his level 3, which I think at a minimum he would want the 2-1 Elizabeth support and 2 of the Meliodas. And he did not reveal a card that particularly helps him in that endeavor, so he discards it to draw it with a lane.
Is there a way for Elliot to run over that board at the moment?
There are some early plays in this deck, namely the level 3, I forget her name, the girl in the orange clothes.
Diane.
Diane, yeah. Which hits 11k on offense. So,
But I think we saw a bunch of them in clock, right?
Yeah, two got put in clock.
Yeah.
And even if he does choose to play one, that only contests one lane. So those millions being played on that turn really gave Alexander some control over the game.
Well, that was a very, very good Millen turn, I guess. Because now he gets to sit.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, we can look at the Dianes that went into clock, unfortunately. I think did 3 of them disappear, or just 2?
I think it's 2 of them, but... Alright, Elliot attacks... It looks like he's triple jumping with combo, but because he has one line of combo, he doesn't lose the card that he played, technically, as it replaces it. That being said, milling out here a bit aggressively when... Can't exactly see why he sends the waiting room, but
Looks like
after
he's doing
cancelling that much...
Well, there's the other Diane.
There's another Diane, yeah.
But we saw him grab the Meliodas level 3, right?
Yeah, we saw him grab the Meliodas level 3, so...
I mean, that's when you can kind of come back, because your lines become big again.
Yeah.
But I feel like the Millums, right? The Millum seems to be getting lots of value.
Yeah.
Lots of value.
If Alexander has another door here, it's fairly likely that Elliot actually has climaxes towards the top of his deck this time to be sent to the waiting room, and if Alexander sticks enough damage that Elliot can't heal it all down with Meliodas, he'd be in a pretty troubled situation.
Yeah, and I mean, Alexander has 2 brainstorms. Technically, he can just go through his entire deck right now. But do you think it's worth it?
With how many climaxes that have been revealed, I think it's not a bad idea too. Especially with this kind of brainstorm going through so much of the deck, you don't necessarily have to use as much stock.
Oh, just playing over one of the brainstorms.
Okay. And most likely going to go for the drop salvage again.
Do you think he has another climax? Maybe not. If there's another one, it could do heaps of damage.
It would do a lot of damage, yeah.
Look at that empty board as well.
Yeah.
He actually just doesn't need to play anything as well.
Just 2/2 is even a good number to swing here.
The thing is, I think Elliot's prepared though. Look at that. The stock is ready. Right?
Yeah.
It's ready to go to 3. But if he slams a climax, he might just win.
If Alexander doesn't have a door here, Elliot should ideally cancel enough times that he can just drop Meliodas to heal off the rest.
Oh, here comes the door. Alright, swing for at least 3, and let's see if this is nice. That looks pretty nice.
Yeah.
But...
Could be the 3rd card.
Yeah, could be the 3rd card. These are hitting for at least 3. This one is 4. So, 3 and 4. Oh, on the 4th! That was close. That was close. Alright.
But because it cancelled quite deep this time, again, it's just more likely that... Yeah, so
we get
Alexander
to see...
gets to pull out a climax.
We get to see, the Millum do work now. The first time it's doing work.
For the first time, it actually ripped the climax out of the deck.
And is it going? It's going for a 3? 3 of this one? 2? And then, the deck is already gone. Alright.
So not too bad for Elliot.
Compression's pretty good, to be fair, right?
At least the climax still goes back into his deck in that scenario.
Yeah.
If Elliot can cancel at least one of these 2 attacks, I think he'd be quite comfortable with just dropping two or more Meliodas and then
waiting.
Yeah.
Because I mean, then these Millums aren't hitting over anything anymore.
Yeah, that's right. Millum is reasonably big for what she's costed, but
she's
not
2/1.
quite. Yeah, she's only 2/1, so she's not quite big enough to fight something as massive as Meliodas.
Yeah. He's the top deck. Top deck.
The cut.
The cut. How many? All right. 3 to bottom. Yeah. Bam. Ooh.
Right,
Meliodas goes away as well.
Meliodas. That means that in order for that Meliodas to go to the waiting room via healing, Elliot will need to heal at least twice.
Refresh. Not a climax.
All
So
right.
it's not bad. It's not bad. And then the last attack here. Let's look at the top 2. Bam and bam.
Oh, but that's the second Meliodas, so that means Elliot's hand at least won't have 3.
Yeah, and Max has like 2 Meliodas. And the flip. Oh, 4 damage. Alright, but where's the climax? Oh, no climax!
No. Yeah, this is a really bad scenario for Elliot. If he had triple Meliodas, he'd at least be able to go down to...
Oh, did he draw a card?
I think he didn't draw a card for turn.
Elliot, you need to draw a card, man.
That card could be pretty important.
Yes. I think he forgot. He just wants to. He has a plan and he's just doing it. At this point.
And that's the last card in his hand, from what it looks like.
Yes.
So he was ready. Just ideally, we didn't want to take all that damage.
Yeah, he's I don't know. At 3-6, you're in pain, right?
Mm-hmm. Well, he's down to 3-4 now, and again, because so many non-climaxes left his deck, there's a decent chance that he will cancel here. And if he cancels, well, the true damage from Meliodas sticking.
Oh, he could have drawn a Diane.
Yeah, he could have drawn a Diane. That is true. Except he wouldn't have anything that he wanted to discard anyway, because the card that he played, all the cards that he played this turn were cards that are relevant to the endgame.
Yeah,
so
I mean,
it would have been for next turn.
Tunnel vision, right? You go, ooh, it's time. Yeah. Let's do it.
I think someone, the draw incident may have been indicated. So it looks like he just drew the next card down instead.
Yeah,
as it didn't affect anything that he did, and the deck state was random.
Yeah, that's fine. Probably the judges will just would just kind of take a look, but
yep.
And this is the next trigger. Are you ready?
Yeah, there wasn't any unfair advantages going on here.
So how big are these Meliodases?
So these Meliodases should be 11k on their own, plus another 3k from the support, and then 1k from the using the combo. So at least 15k and 16k on offense. So definitely way too much for Milim to handle, but I'd say the Milims already did their job. They got 2 rounds of combo off.
They did so much damage.
Yeah, they did a lot of damage.
That last stick.
Yeah. Alright, that is a cancel.
And then reverse, the Milim is reversed. Nice.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so I think that is the draw. The draw. So the last did he side?
He side attacked that lane to ensure that Alexander doesn't use a memory counter to protect it, because Meliodas does require 4 other characters on the board.
Okay. Yes. Thinking ahead.
Mm-hmm. And also just opening that lane would have been
extra damage.
But unfortunately, Alexander just countered the middle lane.
Oh no.
I'm not sure how... That would be 12-5?
The Meliodas should be...
Meliodas should be significantly bigger. I'm not sure how that happened, unless I counted something wrong.
Actually the Meliodas is only around 12-13, right? With the climax combo?
The support gives it 2k power, 2k and another 1k, so it should be quite a bit bigger than that.
13, true. So there should be 15 at least?
16 with the climax and the combo text, but...
Power check?
Yeah, I'm not sure if that was a mistake or it's an oversight.
Well, you don't want to reverse that Meliodas. It's your last chance.
Yeah, well, Elliot definitely does not want to lose that Meliodas, so
and it can burn as well.
That is his comeback plan.
And they're doing the refresh now for Alexander, but Alexander's only on 2.
Mm-hmm. Well, if this last attack's damage sticks and then the reflect burns from Meliodas deal enough damage, there is one shot that Elliot can take at the end. But yeah, this is the sort of game plan that or game scenario that Seven Deadly Sins doesn't want to encounter, where Meliodas is played a bit too late into level 3. Okay, we must have... Alright, so... Okay, we missed the event being played earlier in the game, so...
Alright. Four of the events, weapons made in Tempest, is it?
Mm-hmm.
That gets pretty big. So that is how you stop a big
Alexander seems very prepared for this matchup. I'm not sure whether it's intentional, but it just so happens that many of the things that he has access to play well into this deck.
Yeah, it's pretty good, right?
Yeah.
It's pretty good. So
pretty sure that he appreciates that this is his last round and he feels so confident in how the game's moving.
But I think, Alexander it's so good.
Yeah, Alexander looks like he had to pay 3 Encore the Meliodas, but because it hit the waiting room once,
it doesn't have the effect anymore, right? Which is
the burn effect is now reset, and Elliot only has 1 chance of using the burn 2 effect now.
Yeah, so
And,
that's how it's so big. There's weapons. Those weapons are big. And now I think when your whole game plan revolves around that one kind of how do you say play where you drop Meliodas, do you think maybe Elliot went a bit too greedy? Maybe he had to front, or he could have just like if you think about it inside and still like deal damage.
1 damage, but
because he's so far behind, though,
I think he had to take the risk and do that front attack there.
Yeah. Unfortunate, but now.
But I guess also, if he was playing around the Grief Seed, he could have attacked with the center Meliodas first, and then come to a decision on whether or not to front attack on the last one. Because in this scenario, now that Alexander is on 3-0 after clocking, if Elliot did choose a front attack with the 1-1 instead, he may have been on 3-2 here.
Yeah.
Which does get him closer to winning the game again, even if Meliodas did get answered, because if the second Meliodas was countered like that, it doesn't really matter how many characters you have on the board anymore.
I mean, if you front with the Meliodas and then like the Grief Seed comes out on the other card, or the weapons come out on the other card, you could just side that.
Yeah, you can just side the last one. Or you can front the last one and just hope that the extra one is going to help you cancel.
Yeah, and I think you can front the Elizabeth, right? Because you gain the effect when you play the full counter. So you don't actually need the four other characters. So
I slightly misremembered. So yeah, then maybe the Elizabeth is deciding to potentially swap with the Meliodas later, and
true, yeah, you can.
But it also doesn't affect Alexander too much, because as we've mentioned, his effect doesn't actually deal burn damage. It just pulls climaxes out, so it doesn't really affect anything except side attacks. And if side attacks are a concern, you don't really need to play the Meliodas there. So, the Elizabeth 1-1.
Yeah, right now, Elliot could have 2 cards that could be burning too, right?
Yeah, but unfortunately only has 1 due to the weapons counter.
Yeah, so
even
when you think about it, right? Like if the Elizabeth attacked in, it's pretty much doing 2 more damage, right? So
he could swap the Meliodas to a more desirable position, in this case in front of the level 2, where it almost certainly has to front attack, and he gets to do the burn damage earlier in the turn. But still it's quite difficult to say whether that is more valuable than just having a chance of dealing 2 damage by front attacking.
Oh, and then all the Millens are back out again.
That 1-1 is the card that Elliot salvaged when he first triggered the choice a few turns ago, though. Instead of stocking. So yeah, it is a bit of a shame to see that it hasn't really been able to help Elliot get out of the sticky scenario.
We see the climax come out again. And
Alexander is pretty ruthless.
Every turn, every turn, let's go. So I think right now he's going to go front, but Elliot wants to do the burn.
Yeah. He does have a decision here, but it seems natural to just use the pay 1 burn here, because there's no real other timing to use.
Just do it. Just do it. And the next turn, if these all stick, right? You have like 3 damage next turn. You just have to deal, right? That's as good as it gets.
All right. Oh yeah. So Millen resolves first, allowing Alexander to send that 1 choice climax to the waiting room.
Ooh.
Then before Alexander triggers, Elliot does have an opportunity to pay 1 to burn 2.
Yes. Could burn. Or what Alexander wants to see is I think it's non-triggers, right? Is that?
Yeah.
Oh, actually, he doesn't. No, 1 trigger is fine because Elliot's at 4. or burns the cancel. So now comes
It was
the
also
trigger.
a soul trigger.
Oh, this is not a soul trigger.
Yeah, so this is one instance of damage that Elliot can afford to take.
Ah, but you know, next one, the next one we can see. Next attack. Would it be confirmed damage?
Yeah.
Oh, 2 going in. So 3/6. And then the next attack. Oh,
Depending on how many cards left in Elliot's deck, if it's a small number, Alexander may choose to just send all cards to the waiting room, regardless of what they have for the refresh point. But
that's pretty confirmed.
That
oh, but he's for one more. One more. But unfortunate.
Oh no, that was a side attack. So
oh, side attack. Okay,
yeah,
wow.
So that's game, and Alexander is the winner.
Yeah, that's incredible. So that is it. That is the final rounds of the game, and then we should be able to see our top 8 right after the break.
Yep.
And got the standings.
Yep.
See who makes it, right? See who makes it. So we'll be right back after the break with the standings, and then see who made it. All right. Catch you guys soon.
Little sister.
Then I guess I'll attack your character.
Aha! I saw that coming, and I'll counter your attack with me!
Ruby, now coming to Weiss Schwarz.
As an English edition original.
Trial Deck Plus, Booster Pack, and Supply Set.
On sale December 17th.
Bushiroad!
Cardfight Vanguard Overdress! Power up your deck with these new cards! Journey forth with your new allies! Booster Pack, Advance of Intertwined Stars, coming soon! Bushiroad!
That's me. Let me show you how it's done.
In this video, we're gonna take a look at one of the most important things you need to do right before a game. Shuffling. Breaking. We've all been there. Sometimes it's because of our deck build. Other times it's because we didn't shuffle properly. Hey, you! Can you show him the shuffling methods again?
What was that? Could it be? Is it the heart of the...
Okay, we'll first have this guru do some warm-up exercises. Hisatsu Namikasane. Probably the most popular shuffle, it involves taking a chunk of cards from the bottom and gradually transferring them to the top of the deck. Hisatsu Asen. Usually used by beginners or children, this smooth shuffle is fun to do once in a while but not recommended for toddlers. Hisatsu Iwagiri. An advanced technique that takes some practice. It's one of the best shuffle and it can be done rather quickly. Hisatsu Hoshikazo. A good way to ensure you have the right number of cards in your deck, but it doesn't shuffle well, so make sure you mix it up with other shuffling methods. Tatsumaki. No, not a shuffle. In order to really randomize your deck, use a combination of the shuffling methods, or reshuffle 7 times. Now, let's talk about a different kind of shuffle.
Okay, attack your Vanguard. Hisatsu Chaos Shuffle.
Hand shuffle, a fearsome shuffle in which shuffling is not the goal, done by moving cards from one hand to the other rapidly, completed with cards slapping noises. I get it, we all do it sometimes, and some situations call for it, such as preventing your opponents from memorizing your cards, or when you need to drop a hand card at random. But you've got to admit, when done excessively, it can be pretty distracting. Stop hand shuffle and make this world a better place.
Attack your Vanguard.
Hisatsu.
Hello everyone, my name is Kelvin, and I'm the winner of Weiss Schwarz on BSFO 2021 EU region, and been delighted to be here in this interview. I play mostly Vanguard and Weiss in Australia regions. I sometimes travel to New Zealand, and really love to be here in BRO. So, like any other big tournaments for Bushiroad games or other card games, I think the most important part is to test, and I'm probably the worst at doing that. But unfortunately, I have really good friends who will just push me and help me get the decks right and test our streaming setups. So just a lot of getting it done right before the actual event. When it's showtime, we just roll the camera. I think most of us wouldn't have like a playmat-sized empty space on our desk, so we definitely need to make some adjustments on the work table. And other than that, we find out things like glare can make the games difficult. So you want to like place your cards or like your lighting in certain positions so the games will go smoothly. I guess the biggest key difference between the usual events and the online events is you don't have that sense of going to your locals and talking to your friends. But there are other alternatives. I think you just have to be a bit more active online and find your mates, talk to them, just have the game's more fun with more people. So I think you really need to get into the community and be involved. Okay, so actually my first event was actually all the way back in 2012. That was WS Grand Prix in Melbourne, and that was a just new experience for me back then, and took a bit of a break, and sort of came back active around 2016, 2017, and that's when my great friends Kai and Mark, we started playing a bit more seriously, and we're doing quite well since then. And I believe in the last few years we have gone to I've gone to 2 worlds myself, but all these big events and the worlds is just an amazing experience. I think most of us will relate card games with people that we play with all the time, your locals, what they play like, and when you go out there it's just widely different how people can play these games that are just 50 cards in the deck box. So previously I would only go to tournaments in my local area or like within Australian region or sometimes New Zealand, never really beyond that. And it's all sort of the same, but with online tournaments you get to be with everyone from different time zones. You'll be playing at like 10 p.m. and they'll be like 2 a.m. It's just like different time zones, a lot of different language. People call card effects differently, and it's just a lot of new experience, one player after another, and that keeps it very exciting. It's almost like it's a mini worlds, which is hard to believe. I mean, considering this is also the first time they run an online event, I would have to say most regions run it very smoothly. And when there are times in between rounds when nothing's happening and maybe you're not too sure because there's no PA announcements, etc., I think it's the time where you just go back to your own Discord server and have a chat with your friends, talk like how your rounds go, or maybe if you find new friends during the tournament, that's even better. So you gotta fill those time slots with what makes the event interesting. Because it can be quite easy for you to just sit in, play one round and do nothing till the next round, but you can get yourself a bit more involved, and that's where you find the fun. Okay, so it's probably like I did the craziest run during the Vanguard week because I think I joined all 9 events. Yes, I did join all 9 events, and at one point I think I was playing like card games for like 14 hours straight, so I was pretty dead. But I think definitely you do want to keep yourself hydrated, keep yourself well fed, not too much, just enough to get you going. And if you finish your round early because you get super lucky or unlucky, make use of that time. Take your bathroom breaks, take your small meals, and that will keep your engine running. You gotta complete the BRO or BSFO gauntlet. Try to prepare as much as you can. Have a test call with one of your friends, make sure the camera is all right, the lighting's all right. But most importantly, try to have fun, be considerate to other players and the staff, because it can be quite challenging to run this event, if you can imagine. And most importantly, just enjoy yourself and enjoy the event, the vibes. So it's a bit odd because I actually won the Weiss tournament, but main game is in Vanguard. I did get one top 8 in the NA region for V. But we also have a Vanguard channel on the WCC, or World Class Card Fighters. Yes, it's World Class Card Fighters. Well, we upload a lot of YouTube content thanks to Kai, and you might see me there every now and then. So yeah, have a look and let us know what you like in the comments.
Weiss Schwarz!
Time to make your move, little sister.
Then I guess I'll attack your character.
Aha! I saw that coming, and I'll counter your attack with me!
Ruby, now coming to Weiss Schwarz.
As an English edition original.
Trial Deck Plus, Booster Pack, and Supply Set.
On sale December 17th.
Bushiroad!
Cardfight Vanguard Overdress! Power up your deck with these new cards! Journey forth with your new allies! Booster Pack, Advance of Intertwined Stars, coming soon! Bushiroad!
Cardfight Vanguard Overdress! It's your leader, Mirai! Look how cool Buff Sarfra is with the new Arms card! Start deck, Sealed Blaze Maiden, coming soon! Bushiroad!
Weiss Schwarz is a trading card game that adapts anime and game titles, so everyone can enjoy their favorite titles as a card game. In this video, we will show you a brief tutorial to the basics of the game in 6 minutes. Decide who goes first with rock, paper, scissors. The winner goes first. Both players shuffle their decks and draw 5 cards as their starting hand. Discard the cards you don't want from your hand into the waiting room. Then, draw the same number of cards you discarded. When both players are done, let's Weiss Schwarz! First, draw a card from your deck. Now, let's play a character onto the stage. To attack, turn your character sideways. Attack! You deal damage to your opponent equal to your character's soul. As there are no characters facing the attacking character performs a direct attack and gets an additional soul. Flip the top card of your deck as your trigger check. Different triggers give different effects. In this case, it's a soul icon, so your character gets 1 additional soul. Put the card you just flipped over face down into your stock. As you can see on the right, there are various ways in which we can increase the damage we deal to our opponent. For this attack, we will deal a total of 3 damage. The opponent will flip over cards equal to the damage taken from the top of their deck and put them into their clock. With this, we will end our turn. Now it's your opponent's turn. Draw phase. During the clock phase, you may put a card from your hand into your clock. To draw 2 cards, the opponent plays 3 characters on their stage and 1 on their backstage. While characters on the backstage cannot attack, characters with the assist ability can boost the power or give effects to characters in front of them. Opponent attacks. Any triggers? No triggers, so that's 2 damage. Opponent attacks. Trigger check. A soul trigger. That's 1 additional soul for a total of 3 damage. Cancel. If a climax card turns up, damage cancel occurs, and all cards flipped for damage is put into your waiting room. This means you take 0 damage from this attack. Opponent attacks. As there is a character facing the attacking character performs a frontal attack and gets no additional soul during the attack. No icons, no bonuses. So you receive only 1 damage. When there is an opposing character facing the attacking character, a battle between them occurs. In a battle, the character with the higher power wins. The character with lower power loses the battle, becomes reversed, and sent to the waiting room at the end of battle phase. And that's the end of your opponent's turn. Draw phase. This time, let's clock 2. Let's fill your stage with characters, including our backstage. The center character gets assist from both backstage characters. Now, let's play a climax card. Different climax cards gives you different effects. This climax gives all your characters additional 1000 power and 1 soul. Attack! No soul icon. 2 damage to your opponent. Your character has higher power, so you win the battle. Attack! 3 damage to your opponent. There are now 7 cards in your opponent's clock. When that happens, that player levels up. Choose one among the 7 bottommost cards in your clock to put into your level. The remaining 6 cards go into your waiting room. Then, put the remaining damage into your clock as usual. Each player starts at level 0, and the first player to force their opponent to reach level 4 wins the game. Now, let's try doing it. Your opponent is now level 1 and can use cards up to that level. The higher your level, the stronger cards you can use. Now, make your last attack with your middle character. 3 damage to your opponent. Encore! If there is a reversed character you wish to keep on your stage, you can pay 3 cards from your stock and return that character from your waiting room to its previous position on the stage. You and your opponent take turns until one of you forces the other to reach level 4. But be careful! As a player levels up and gets closer to level 4, the stronger cards they can use. And this covers the basics of what you need to start playing Weiss Schwarz. Detailed rules can be found on our website. Trial decks also consist of everything that you need to get started. We hope you have fun with your favorite titles. Let's Weiss Schwarz!
Weiss Schwarz! Time to make your move, little sister.
Then I guess I'll attack your character.
Aha! I saw that coming, and I'll counter your attack with me!
Ruby, now coming to Weiss Schwarz.
As an English edition original.
Trial Deck Plus, Booster Pack, and Supply Set.
On sale December 17th.
Bushiroad!
Cardfight Vanguard Overdress! Power up your deck with these new cards! Journey forth with your new allies! Booster Pack, Advance of Intertwined Stars, coming soon! Bushiroad!
Cardfight Vanguard Overdress! It's your leader, Mirai! Look how cool Buff Sarfra is with the new Arms card! Start deck, Sealed Blaze Maiden, coming soon! Bushiroad!
Well. We are at the end of today's tournament. We have the top 8 in the standings all ready to go. There's one announcement I do like to make. There was actually someone DQ'd for an illegal deck list. So you got everyone make sure that when you submit your deck is the same as that, and the language is all the same, English, etc. But that didn't affect any of the top 8 standings, so the top 8 is still the same. So let's head to the standings and see who actually made it, all right? And here at the top, we have Hakase. Mark went 6-1, lost the final round.
The last one,
Yeah, and then we have Vince in second, we got Shirk in third, we got Pekoha in fourth, Kisa in fifth, Varga in sixth, and Sengar in 7th, and Nicholas in 8th. So that is the top 8. Congratulations to all that made it. And I think we also have the bracket as well, so you can see who is fighting each other tomorrow in the top 8. So we've got Hakase versus Nicholas. We've got Pekoha versus Kisa in the top bracket. And then on the bottom, we have Vince versus Sengar. And then Shirk versus Varga. So that is tomorrow. Make sure that you're back same time for the top 8. And then we'll see who we can crown as the BRO Weiss Schwarz champion. What do you think? What do you think, Ken?
Well, as friends of those guys, I would definitely want to support Hakase, but I think everyone has a shot tomorrow, and I wish everyone the best. No unlucky games. Everyone who loses, I hope, at least loses on their own terms. They're happy with the outcome. I mean, no one likes losing, but
I mean, there's always a winner.
There's always a winner, but no, I hope no one's too upset about losing tomorrow because of the way the game goes or anything.
So if you also have friends that are competing in the top, make sure to tune in and support them. If you want to find more friends, hang out and chat, talk with people, enjoy the games tomorrow. Tomorrow will be the ultra serious ones. Right? That's right, the ultra serious ones. So it'll be interesting to see what they're playing in the top tables. But if you still want to watch more Weiss Schwarz, if you want to watch more, EU is happening right now. North America is happening a bit later. So hop onto the other stream. We will be rating the other stream, so you can just sit here and relax and continue watching Weiss Schwarz. So Ken, any last words?
No, just the usual stuff really. Thanks for tuning in.
That's right.
Hope you enjoyed the commentary, and we'll see you back tomorrow.
Thank you all for watching the whole stream, and we'll be back tomorrow with top 8. So stay tuned for EU, and we'll be going right there. Right? So, awkward. Goodbye. Goodbye.
Hang
See
around.
you again.